Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Only scattered items and discarded gear remained near the Highland Tower, silent reminders of a failed battle. After respawning at the dungeon's entrance, Big Orange was visibly frustrated. She blamed herself for underestimating the boss. Had they played it safe, maybe two attacking from range while the others provided support, they might have stood a chance. But now, hindsight offered no consolation. Their first attempt had ended in complete annihilation. Knowing the dungeon wouldn't reset dropped loot immediately, the team rushed back to the boss area. Fortunately, nothing had despawned. The equipment still lay there untouched. Big Orange stared at the scattered gear, hesitation clouding her thoughts. If they went in to retrieve everything and got wiped again, it would be even worse. Ahau, ever the impulsive one, broke the silence. "I'll go in first," he said with a wide grin. "Even if the boss does attack, it'll only kill me again, and I'll just respawn and come back." Big Orange gave a reluctant nod. She didn't have a better plan. "Be careful." Ahau stepped into the arena, eyes locked on the towering figure of the boss. The monster had reset, now clutching a glowing shield scepter. He knew from previous encounters that this weapon meant the boss wouldn't attack unless provoked. But he wasn't taking any chances. Slowly, carefully, Ahau crept toward the loot and began picking up the equipment, one item at a time. The boss stared at him with hollow, glowing eyes but made no move. That was a relief. Ahau had to make 4 trips to recover everything, but eventually, the team had their gear back. The boss didn't react as long as he stayed within boundaries and didn't attack. With everything returned, the squad regrouped to discuss strategy. "We can't go in swinging swords again," Big Orange said firmly. "Close combat is suicide." Little Fish chimed in, "What if we kite him using the Dusk Scepter?" "Do we have enough pearls for that?" Big Orange asked, knowing the scepter's projectiles were low damage but rapid fire. Ahau checked his inventory. The pearls had dropped earlier and now rested with him. "Just 2. Big Orange frowned and did the math aloud. "With 2 pearls, we can dish out maybe 3,000 damage total. We got in 500 last time before the wipe. That leaves us 1,500 HP to burn." 1,500 points was a lot. Too much. This wasn't your average mini-boss. This was a true challenge. "That's cutting it close," she muttered, brows furrowed. "What if we bring in zombies?" Ahau offered. "Use the zombie scepter to keep grinding down its health." Nawong nodded. "While the boss is distracted by the undead, someone can sneak in for a few sword strikes. We pull aggro and rotate. We also still have the vampire scepter," added Little Fish. "If things get hairy, we drain some HP directly from the boss." Big Orange took a long breath and finally nodded. "All right. We go again." Twilight Forest only had one boss left. If they didn't take it down now, they might as well admit defeat. Steve had mocked them earlier, told them to quit. Big Orange wasn't about to let that smear their squad's name. Even if they had to bug the boss out, she would win this fight. This time, they moved with precision. As they entered the arena, they split up along the edge near the fence, keeping their distance. The boss stirred, its massive white eyes flickering open. It raised the shield scepter but made no move, just watched. Ahau stepped forward, slowly drawing his sword. Big Orange had a plan. Let Ahau chip away at the boss's health with light melee strikes. Once it dropped below 4,500 HP, they'd switch to the Dusk Scepter and begin kiting. With only 2 pearls, they had to use everything strategically. Ahau looked to Big Orange. She gave a nod. He approached, slashed once, then again. -10. -10. The numbers floated up, blood ticking down with each hit. So far, no retaliation. Finally, when the boss's health neared 4,500, Ahau sheathed his sword and backed away quickly. Now, the real fight was about to begin. Everyone, begin long-range attacks. At Big Orange's command, the team sprang into action. Each player pulled out their ranged weapons and unleashed a volley of projectiles toward the boss. As soon as the boss's health dipped below 4,500, it finally responded. Gone was its passive stance. It drew its sword and charged directly at Ahau. But Ahau had already created distance. He was ready. With practiced footwork, He kite the boss in wide circles, keeping just out of reach. The dusk scepter in his hands fired rapidly, each burst of magical projectiles shaving away at the enemy's health. In no time, the boss had lost another 300 HP. Its health now hovered below 4,200, and it hadn't landed a single hit.
Keep it up. Big Orange called out. Stay focused.
Got it. The others echoed. The earlier defeat had taught them caution. Now they moved with sharp coordination, making every shot count. Soon, the boss's health dropped below 4,000. Then, suddenly, it stopped. The chase was over. The boss sheathed its sword and pulled out a tracking bow. Big Orange's jaw dropped. You've got to be kidding me. It has range too. This wasn't just any boss, it was a walking arsenal. Does this thing have every weapon in the Twilight Forest? She muttered. Unbeknownst to her, she had stumbled upon the truth. This boss was modeled after Xu Yuan's character, equipped with nearly every weapon he'd ever used in battle. The shift in tactics caught the team off guard. Without warning, the boss took aim, and thwip. A glowing arrow struck Wang square in the chest. His health dropped by 1 full bar in an instant. There's no way to dodge that, someone shouted. Use an item heal. Big Orange ordered. Wang didn't hesitate. He shoved a stake into his mouth, recovering just in time for the next arrow to hit. Another block of HP vanished. This isn't going to work, he said grimly. I don't have many stakes left. He ate another. It wouldn't last long at this pace. We'll keep up the attack, Big Orange said. You stay alive. We'll figure something out. The rest of the team intensified their barrage. Bit by bit, the boss's HP dropped to 3,000. But Wang was nearly finished. His final stake was gone, and only 2 hearts remained. What now? He asked, panic creeping into his voice. Big Orange met his gaze calmly. Fall back. Leave the boss's activation range.
Wang blinked. You mean? Yes, Ahau jumped in.
Once you're out of range, the boss will drop aggro. We've seen it before.
Wang nodded. Got it.
I'll make a run for it. He turned and sprinted toward the edge of the arena, another arrow piercing his side and dropping his HP to a single block.
But he made it.
As soon as he crossed the fence, the boss froze, briefly paused and redirected its attention, this time to Xiaoyu. It worked. Wang shouted from outside, relieved.
Big Orange smiled. Perfect. Wang, heal up out there.
Xiaoyu, if your health drops below half, you rotate out next. We'll tag team the aggro. Keep the boss in combat, but never give it a chance to wipe us again. The others nodded in unison.
Understood.
Xiaoyu fought on until his HP dipped dangerously low, then slipped out of the cage. The boss switched targets again, this time locking onto Big Orange. Thus began a smooth rotation, 1 player in, 1 player out. As long as someone remained in the boss's aggro zone, its HP wouldn't reset. They'd created a perfectly balanced rhythm: heal, rotate, kite, and repeat. Soon, the boss's health fell below 2,000.
Then it happened.
The boss tossed aside its tracking bow. Everyone held their breath. It was changing weapons again. And when they saw what it pulled out, they gasped. That weapon. We've seen that before, whispered Ahau. And it was devastating, said Xiaoyu grimly. They all remembered. This next phase wouldn't be easy.
3-shot bow, 3 arrows can be fired at a time, and if you hit the target, you can deal 3 times the damage. The boss's current hatred is attracted by the Big Orange, and as soon as it takes out its 3-shot bow, it shoots at the Big Orange. Phew, phew, phew. 3 shots arrived, and the Big Orange that did not react was directly hit, and the blood volume suddenly dropped from 7 blocks to 4 blocks. When the boss attacked with a tracking bow, everyone simply stopped hiding because they couldn't dodge. The Big Orange that caused this carelessness was easily hit. A player only has a total of 10 blocks of HP, and it really hurts to be hit by 3 bows. So Big Orange hurriedly retreated beyond the range of the boss's attack. The damage of this boss is really high. Everyone was a little shocked when they saw the tragic situation of the Big Orange. With the boss's current damage, their method of getting out of the battle area is somewhat unworkable. How to fight now? Ahau, who has once again become the target of boss hatred, dodges boss attacks while flying kites with ranged weapons. By this time they had run out of pearls. When the durability is finished, if it is a melee battle, whether it is the boss's sword drawing or the 3-shot bow, they can't dodge. Basically, if they are hit, they will be destroyed again in minutes. The Big Orange pondered for a moment and said, I want to fly the kite first, and wait until the scepter at dusk runs out and change the sword. When the time comes, Xiao, you use the zombie scepter to summon zombies to resist damage. Xiao listened and nodded. Okay, The boss's 3-shot bow is still very easy to dodge. After all, him's reaction speed is 0.5 seconds. Everyone present is a member of the elite group of the Cube Guild, and as long as you are serious, it is difficult to be hit by the boss. After the Big Orange has exhausted the durability of the Dusk Scepter in his hand, the boss's HP is also less than 1,500 points. Little fish, summon zombies, shouted Big Orange. Xiao immediately changed into a zombie scepter and summoned a group of zombies to help him attack the boss. At the same time, Ahau, who attracted the hatred of the boss, ran out of the cage and averted the hatred of the boss. Since the zombies are closest to the boss, they naturally attract the hatred of the boss. This also made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. With countless zombies fighting damage, they finally regained their confidence to kill bosses. When the boss took out the 3-shot bow just now, they were really shocked. If their pearls are sufficient, it is better to say, otherwise they will not be able to fight in the follow-up melee just now. Fortunately, the problem of resisting boss damage is solved. After solving the biggest problem, except for Xiao who continued to use the zombie scepter, the rest of the people drew their swords and pulled in to attack the boss. They are very careful in their attacks, for fear that the damage is too high, which will attract the hatred of the boss. In close combat, if they are targeted by the boss, none of them can resist the damage of the boss. After discovering that the object of hatred is melee, the boss draws his sword. Its attack speed is fast, and it can swing a sword in 0.5 seconds. A zombie with 40 blood, in just 2 seconds, was easily killed by the boss. Seeing the boss chopping zombies is like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and everyone is envious. I think when they first encountered zombies, they were dominated by the fear of zombies. Only a freak like Xu Yuan can easily beat zombies in the early stages of the game. But for him, the zombies are not brushed by the tree, just brushed a few knives, and they are directly harvested. Fortunately, there are many zombies summoned by the zombie scepter, so that everyone's expressions are not so nervous. This boss's damage is too perverted, said Ngawang enviously. Damn, if I were half as powerful as this boss, I would be the first person in the game now. Ahau couldn't help but chat. Everyone said and laughed again, slowly grinding away the blood of the boss. Finally, the boss only has 500 blood left. Everyone, pay attention, reminded Big Orange. Ordinary monsters will go berserk when they have only 1/10 of their HP. The final boss of the Twilight Forest is no exception. Ahau, who is close to the boss, takes out the vampire scepter just in case. They believe that even if the boss's final fury can deal high damage, with the vampire scepter as a guarantee, they will be foolproof. At this moment, the boss's eyes are brighter. After entering the furious state, everyone found that the boss's figure was more flexible, not at all like the previous wooden one. Previously, the Big Orange everyone fought the boss, and it was very mechanically choosing to use weapons according to the amount of health and distance from the player. After entering the berserk, the boss no longer respects the rules. It first transferred its hatred to Ahau, not caring about the zombies closer to it. The boss's hatred has come to me, shouted Ahau. Eat steak quickly, pay attention to using the blood-sucking scepter to return blood. Big Orange is not good, but the boss is too close to Ahau, and there is nothing they can do to remedy it. She could only retreat with Ngawang. Ahau also knew that the situation was critical at this time, and according to the Big Orange's instructions, he took out a steak and ate it. He had just finished eating the steak, and the boss was a sword drawn and chopped over. Brush, brush. After 2 knives, Ahau was cut off 2 blocks of blood, but because he ate the steak, he recovered another square of blood. He now has 9 bars of blood, and his blood volume is quite healthy. But the boss's sword drawing is too fast, and the 9 grids of blood are really not enough to face it. Watching the battle situation being reversed by the boss, Big Orange hurriedly said, Ahau, you retreat outside the fence first. Except for Xiao who stabilized the boss with the zombie scepter, everyone else withdrew first. Ahau and Awang did not hesitate and quickly ran outside. Although the boss is now in a berserk state, as long as the player leaves the cage, it will definitely not attack. Looking at the stopped boss, Big Orange breathed a sigh of relief. But the little fish who was still in the cage had a bad face, and the hatred of the boss was transferred to him. The damage of zombies is not high, hitting the boss is similar to tickling. Even if it is a group of zombies, limited by space, only a few can attack around the boss, and it will not bring much damage. And the boss is different, its attack is high. It took out its sword and quickly emptied the zombies in front of it. Since the speed of the zombies is very slow, they can't catch up with the figure of the boss at all. The little fish in the distance saw it and knew that he could not stay where he was. He had to fly the boss kite while trying to find a way to lure the boss into the zombie group, who knew that the boss took out the ice bow at this time, and shot at the small fish without saying a word. Ice bow, longer than normal bows and arrows, the creature that is shot will be wrapped in ice and gain a slow tense state. Although Xiao is a master, it is difficult to ensure that he can avoid all the attacks of the boss. He turned left and right to move, but accidentally got shot by the boss. His body was instantly wrapped in ice, and his movement speed slowed down visibly with the naked eye. Finding that the target was hit, the boss immediately put away the ice bow, drew his sword and ran towards the small fish. Oops, everyone, go in and support the little fish. The Big Orange found that it was not good, and hurriedly took Ahau and Awang and ran to the cage. In order to help Xiao divert the hatred of the boss, they all took out their swords and rushed directly to the boss. If the fish is dropped by the boss in seconds, it is not a joke. Without the cover of the zombie army, they are destined to be destroyed again this time. But their support was still a step slower. Because the small fish was just opposite the entrance of the fence, the distance from the big orange was too far. The bosses are fast, when the big orange just ran to it. In just a few seconds, he used the sword to brush the ground to empty the blood streak of the little fish. Yuri dead. The picture in Xiao's eyes instantly turned gray. Seeing the zombie army disappear, Big Orange secretly screamed badly. Everyone, put a distance between you and the boss. Originally, they approached the boss to pull hatred and give Xiao a chance to escape. Now that the little fish has been killed by the boss for a second, they are looking for death if they get close to the boss. When the boss sees a group of people coming to his side, he will naturally not relent. He used his sword to cut off the 2 blocks of blood of Awang closest to him, found that the other party was fleeing, and continued to take out the ice bow. Because the distance was too close, Ngawang couldn't dodge at all, and was accidentally shot by the ice bow. Seeing that Awang was hit by the freezing effect to slow down, the boss pulled out his sword and repeated the process of dropping the small fish in seconds, and dropped Ngawang in seconds. Isn't this boss really human? Big Orange had fallen into infinite self-doubt at this point. She suspects that this boss was deliberately made by the game company to defeat the players. What she didn't know was that this boss was a replica of Xu Yuan. It's not just equipment and abilities that replicate, it's also simple game skills. After killing Awang, the boss did not give the remaining 2 a chance to breathe. Continue to attack the 2 with the ice bow. Big Orange's skills are better, and he dodged all the arrows that the boss fired. But Ahau was unlucky. It seems that he finds that his arrow can't hit the Big Orange, and the boss suddenly diverts his hatred and goes to attack Ahau, who sneaks up on him from time to time with his sword drawn. Ahau was caught off guard and was hit. This is not a technical dish for Ahau, because this boss is beyond everyone's awareness. In the past, when fighting bosses, hatred was usually relatively stable and would not be transferred at will. But this boss named him, its weapons and hatred are particularly different. This was something that none of the members of the elite group expected. After adding a slowing down buff to Ahau, the boss did not get close. It replaced the 3-shot bow as a weapon, pulled the bow and shot at Ahau, and Ahau, who was in a state of deceleration, could not avoid it at all in the face of the arrows that were fired. Soon, Ahau was dropped by the boss in seconds. There was only one Big Orange left on the field. She is a little desperate, and the current boss still has more than 300 blood. Of course, the Big Orange won't give up right away. She found that only when she was too far away from the boss would be more inclined to use a bow and arrow. So she controlled the distance and got closer to the boss. Sure enough, getting closer, the boss put away the 3-shot bow. But what she didn't expect was that the boss came up with a new weapon. Dusk Scepter? This is what Big Orange did not expect. She has exhausted her donkey skills at the moment. The boss controls the yellow spring scepter and fires projectiles at her at breakneck speed. Because the projectile of the Dusk Scepter can fire in bursts, the Big Orange cannot be perfectly dodged. But after a while, the blood of the Big Orange was also emptied by the boss. At this point, the Big Orange team is once again extinguished. When the people were resurrected for the second time, they came to the bottom of the high tower. As a rule of thumb, they get back items they dropped. Facing the boss who was still motionless, everyone had a headache. Do we want to continue to fight this boss? Big Orange hesitated at the moment. If only they used the zombie scepter in the first place and let the zombies hold the hatred of the boss. That way, when the boss 500 blood is furious, they fly the kite with the scepter of dusk and have to fight. But now that their dusk scepter has run out of durability, it is equivalent to missing a big killing weapon. She really couldn't think of how to deal with the crazy boss. Let's try again at the end. If it still doesn't work, this boss won't fight first. Big Orange was still unwilling and began to ask for everyone's opinion. I'm okay, there's nothing to lose anyway. Ahau is still as big as ever, even if he doesn't have the confidence to fight the boss, he doesn't care. Let's fight again, just quit the copy like this, I am not willing. Ngawang said. I listen to you. Xiao saw that everyone had the consciousness to fight again, and did not object. Okay, then fight one last time. Big Orange said a little gritted teeth. It was the first time she planted the ground so much. If she didn't bulldoze this boss called him, she would be uncomfortable holding her breath in her heart. What tactics are we using this time? Asked Ahau. Big Orange listened and shook his head. I don't have tactics this time. No tactics. The 3 were confused. If there is no tactic, then how can they fight this perverted boss? Big Orange saw everyone's doubtful eyes, so he explained. We usually use monster fighting tactics, which are against ordinary monsters and bosses. But this boss is extraordinary, and every time we use tactics against it, we encounter unexpected situations. Xiao on the side heard her analysis and said with approval. Yes, in the face of this boss, I always feel like I am PK with a player. Ahau slapped his hand. Don't say it, I also feel this way. I always feel like a player with 5,000 blood on the other side. In addition to being stupid at the beginning, the more I hit the back, the more I felt that the opposite side was a player master. Seeing that everyone found the boss's abnormality, Big Orange voiced his thoughts. Since the boss is the same as the player, we use the method against the player. At the beginning, I used zombies to attract monsters as before, and I kept knocking down the boss with 500 blood left. Everyone nodded, this was their last play. How do you fight when the boss is furious? Wang is still worried about the situation that has just been destroyed, and the violent boss is too terrifying. Hao and Xiao also set their sights on Big Orange, and they also wanted answers. Big Orange said with a smile. We use the sea of people tactic. Human sea tactics. The three were startled. That's right, we don't hide when the boss is furious, we rush directly and exchange blood with it. Big Orange directly came up with this ruthless method. No matter how powerful the boss is, it is only one person, but they have 4 people. In that case, we may not be able to change blood for the boss, right? Xiao felt that this method was too risky, although the boss only had 500 blood left, but they were still very fast in seconds. When the time comes, Ngawang holds the blood-sucking scepter, and the others take stake to replenish when the blood is not enough. Big Orange hammered the final tactic. The others also have no opinion. After all, this is the only way they have a chance to defeat the boss. Since you have no opinion, let's start activating the boss. Then, the Big Orange took the lead and walked into the cage inside the fence. Xiao, Ahao, and Awang also followed closely. As soon as the boss is activated, Xiao uses the zombie scepter to summon a group of zombies. As the boss's shield was knocked out, everyone thought that the boss would be the same as the previous 2 times. But this time it was different. The boss directly took out the ice bow and shot arrows at the nearby Awang. After Ngawang was shot, the speed slowed down. The boss took this opportunity to go straight up and draw his sword a few times to kill him. And the boss was actually immune to the hatred of zombies at the beginning? What's the situation? Ahao was a little confused. This boss did not play cards according to the routine at all. Big Orange didn't have too surprised expression. She really looked like this. This boss is just like a player, she said. She even had the urge to quit the copy now and ask Xu Yuan, what does the other party have to do with the boss? At the beginning, say what makes them give up. Even this boss is too different from other monsters? She believed that Xu Yuan must know something. Maybe you've already fought bosses and seen how powerful bosses are. By the way, the first kill of the Twilight Forest was this boss? This made her wonder in her heart, how did Xu Yuan get the first kill of such a perverted boss? This is a boss that even one of their elite teams and 4 people can't deal with. She admits that Boss Steve is very strong, but she still can't think of any way to defeat this boss alone. Just when Big Orange was puzzled, the boss transferred his hatred to Ahao again. In order not to be killed by the boss by drawing his sword, Ahao thought of a way to hide in the zombie pile. Because of the blocking of a group of zombies, the boss will really not be able to catch up with him for a while. But before Ahao could relax, the boss immediately changed to a 3-shot bow. The zombies, who could have become a barrier to block the boss, instantly reversed the poles and turned from a barrier into an obstacle. Surrounded by zombies, Ahao has no possibility of dodging the arrows shot by the boss. Just 4 rounds down, it was dropped by the boss in seconds. And at this time, the boss transferred his hatred to Xiao. Faced with the small fish far away, the boss did not choose to chase, but replaced the tracking bow as a weapon. In this way, no matter how little fish flies a kite, there is no way to avoid the attack of the boss. In the beginning, the small fish also tried to eat steak to restore blood volume. When his steak is finished, there is nothing he can do in the face of the boss attack. In the end, he was so hard that the boss grinded off the amount of health one by one. Only the last Big Orange remained, and she had completely given up resistance. She stands motionless in front of the boss and lets the boss attack her. It's not that Big Orange doesn't want to continue fighting bosses, but she doesn't know how to fight at all. The him boss is really terrifying. It shattered her self-confidence and plunged her into deep self-doubt. In just 2 seconds, the Big Orange was dropped by the boss with a sword. Yuri dead. After clearing the scene, the boss returned to the center of the cage, closed his eyes and fell asleep again. The group of Big Orange still withdrew from the copy of the Twilight Forest. Players near the quest were very curious when they saw the lifeless team members. If they cleared the copy, there should be a full server notice. Now look at the bad faces of several people, plus there is no news at all. Players speculated that the Big Orange team gave up a copy of the Twilight Forest. This shocked everyone. You know, Big Orange, they are the elite group of Steve's Cube Guild? All along, in their concept, there is nothing Steve can't do. There are no bosses that the Cube Man team can't beat. But now, they have all discovered an amazing fact. The copy of the Twilight Forest really stumped this group of elites. What kind of boss did they encounter that an elite group can't take? Looking at their faces, it seems that the bosses they encountered are very powerful. Wasn't the Twilight Forest cleared by Steve a long time ago? Steve told them how to clear the level after he cleared it. Who knows? Seeing that all the players were talking about themselves, the faces of the Big Orange team were even more ugly. They all quickened their pace and headed straight back towards the main city. This time they are so humiliated. When the people of the Big Orange team returned to the main city, they immediately ran to Xu Yuan's room. Xu Yuan had just gone online at this time, and he was thinking about which monster to kill next. Seeing the Big Orange they came in, they were first stunned, and then remembered the him thing. He smiled and said to everyone, "Isn't it a surprise to see the final boss?" Ahao said loudly, "It turns out that you know the boss." Everyone was ashamed in their hearts. Xu Yuan alone can defeat the boss. Their elite team of 4 people have not been able to fight. He was also easily destroyed 3 times by the boss. Shame, it's such a shame. Boss, how the hell did you fight this boss? The Big Orange was a little unwilling, and at the same time she was curious about how Xu Yuan did it. If she couldn't know the answer, she felt like she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Xu Yuan heard her words and asked with a smile. Tell me what happened during the boss fight. So Big Orange told the scene where they fought the boss 3 times. Xu Yuan told them, actually, when I fought the boss, the situation was different from yours. No, this boss still has hidden strength. Ahau couldn't believe it at all. The boss destroyed their group 3 times, and he still had the ability. That's not it, Xu Yuan explained. When I hit the boss has been imitating me. Boss, do you mean that the boss is imitating you? Everyone listened, with a puzzled face. Xu Yuan nodded and said, that's right, the boss doesn't just imitate my behavior, but also my equipment. The swords, scepters, and bows and arrows you encountered during the monster fighting were all imitated by the boss. Wang instantly understood. No wonder bosses are the same as Doraemon, with so many weapons. It turned out that it was their boss who pitted them. As soon as they knew this answer, everyone was a little crying and laughing. No wonder they can't beat the boss. This boss is equivalent to an enhanced version of Xu Yuan. It also makes them feel less hit. After all, if you can't beat Boss Steve, that's a normal thing for everyone. What's more, Xu Yuan's enhanced version of the boss. However, the Big Orange found something suspicious and asked, since the boss imitates the boss's movements, how do you kill the boss? The boss has 5,000 points of blood, while Xu Yuan only has 10 blocks of blood. If the boss is imitating Xu Yuan's actions, it should be how much blood Xu Yuan drops, and the boss loses as much blood. Obviously, Xu Yuan's HP is far inferior to the boss's HP. Logically speaking, Xu Yuan could not kill the boss no matter what. Because when the boss only dropped a little bit of HP, Xu Yuan should have lost his HP and died. No matter what the Big Orange thought, he felt that Xu Yuan could not kill the boss. Could it be that boss, you're stuck? Xu Yuan shook his head and said, it's not a bug, I just used a few tricks in the game. Indeed, when I first took out weapons such as the Dusk Scepter, the Drawing Sword, and the 3-shot bow, I failed to kill the boss. That's why the bosses you encounter have so many weapons. Everyone nodded, which is in line with common sense. So I later killed the boss with magma. Magma, everyone was stunned. When Xu Yuan told them how he used magma to kill the boss, everyone was depressed. Why didn't they come up with this solution? But even if you use my methods, it is useless, and the current him will no longer imitate the player's movements. Only the first player to encounter him, who imitates the action of it, can be killed with magma. Seeing Xu Yuan telling the boss as if he was talking about a proud work, Ahau asked curiously, boss, do you know what him means, and why is the boss called him? The monsters in my world are generally named according to their image, but the name of the him, the boss, made him completely puzzled. These current players, unlike Xu Yuan, who played Minecraft, do not know the meaning of the name him. I gave the boss's name, said Xu Yuanfeng lightly. No, boss, you can actually name the boss, exclaimed Ahau. Everyone was shocked by Xu Yuan's words. What is the name of the boss that he took? You can give the boss your favorite name, which is too good. Boss, tell me how you did it, asked Xiao interjected. Everyone was curious about what method Xu Yuan did it. Can you name the boss? Is Steve really not a GM? No, even more powerful than GM. Although the GMs in the game have high permissions, they are not constrained by the game company. It's not something GM can do whatever he wants. For example, the name of the boss in the game company will definitely not allow the GM to have the name casually. This can be seen from the simple name of the monster in the game. Game companies are still very conservative about monster names. Seeing that everyone wanted to know the answer, Xu Yuan finally stopped selling. Didn't I say monsters would imitate me? When I kill the boss, the system shows that I can give the monster a name. Everyone listened and suddenly said, so it is. Xu Yuan continued. The default name of the boss is the same as mine. I can't let the boss bear my name and name it him. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, everyone had an idea in their hearts. If the boss's name is Steve, it's fun. Thinking that if that were the case, each of them going to fight the final boss of the Twilight Forest was to brush Steve boss. That kind of scene is so fun. But the idea was immediately pressed by them. Because everyone remembered that they were abused by the boss 3 times on the Highland Tower. It is worthy of imitating the boss's boss, and the strength is just as terrifying. Everyone chatted for a while, and the Big Orange left Xu Yuan's room. They promised Ken that they would now go over and help with hell traffic. And Ken couldn't wait to run to Xu Yuan's room after listening to what the Big Orange said about him. Boss, it's really yours. Ken knew that Xu Yuan and the final boss of the Twilight Forest were inseparable. But he didn't expect that Xu Yuan was so perverted and completely reproduced a boss based on himself. I just happened to meet this boss, Xu Yuan said. When he first met him, he was also very surprised. That is, the boss, you, can get through the copy of the Twilight Forest so early, and you can also kill the final boss alone. Ken is a look of admiration. Xu Yuan is a real cow. Do you see that the other unions now are not all gathering a team of union elites, and they have not even seen the final boss of the Twilight Forest? Their block guild of their own elite squad, when they encountered the boss, they were actually destroyed by the group. This made Ken feel that Xu Yuan was much stronger than everyone. I just felt that Xu Yuan seemed to know everything, more than GM. Now it is found that Xu Yuan is fighting monsters, and it is not comparable to the so-called masters. When are you going to get this out of the way? Asked Ken. You and the Big Orange tell them, let's not disclose this news for the time being. Xu Yuan thought that it would be better not to say it for the time being. Okay, I'll remind them. Ken nodded. What Xu Yuan asked him to do, he would definitely do well. Thinking of the players who were still swiping the Twilight Forest quest, Ken was looking forward to the look on their faces when they met the final boss. That must taste sour, right? Meanwhile, World Channel has exploded because of the final boss of the Twilight Forest. Have you heard? The cube articulation will be destroyed by the final boss of the Twilight Forest. Doesn't it mean that there is no copy that Steve Guy can't get through? It wasn't Steve Boss who was destroyed, it was the Big Orange team of the Cube Guild. That shouldn't be. I know Big Orange, their elite squad is very powerful. The entire Huaxia players were shocked. They couldn't imagine that a copy of the Twilight Forest would deflated the Cube people. The Cube Man is a union personally established by the game's legendary boss Steve. In addition to Steve and Ken, there are many other big guys. Doesn't it mean that Steve has already cleared the Twilight Forest? Some players recalled the full server system broadcast that Xu Yuan saw when he cleared the Twilight Forest. Yes, that means that the people in the Big Orange squad are not as good as a Steve guy. Maybe Steve got a bug. Many people do not believe in this fact very much, and feel that Xu Yuan is not so powerful. They admit that Steve is not an ordinary person, but in terms of fighting monsters, can one person be more powerful than a team? If it's early days of the game and everyone is not familiar with the game, it is indeed possible. But now that everyone knows the game well, okay. There are always people talking about bugs. Does Steve need a bug? There are always people who feel incompetent and think that everyone is the same waste. For those who don't believe it, there are also many sane players who taunt them. Since the start of the game, Huaxia players have been amazed by Xu Yuan too many times. So that no matter what earth-shattering things Xu Yuan did now, everyone was not unusual. However, all the players are still very curious about how Xu Yuan cleared the Twilight Forest alone. When Xu Yuan cleared the customs before, everyone may be surprised and think that Xu Yuan is very strong. After experiencing the demise of the elite squad of the Cube Guild, people want to know the answer even more. You must know that the Cube people are a union personally established by Xu Yuan, and when Xu Yuan clears the Twilight Forest, will he tell his family about his experience? Although the chat was lively on the World Channel, due to Xu Yuan's orders, the people of the Big Orange team did not disclose this secret. The only one who still knows the news is Ken. Ken is now completely responsible for Xu Yuan, and naturally he will not spread the news indiscriminately. The people who have not been able to get answers for a long time are even more speculative about the final boss of the Twilight Forest. Some people still firmly believe that Xu Yuan relied on a bug to get the first kill of the final boss of the Twilight Forest. They strongly urged the authorities to intervene and punish Xu Yuan. Because the movement was too loud, the official had to issue a statement. After systematic verification, the game behavior of player Steve is completely normal, and there is no use of bugs to play improperly. As soon as this announcement came out, the players were even more boiling. Sure enough, Steve Guy, the game is always dripping God? With the official backing, those players who supported Xu Yuan finally fought back. We Steve Guys don't disdain gems. Some people are inferior and like to maliciously speculate on others. Who is Steve Guy? Don't clear the Twilight Forest too easy, okay. Those who questioned Xu Yuan did not dare to rise to the top now. The official has issued a statement, and they come out to question again. Isn't it looking for scolding? Seeing that the players who questioned Xu Yuan were all shrunken turtles, all the players felt comfortable in their hearts. In the hearts of most Chinese players, Steve represents the highest level of the game. When others question Steve Boss, they are questioning their faith. And Steve is such a good person, who shared valuable experience with players early in the game. Everyone has a scale in their hearts and knows who is talking nonsense with their eyes open. After the World Channel's questioning of Xu Yuan came to an end, the final boss of the Twilight Forest also let the entire Huaxia suit players know. Everyone began to speculate about the mystery of the boss again. Some say that the final boss is a large water snake with the magic of group damage. Xu Yuan alone and a group of people in the Big Orange team received the same damage when fighting the boss. So why did Xu Yuan clear the customs, and the Big Orange squad was destroyed? It is also said that the final boss is an undead creature. Xu Yuan has a damage bonus against undead creatures in order to kill the boss alone. In short, all sorts of speculations came out. This also makes the existence of the boss even more confusing. People are curious creatures, and the more they don't know what the final boss is, the more people want to know the answer. As a result, many players who knew the members of the Cube Guild went to inquire about the truth. However, many people in Xu Yuan's union do not know what the final boss is. Everyone did not dare to disturb Xu Yuan, nor did they dare to ask Ken Boss. Then, someone went to pestering the Big Orange team and asked. Annoyed by being asked, Big Orange said the boss's name, appearance, weapons, and the process of fighting the boss. Anyway, they didn't mention the secret revealed by Xu Yuan. What they can say, when people from other unions encounter the boss, they can naturally find out. Players got even more excited to get the answer. That night, a post titled about the origin of Steve Boss and the final boss of the Twilight Forest appeared on the forum. The owner of the post claimed to have broken into the inside of the Big Orange team and obtained the most authentic information. This made players very interested and entered his post to leave comments. Just all of a sudden, this post was liked as a hot post. According to the information obtained, from the appearance of the boss, it is almost exactly the same as Steve's big guy. As soon as they saw this end, countless players exploded. What does it mean that the boss is exactly the same as Steve's boss? Everyone left messages on the floor. Could it be that the boss is Steve's own son? What? The player is out of the breeding system. I read less, don't lie to me, doghead.jpg. Below this floor, the owner posted various data of the final boss of the Twilight Forest. Boss name him. Boss HP, 5000. Weapons held by the boss, Omen Drawing Sword, Shield Scepter, Dusk Scepter, 3-shot bow, Tracking bow, Ice bow. Boss attribute, Flame, all weapons come with fire effect. Boss reaction speed, 0.5 seconds. This shocked the players. This boss has really many weapons? The amount of health of this boss is sure that one person can empty it. The boss is a player, right? Front, your shampoo, I'm ready. No wonder the big orange team is extinguished. This wave does not complain about them. Hiss, in this case, Steve can kill the boss alone is really strong. The attributes of the boss stunned all the players who saw it. This boss is not only bloody, but also has various weapons, which is completely a humanoid heavy tank. Such a powerful boss was killed by Xu Yuan alone. Countless players were curious about how Xu Yuan did it. It's worthy of Steve's big guy. Let your boss be fancy and whistle, and when you meet me, you will give away people's heads. Is there any boss that Steve can't beat? I'm more curious, how did Steve get there? Under the thousands of discussions, the landlord of the post sent out new content. What's new is speculation about this boss. From what I've heard about the battles, the bosses behave really like the players. For example, ordinary monsters don't know how to switch weapons to make the attack effect fit perfectly. But him, not only knows ranged and progression weapon choices, but even knows how to use ice bows to slow down melee players. As soon as these words came out, all the players were taken aback. Aren't the monsters in my world very woody? Are there really monsters with the same operation and skill as the player? No, how can such a boss fight? The player's original strength over monsters lies in the operation and skill, which shows that the final boss of the Twilight Forest is really terrifying. It looks like the other unions are going to be fruitless in the Twilight Forest. Knowing the power of the boss, all the players felt desperate. Such a boss can only be defeated unless dozens of players team up, right? Him, which is also the boss of the Twilight Forest, is not a wild monster, not that you can fight if you want. If you can't brush a copy of the Twilight Forest, you won't even have a chance to meet the boss. After a while, the owner of the post updated his guess. I found that the weapons used by the boss are also owned by Steve Boss, plus the appearance and anthropomorphic behavior of the boss. So, I guess this boss is a copy of Steve Boss. A replica of Steve Guy? As soon as this conclusion came out, the jaws of all the players dropped in shock. It's so magical, but if you think about it, it seems to be true. If you say that the appearance is similar or accidental, what can you say about the boss's weapons and behavior? Most importantly, the name him is completely different from the style of game companies. Everyone suspected that this might be the name chosen by Steve himself. Of course, this is just a suspicion, but it has also become the news of the explosion of the entire forum. Steve Boss actually created a boss of his own in the game? The impact of this news on everyone was too great. Probably I'm playing a game with Steve Boss, right? It feels like people are playing Steve's world and we're playing someone else's world's world. It's not certain, it's just everyone's guess. I estimate that 8 or 9 is not far from 10, and now I will send Steve's words. Creating a boss is exciting to think about. Okay, creating a boss has nothing to do with us, let's wash and sleep. And when the entire forum and world channel were talking about Steve, Xu Yuan was as calm as ever. Often in the focus of conversation among players, he has long been used to it. The main city is basically all members of the Block Guild. They all know Xu Yuan's personality. They will not ask casually, and Xu Yuan is happy and quiet. At this time, Ken walked into his room and said with a smile, "Boss, have you read the forum?" "Not yet. What happened?" "Someone guessed on the forum that the boss was your clone, and now everyone is curious about how you did it." "Did they guess this?" Xu Yuan frowned. He didn't expect the player's insight to be so keen, but he didn't really care about it. After all, he never planned to hide the existence of him, and it didn't matter if the player knew it. He's looking forward to seeing how fun it will be for players to experience the horror of him firsthand when they face him. The two chatted about the forum for a while, and then Ken asked, "Boss, which boss are you going to kill next?" "Don't rush to take the first kill, I have more important things to do." Xu Yuan remembered the brush monster towers of many jungle dinosaurs he had built, and it was time to brush a wave of ant fat. What could be more important than the first kill? Ken is a little puzzled. Now the first kill of the European boss can drop the legend. If you delay your efforts and let the first kill be taken by players from other unions, you will lose a lot. Even the coordinates of the treasure in the neon area, Xu Yuan let people let go because of the first kill in Europe. What else is important that you are not even in a hurry to take the first kill? You'll find out later. Xu Yuan sent Ken to get hell traffic, and then went to the monster tower of the dinosaur ant to get ant fat. He now has 50 W of credibility, plus the ant fat obtained is almost 100 W. You can already go to the nest of jungle dinosaurs to increase your reputation and get the favor of the queen of dinosaurs. This made him happy, and he had been looking forward to what would change qualitatively after receiving the favor of the dire ant queen. He took all the ant fat and left the main city. Due to the final boss of the Twilight Forest, Xu Yuan was on fire, and he was careful along the way, for fear of being seen by the players. Fortunately, he is not very well known on the European continent. In addition, he has always been very careful, and there are very few people who choose the route, but he has not been discovered by the players. Xu Yuan searched for a while, and finally found a nest of jungle dinosaurs. There are two species of dinosaurs on the continent, the yellow desert dinosaur ant and the green jungle dinosaur ant. The reputation value of the two dinosaur ants is separated, and the credibility of the Xu Yuan desert dinosaur ant is less than 10W, and now it can only attack the jungle dinosaur ant. After finding the nest of the jungle dinosaur, he walked over as if he were walking. Because the reputation value is 50W, he has already gained the trust of the dinosaurs. For dinosaur laborers, dinosaur sergeants, and dinosaur scouts hiding in various locations near the nest, they were already familiar with his taste and considered him their own. Subsequently, Xu Yuan started the long and boring work, brushing reputation points. He quickly dropped the ant fat one by one, and the nearby dinosaur laborers also picked them up one by one. His reputation value continued to rise, and it eventually took most of the day to reach 100W points. Reputation value with jungle dinosaurs reaches 1 million. Get the favor of the Queen of Fears. Dire Ant Empress's favor LV1, you can gain control of up to 50 dinosaur ants. Reputation value up to 5 million can be upgraded LV2. After seeing the pop-up system message, Xu Yuan was broken. After receiving the favor of the Dire Ant Queen, players can have control over some of the dire ants. He knew that this ability was very heaven-defying. Let's ask, after having control over the dinosaur ant, can you grab him in the future? This is an even more powerful ability than the zombie scepter. After all, the zombies summoned by the zombie scepter have many limitations, and even have to be limited by time. But these dinosaurs are different, they are living creatures. This is equivalent to him having his own biological army on the European continent. He tried to use his newfound abilities to control several dinosaur workers nearby. Then he noticed that several dinosaur workers suddenly stopped moving. Xu Yuan knew that this was because they were now being controlled by themselves. He began to control the dinosaurs to spin around in place, and then let them stroke the trees. The controlled dinosaur workers all did as ordered. This made Xu Yuan quite satisfied, and it could be said that he could now walk sideways on the European continent alone. After experimenting for a while, he lifted control over several dinosaur workers. They are back to their original state and continue to work. Xu Yuan walked into the dinosaur ant nest, and then came to the room of the Dire Ant Queen. He found that the dinosaurs trusted themselves more. Seeing him, the Dire Ant Empress was no longer as vigilant as before. Those Dire Ant royal families were also busy and turned a blind eye to his appearance. This made Xu Yuan look forward to the scenario of a reputation value of 100 million. The jungle Dire Ant Empress's sincerity means that he can control all the dinosaurs on the entire European continent. When the time comes, he alone will be able to sweep all the unions in Europe. At this moment, a message popped up. Dream, boss, when are we going to get the first kill of the new boss? During this time, after Dream and the others followed Xu Yuan to take the first kill of the chicken snake, they did not kill new monsters. Dream saw that Xu Yuan had no news, so he couldn't help but send a message and asked, "Soon, you guys wait for me to come back." Xu Yuan then remembered that he was busy with the fear ant and forgot to tell them about the BD. Because it took so much time to put ant fat into it, he didn't find it for most of the day. Okay, boss, let's fight the first kill of the boss next. Because there are still many monsters in Europe who have not received the first kill, Dream is curious about what Xu Yuan's next plan is. It depends, I'll talk more about it when I get back. After ending his contact with Dream, Xu Yuan decided to return to the main city. After thinking about it, he controlled dozens of dire ant sergeants. There is no need to hide the matter of gaining control of the dinosaur ant. Unless he does not use it, the players in the full server will know sooner or later. Then, there was such a scene. He walked alone in front, followed by a group of dinosaurs. Such a picture was discovered by nearby players when Xu Yuan was close to the main city. Seeing the chicken snake, those European players who did not know why they followed understood what Xu Yuan was going to do. This is to brush monsters with dinosaurs? They were all surprised, and it would be terrifying to say that. In the crowd, there are quite a few union members like Gamer. Seeing this, they quickly passed the news back. At this time, Xu Yuan had already begun to control the dire ant sergeant and the chicken snake to fight. The special ability of the chicken snake is to add a debuff to everyone you see, and then control the player to fight for it. Everyone is very clear, so they are far away. Now in front of the chicken snake is only a group of dinosaur ants. The chicken snake's ability can only be used against dinosaur ants that are also monsters. But the number of dinosaur ants is too large to control one at all. Each dire ant sergeant has an attack power of 6 points, which is not very high. However, because of their numerical superiority, hitting the chicken snake still hurts. The block that can attack the chicken snake is 8 tiles, and since one dinosaur ant is controlled, there are actually 7 dinosaur ants at the same time to attack effectively. The dinosaur sergeant controlled by Xu Yuan completely ignored the companion being controlled, and only cared about attacking the chicken snake. So after one round, you can knock out the chicken snake 42 HP points. The onlookers exclaimed, their eyes were blazing. 42 HP doesn't seem like much, but it's a dire ant? For players who control dinosaurs, it is equivalent to fighting monsters without injury. Everyone usually fights monsters, and they are very careful one by one, for fear of being killed by monsters. Seeing that Xu Yuan could be motionless and could control the dinosaur ants to fight monsters, he was naturally very envious. But most players are envious, they know they don't have that ability. But many members of the union did not think so, and under the orders of their respective presidents, they secretly inquired about the methods of controlling the dinosaurs. Just 5 minutes passed, and the chicken snake was killed by a group of dinosaur ants. Xu Yuan couldn't help but think of a sentence, ants bite dead elephants. Even the chicken snake of the trade union elite team led by him almost overturned was easily solved by this group of dinosaurs. On top of the corpse of the chicken snake, a chicken snake eye was dropped. He walked over and picked it up to check. Because it was not the first kill, he would not directly drop the chicken snake scepter again. The subsequent chicken snake scepter requires the player to use the chicken snake eye to synthesize, and what he gets is only an ordinary quality weapon. The scene of killing the chicken snake makes all the players of the Block Guild happy. With these dinosaurs fighting monsters, wouldn't it be easy for them to take the first kill of other monsters? Other European players are envious, and they really want to join the Cube Guild. But the Cube people are a union created by Steve after all, and there are still no low requirements for the players' level. Many players, who are not technically good, know that they can't join the Cube Man, so they can only envy on the sidelines. Those players who had joined other unions left here after passing the news to their respective guild leaders. Those guild leaders who knew that Xu Yuan controlled the dinosaur ants and easily killed the chicken snake were very worried. The first kill on the European continent, except for the dinosaur ant, which was taken by Gamer, the others seem to be pocketed by the Cube people. Now that Xu Yuan has controlled so many dinosaur ants, it is even more like a tiger. What else do they, these unions, fight with the Cube people? Looking at the excited trade union people, Xu Yuan did not feel that he was already invincible in the world. The reason why the chicken snake looks easy to kill is because its special ability is just restrained by a group of dinosaurs, so it seems useless. If the players play against each other and are controlled, it will be difficult to handle. Moreover, players are not like dinosaurs, who only know how to attack, not dodge. It was just in the process of beating the chicken snake that the dinosaur ants he controlled were killed by the chicken snake or so. Fortunately, it was the fear ant with thick blood that resisted abruptly. If you change to an ordinary player, you will be emptied by the chicken snake in just a few strokes. Boss, can these dinosaur ants regenerate after hanging? Looking at the almost 40 dinosaurs left, Dream asked worriedly. If the dinosaur ant dies, it seems that the ability to control is not very strong. Xu Yuan replied with a smile, it's okay, just hang up and control the new dinosaur ants. Boss, you mean you can control it infinitely? Dream's eyes lit up. If that's the case, this skill is against the sky. It is equivalent to saying that there will always be a pair of bodyguards beside Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan nodded, and then said, yes, it's just that at the moment I can only control up to 50 dinosaur ants. When my reputation reaches 500W, the number of dinosaurs under control can be increased. More control, everyone couldn't believe it. That's right, my current Empress's favor is only LV1, not only can I upgrade LV2, I estimate that I can also upgrade LV3, LV4, and LV5. Xu Yuan disagreed, except for him, no one had tried how difficult it was to brush the reputation value. You know, killing a dinosaur ant only drops how many ant fats? Even if he has a brush tower, it took a long time to brush to 100W reputation value. He even felt that it was too much of a loss to brush so many reputation points to control only 50 dinosaur ants. If it weren't for the Empress's favor to be upgraded, he would even feel that this reward was a bit pitted. However, fortunately, the Empress's favor has room for escalation. This also gave him another incentive to brush up on the credibility value of 100 million. Seeing that everyone had seen the desired result, Bad asked, boss, shall we go back? No, since they all came out, it's too much of a waste of time to go back like this. Xu Yuan shook his head. So what are we going to do next? Go get the first kill of the cannibal demon. Xu Yuan let most of the union members go back, leaving only Dream, Spa, Geo, and Dad. Although it is a sure thing to have a fear ant fighting monsters, but just in case, he still brings the main force to fight monsters. With a few people, Xu Yuan held his chin and thought about where to go to find the cannibal demon. Man-eaters can usually be found in forests, hills, or caves in icy biota. At the moment, no other union has ever hit it. Because when everyone first encountered these monsters, they rushed up with great interest, wanting to take advantage of the fact that others did not find out and take the first kill. As a result, reality called them human, and these monsters were more fierce than the other. The players were all abused to the point of decoration, and their courage became smaller. Later, players rarely provoked monsters in the wild, resulting in no information about fighting man-eating monsters so far. The reason why Xu Yuan wanted to fight the cannibal demon was because he remembered that in the mod of A Song of Ice and Fire, the cannibal axe attack it dropped was very high, and if he can get the first kill of the ogre, the dropped legendary weapon attack will definitely be higher. This is good for his current situation. They are gilded, and now they lack such a big killer. However, Xu Yuan knew that the powerful monsters of the European continent all had special abilities. This is also the reason why so far in addition to their block guild, only the Gamer Union has won a first kill. Often monsters possess special abilities that are too terrifying for players. Not knowing the special ability of the cannibal demon is a big hidden danger for Xu Yuan. As soon as he thought that he still had about 40 dinosaur ants here, plus the 4 of Dream, he thought it should be fine. When there were no dinosaurs before, in the face of those monsters, didn't he succeed in killing? Now with the protection of dinosaur ants, he thinks he has more confidence. He thought that near the map of this vast jungle, there happened to be a hill. So, Xu Yuan waved his hand and led several people from the Union to the hilly area. They were lucky, and after searching for a while in the hilly area, they found a man-eating demon. Mountain cannibal? It has gray skin, yellow eyes, and a brown belt around its waist. When they saw this big fellow, everyone knew that there was a tough battle to be fought. Xu Yuan was about to control the dinosaur ant, but he didn't expect to be stopped by Dream. "Boss, leave this monster to us," said Dream. Xu Yuan looked at Dream, not understanding what the other party was going to do. His original plan was to let the dinosaur ants resist damage in front of the monster, and he and several people used bows and arrows to output remotely. In this way, the efficiency of fighting monsters is higher. He estimated that if nothing else, it would only take 3 minutes to take down the cannibal demon. But looking at the meaning of Dream and Bat and others, it seems that he does not need to make a move. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. Spot touched the back of his head a little embarrassed, and then said, "Boss, this monster we want to fight ourselves, you just rest on the side. Don't you need me to control the dinosaur ants to help?" Xu Yuan had no idea which play they were going to play. Yes, the brothers all want to rely on their own strength to take down the monster's first kill. Gio said. In fact, everyone was excited at the beginning when they knew that Xu Yuan could control the dinosaur ants. Being able to control a large swarm of dinosaur ants, their cubes will be even more powerful on the European continent. But after thinking about it, everyone began to panic again. If fighting monsters only requires dinosaur ants, then what should these so-called masters do? You don't always stay in the main city to retire, right? Once Xu Yuan didn't need them at all, would he have to abandon them? They can't be blamed for this, it's really Steve's name that is too loud in the game. Everyone knew that Xu Yuan's ability exceeded everyone too much. Dream and others have actually been working hard, but they are afraid that one day they will not be able to keep up with the pace of their boss. Therefore, they must prove their worth in front of Xu Yuan. Prove that they are much more reliable than dinosaurs? Well, you guys fight the cannibal first, and I'll give you a sweep in the back. Xu Yuan naturally agreed to the request of the Dream 4. Since everyone wants to fight the cannibal monster by themselves, then he will fulfill their wishes. Actually, this is Dream they think badly. The dinosaur ants controlled by Xu Yuan can basically only fight on the European continent. Because the dinosaur ant is originally a monster in the Song of Ice and Fire mod, it is not suitable for long-term survival on other continents. So Dream's worries are superfluous. If Xu Yuan left Europe, it would be difficult to control the dinosaurs all the time to fight for themselves. At the moment, in my world, only the Asian plate and the European plate are open. Xu Yuan has also been looking forward to the content opened up by other continents. So what kind of mod is it on the American continent and the African continent? Everyone didn't need to worry at all that Xu Yuan would leave them behind and play with themselves alone. When developing the new world, Xu Yuan still needed their strength. After seeing Xu Yuan motionless in the distance, Dream led several people to step up and walk towards the cannibal demon. A battle is about to begin. The cannibal is a hostile monster that attacks them as soon as they spot Dream coming. For its attack, everyone expected it. Fortunately, the cannibal demon's movements are really unfast, and everyone can easily avoid its attacks. Then, the crowd began to take out their weapons and began to fight back. The amount of health of the cannibal demon is unsurprisingly 1,500 points, which is acceptable to everyone. None of the special monsters in the entire European continent have low HP. Even the dinosaur ants controlled by Xu Yuan have as much as 500 HP points. After one round of attacks, they easily defeated the ogre with 40 blood. This gave everyone confidence that this monster was still easy to fight. However, they did not take it lightly. After all, it was something they all knew that monsters had special abilities. Although the first round of battles went well, it wasn't always so lucky. When the ogre launches its second attack, Geo is hit by its giant axe because it is not in a hurry to dodge. Just an axe directly hit the blood volume of Geo to the end. Only 2 blocks of residual blood remained. Seeing the monster's high damage, everyone exclaimed. If it weren't for Geo wearing armor, it would be a second kill. It only takes one blow to deal such damage, without any other effect. Everyone be careful, you can't be hit by the boss. Seeing this situation, Dream quickly told everyone to be careful. Both Bat and Spa nodded, and everyone's expressions became solemn. Sure enough, this monster is not that simple. I originally thought that this monster was not moving fast, as if there was nothing special, but I didn't expect that the damage was so high. Geo was also unlucky when he was hit, because he felt that the speed of the ogre was not fast, and everyone despised this monster. I feel like it's okay even if I'm hit by it. Anyway, the speed of this monster is so slow, it is enough to return blood once it is hit. As a result, I never expected that this monster would cripple Geo with one blow and almost fell off in seconds. Not giving them the slightest bit of time to deal with it is very simple and rude. Xu Yuan said in secret, he should have told everyone to be careful of the giant axe of the cannibal demon. The man-eating axe has 16 attack power in Minecraft's Song of Ice and Fire mod. In my world, as a legendary weapon, the damage is naturally higher. The monsters in the game are not the same as the weapons used by the player. For example, this cannibal axe, in the hands of the cannibal demon, an axe down can almost kill a player in seconds. But the cannibal axe that the player gets, if not a legendary weapon, may be an ordinary weapon with an attack power of 16. And he remembered the cannibal axe, which had a 4-second CD. After the first use, it needs to cool down for 4 seconds, during which the damage of the second attack is 0. This information is currently unknown to Dream and Bad. Naturally, he would not hide it, and immediately told them, Dream, you guys watch out for the ogre's big axe, you need to attack every 4 seconds. Got it, boss. Dream answered, then continued to join the fight. After knowing the weakness of the monster weapon, everyone's hearts were a little more relaxed. Just now, the cannibal demon almost dropped the Geo with an axe, which really gave them too much shock. Now that we know the shortcomings of the monster, everyone can also say that they have laughed again. Cannibals have a total of 1,500 blood, and each round of their attack is 40 blood. In this way, as long as you continue to attack for more than 30 rounds, you can take down the man-eating demon. Then don't be afraid. How powerful is the cannibal demon's axe? It doesn't take 4 seconds to attack once. As long as everyone pays attention, it is actually difficult to be hit by the cannibal demon, its attack speed is not fast, and it is quite easy to hide. In this way, they will make a mistake at most once or twice, and if they are crippled by the cannibal demon a few times, they can easily get the first kill. Anyway, they are all wearing armor, and they can't be dropped by the giant axe in seconds. That being said, they all know that it's certainly not that simple. Cannibals can't only have the characteristic of high attack. If the cannibal monster's attack speed is fast, everyone may be relieved. But the monster's attack speed is obviously a shortcoming, and it is difficult for them not to suspect that the cannibal has any hidden special abilities. Sure enough, as everyone prepared to carry out the third round of attacks, the ogre unleashed a special ability. I saw that the cannibal demon's right foot stomped hard, and the entire ground produced a powerful shock. It was as if there had been a small earthquake. Then, Dream, they felt like they couldn't move at all. In the distance, the spa found that his arm could not be lifted. He originally wanted to draw a bow and shoot arrows, but now he could only look at the weapon in his hand and stare dryly. The 3 people near the cannibal are even more sad. They had watched the ogre activate special abilities and were ready to distance themselves to dodge. As a result, there was no effort to act. It's as if their feet are stuck with glue and can't even lift them. This ability of the cannibal surprised everyone. Especially Geo, who recovered from eating a steak, is now only 3 blocks of blood. As long as the ogre continues to attack him once, then he will be seconded. Sure enough, monsters are usually very single-minded. The cannibal wields a giant axe and strikes another blow at Geo. Yuri dead. Watching Geo being dropped by the cannibal demon in seconds, everyone's eyes were dumbfounded. Geo's technology is very powerful, so easy to hang? Everyone didn't react for a while. Dream, in particular, felt very guilty in his heart. Just now, he proposed to Xu Yuan that he didn't need the other party to make a move. But what about the cannibal monsters? Before he could knock out the monster's HP, his teammate was dropped by 1 in seconds. Looking at the depressed people, Xu Yuan said, everyone doesn't know about the special abilities of cannibals, and it's normal to make mistakes. That's why I thought about controlling the dinosaur ants to fight, and with the dinosaur ants to resist damage. Basically the monsters have any special abilities, and they are all used on them. Xu Yuan is telling the truth, Dream, their technology is already very good. If you change to other union members, in the face of these monsters with perverted strength, you will be destroyed if you are not careful. At this time, Geo was also resurrected. Because they are cannibals they encounter in the wild, not in copies, there are no restrictions. As soon as Geo was resurrected, he immediately rushed here and sent a message to Xu Yuan. Boss, I'm sorry, I just made a mistake. It's okay, come over quickly, I'm ready to fight monsters with dinosaurs. Xu Yuan naturally didn't blame him. Facing the special skill of the cannibal demon, he knew that no player could dodge it. I'll be right over. Cutting off contact with Geo, Xu Yuan began to control the dinosaur sergeant to fight. Dream, on the other hand, immediately distanced himself from the cannibal to prevent attracting the hatred of the cannibal. As soon as the sergeant entered the ogre's side, he instantly attacked. -3. Although the damage of the dire ant sergeant is average, the victory is in the number. A group of dinosaurs attacked down, and the damage caused was similar to the damage of several dream people combined. If it weren't for the fact that many dinosaur ants were too far away to join the battle at all, the cannibal demon would have lost blood faster. Everyone take out their bows and arrows for long-range attacks, Xu Yuan said, and took out the 3-shot bow. The 3-shot bow can fire 3 arrows at a time, which is quite powerful among the ranged weapons he has. Dream also quickly took out their respective bows and arrows. Although their bows and arrows are not as good as Xu Yuan's, their attack power is still considerable. Xu Yuan pulled the bowstring, and then shot the arrow. 3 arrows hit the ogre and instantly knocked out 30 of its blood. Seeing this injury, Xu Yuan was a little dissatisfied in his heart. The damage from his 3-shot bow, combined with the accompanying fire effect, is supposed to hit 80 damage. But now it only hits less than half of the damage, and it seems that the armor of the man-eating demon is very high. Seeing this, others also took up bows and arrows to attack. In this way, plus the damage caused by the dinosaur ants, a total of almost 100 damage was caused to the cannibal demon in one round. Dream, Bad, and Spa were envious when they saw the damage Xu Yuan played. The damage that the boss plays alone is almost the same as that of 3 people. Seeing their envious eyes, Xu Yuan said with a smile, "If you want a 3-shot bout, I'll let you brush the copy of the Twilight Forest another day." When Dream and the others thought of the final boss of the Twilight Forest, their eyes were full of fear. They don't want to be abused by the boss like the people of the Big Orange team. Xu Yuan and their side said and laughed again, occasionally shooting arrows to attack. It was not easy. The cannibal demon is constantly wielding a giant axe to hack and kill the dinosaur ants. The dire ant sergeant's HP is enough to have 500, even with the attack power of the man-eating monster giant axe, it needs to be cut 5 times to kill. Coupled with the 4-second cooldown of the man-eating axe, it can kill a dinosaur ant in almost 20 seconds. Although it looks like the speed is still quite fast, Xu Yuan and they fight monsters faster. When the cannibal demon killed the first dire ant, Xu Yuan and several people had already attacked it for 5 rounds. A full 1500 HP, in less than half a minute, a third was knocked out. If it weren't for the cannibal monster's use of special abilities from time to time, causing them to lose their short-lived mobility, the damage caused would be even higher. In this regard, the 3 of Dream said that the dinosaur ant is too easy to use. Originally, the dinosaur ant was already a creature with a thick blood volume, and the number controlled by Xu Yuan was still more. With comprehensive strength, the combat power of a group of dinosaur ants is definitely much stronger than other individual monsters. The special ability of the ogre, if it is facing ordinary players, it is a special move. With an axe, you can almost kill a player in seconds, and with the shock skill, it is simply seamless to work with. But it met the dinosaurs, as if it had met a nemesis. With an axe down, the fear ant only lost 1/5 of its blood. A few more times, the dinosaur ants can fully hold it. Even if the cannibal demon spends a long time killing a dinosaur ant, and then a new top comes, there is no panic at all. This kind of monster fighting operation made Dream on the side look straight in the eyes. They now have to admit that fighting monsters with dinosaur ants is really much more efficient than them. At this time, the resurrected Geo also rushed over. After he picked up his equipment, he also joined the ranks of monster fighters. The blood of the cannibal demon fell faster and faster, more and more. Seeing the cannibal demon who was easily defeated with most of his blood, Xu Yuan didn't even feel real. Although it has never been difficult for him to take the first kill, it is also too easy. He always had a feeling of being unreal, and so did the Dream people. However, they didn't have time to think about it, because the monster's HP soon reached 1/10. The cannibal has begun to go berserk. I saw the cannibal demon roaring up to the sky and letting out a huge howl. Xu Yuan and the others felt that their ears were about to be deaf. Then they found out that when they attacked the monster, it didn't lose blood. Bad said suspiciously, "Do you see if the cannibal demon's blood is locked? Wouldn't you? How do you fight?" Spa looked at the rampaging monster in disbelief. It is clear that the blood of the cannibal demon has been worn off by 9 times, and now it is actually immune to their damage. How the hell can such a monster be killed? At this time, Geo spoke up, "You guys look at the cannibal demon's blood bar." Everyone looked up and found that a grey blood bar full of blood appeared on the monster's blood bar. It was the first time that everyone saw this color of blood, and they were puzzled. "The cannibal demon's blood is full," guessed Dream. "It doesn't look like it, right? This grey blood bar doesn't seem to be able to be beaten." Bad continues to attack the monster, but the monster's health bar is still full. It's not that we can't beat it, but at the same time that we knock out a little amount of blood, the grey blood bar instantly recovers. Xu Yuan discovered the strangeness. "Doesn't that mean this monster can't be killed at all?" said Bad. Dream felt powerless in their hearts. How can such a monster fight? Xu Yuan was still calm. He knew that there were no monsters in the game that could not be killed. So he spoke, "This may be the second special ability of the cannibal demon." Second special ability. Everyone was shocked when they heard Xu Yuan's words. They didn't expect that this seemingly bulky cannibal demon was so powerful. That's right, the cannibal is just a common monster on the European continent. If the cannibal demon really can't be killed, then at least it is a big boss level existence. Xu Yuan sensibly analyzed the monster. The monsters in the Song of Ice and Fire mod are indeed much stronger than ordinary monsters. However, at most, it can only be said to be comparable to ordinary small bosses. But it's still a lot worse than the final boss of the Twilight Forest. As for the ability to be undead, not even him, and the cannibal cannot be truly undead. Listening to Xu Yuan's analysis, Dream and the others also nodded. They felt that Xu Yuan had a point, and the cannibal demon could not be an unsolvable monster. If the cannibal really can't be killed, then for the game company, it is a design error. Monsters that can't be killed, players still play a fart? But even so, everyone still finds it difficult to entangle the cannibal monster. 2 special abilities that are really strong. They couldn't think of a way to deal with it for a while. However, everyone still continued to attack the cannibal demon. Anyway, if you don't attack, you will definitely not be able to kill it. At this moment, Bad exclaimed, "Look at it. The amount of blood of the dinosaur ants around the cannibal demon has dropped a lot." Hearing this, everyone looked towards the cannibal demon. Sure enough, those few dinosaur ants that were close lost most of their blood volume and were about to die. Looking at it like this, it was as if their attacks on the cannibal demon were all transferred to the dinosaur ants. The second ability of the cannibal demon is afraid that it can transfer the damage received. Xu Yuan immediately made a decision and said his thoughts. Dream, when they think about it, it is. They saw the cannibal's grey blood bar, but it was not actually a real blood bar. Rather, it resembles the presence of a shield that counteracts the damage it receives. Then, all damage taken by the ogre is transferred to the target affected by its special ability. Naturally, those dinosaur ants near it have become containers for transferring damage. Seeing this ability of the cannibal demon, everyone gasped. This ability is really perverted. If it weren't for seeing Xu Yuan's calm face, Dream might have been ready to give up this first kill. At this moment, the CD of the cannibal giant axe is also good. Then it slashed an axe at the nearest dire sergeant. In an instant, this bloody dinosaur ant was killed. Xu Yuan found that after the dinosaur ant was killed, the cannibal demon's blood volume also recovered to about 100 points. Could it be that in the case of special abilities, the damage caused by the cannibal will restore its own health? He quickly controlled the dinosaurs away from the cannibals. However, after being locked by the monster will follow the target. So Xu Yuan still let the dinosaur ant locked by the cannibal demon stay. The attack of the crowd hit the cannibal demon, and due to the transfer of damage, the only dire ant left was killed. At this moment, there are no other creatures around the monster. Look, the cannibal grey blood bar is gone, said Geo quickly, pointing at the monster. Everyone looked at it, and it really was. The current man-eating demon has changed to that state of residual blood. Because the last to attack it was the spa, after the death of the dinosaur and it attacked, it transferred its hatred to the spa. The ogre took huge steps and slowly approached the spa. It seems that keeping your distance from the ogre will not trigger its second special ability. Xu Yuan discovered the man-eating demon's weakness. But it also has the first special ability, and it's hard for us to distance ourselves from it. Dream voiced his concerns. The others nodded as well, and Dream was right. The cannibal's first concussive ability will temporarily incapacitate them. During this time, the monsters are able to catch up with them. Seeing the sad faces of several people, Xu Yuan had a guess, so he said, I have a way to try. What way? Asked Bad, curiously. Several people really wanted to know what other way Xu Yuan could deal with the cannibal demon. Have you forgotten that I control the dire ant royal clan? Said Xu Yuan with a smile. The dinosaur ant sergeant can't do it. If you change the dinosaur ant royal family, you can kill the man-eating demon. Dream is a little puzzled. Is there something else about the dire ant royal clan? Others echoed, Boss, tell me about your plan. Looking at everyone's curious baby's appearance, Xu Yuan did not sell it. He said, you should know that the dinosaur royal family has wings and can fly. I Quit the Ogre is a land monster capable of unleashing special abilities that transfer damage, mainly against land creatures. Hearing Xu Yuan's analysis, Spa patted his head and said, I see, boss, you mean that the cannibal demon will be restrained by the dinosaur royal family. It's just my guess, I don't know if it's going to work. Xu Yuan did not pack a ticket. After all, the special ability of the cannibal demon was beyond his expectation. He is only making the most reasonable guesses based on the information he has gathered. But Dream feels that Xu Yuan's speculation is very reasonable, and it is likely to be correct. As we all know, it is impossible for the official to set up a really unsolvable monster. After the seemingly powerful ability of the cannibal demon, it must have a fatal flaw. They tried ant-sea tactics and long-range attacks, but none of them worked. Then the remaining possibility is to carry out air tactics. They agreed. Boss, try it, said Geo. Yes, I think your approach is probably right, boss. Bad nodded sharply. Seeing that everyone supported his conjecture, Xu Yuan said, okay, you guys resist the cannibal attack first, I'll be back soon. Don't worry, boss. Saying that, Xu Yuan controlled the remaining dinosaurs to leave here. He wanted these remaining dire sergeants to help Dream fight them. But after leaving a certain distance, the dinosaur ant will no longer be under his control. Moreover, the dinosaurs are only very close to him, but different to other people. He didn't know if these dinosaurs would attack Dream in turn once he lost control. After all, the dinosaur ant is a hostile, active-aggressive creature. He can't guarantee that the dinosaurs will always fight the cannibal monsters instead of attacking the players. So the safest way is to take away these dinosaurs. In this way, although Dream they face great risks against cannibals. But there is no way around it. Xu Yuan soon came to the previous dire ant nest. The dinosaur sergeant, who was originally controlled by him, returned to his lair because he released his control, and continued to perform his duties. And he entered the nest and quickly controlled dozens of dinosaur royal families. His speed is fast, and he is afraid that if he slows down, Dream will not be able to hold on. After gaining control of the dinosaur royal family, he immediately left the dinosaur ant nest. A group of dinosaur royal clans flew densely in the air, following his footsteps towards the direction of the cannibal demon. On Dream's side, because of Xu Yuan's departure, it was caught in a bitter battle. In just a few minutes, they were almost all bloody. Only Spa maintains a full HP volume because it has been using bows and arrows for long-range attacks. Dream, Bad, and Geo come up with melee weapons and roam around the monsters. No way, the cannibal has the ability to concuss, there is no way to fly a kite. If everyone takes long-range weapons, they can only be killed by the cannibal monsters one by one. But there is no way to let only one or two people pull monsters. After all, the cannibal demon is a residual blood when he comes down with an axe, and they have no room to resist at all. However, several people in Dream know that they are almost unable to support themselves. It won't be long before they may be wiped out by the cannibal group. Finally, in desperation, Xu Yuan arrived. Everyone, put your distance from the cannibal demon. Xu Yuan gave an order, and then immediately controlled the dinosaur royal family to attack the man-eating demon. As soon as the dream people heard Xu Yuan's order, they left and retreated into the distance. The hatred of the ogre was originally on bad, and it saw its prey fleeing and naturally wanted to catch up. At this moment, the dinosaur royal family flew to its side and immediately attacked it, instantly diverted the hatred of the monster. 5. The damage caused by the dire ant royal clan is obviously higher than that of the dire ant sergeant, and each attack causes 5 damage to the man-eating demon. After so many attacks, the cannibal demon's HP immediately dropped by more than 100 points. You know, plus the amount of blood absorbed in Dream, the cannibal demon's current life is only 400 points. After one round of attacks, the cannibal demon's HP became more than 200 points. Coupled with the long-range attacks of Xu Yuan and several people, it soon entered a state of rage again. However, this time the cannibal demon entered a furious state, and its health volume did not change. Everyone knew that Xu Yuan's guess was indeed correct. That's right, boss, you guessed it. Worthy of being the boss. This cannibal demon's first kill is really stable. Everyone said a word to me, and they all admired Xu Yuan. They know that there is nothing that their boss cannot solve. After another round of attacks, the ogre finally fell. The full server broadcast also sounded at the same moment. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the cannibal first kill. Because the controller of the Dire Ant Royal Clan is Xu Yuan, the monster killed by the Dire Ant Royal Clan is naturally counted on Xu Yuan. Hearing this system announcement, all server players had a thought in their hearts at the same time. Steve got another first kill? In this regard, Quan Fu actually gave birth to the idea of rejoicing. Steve boss just got the first kill? At least that way, there won't be any strange events triggered, and they'll be able to play the game with peace of mind. Anyway, for the vast majority of players, the first kill has nothing to do with them. That kill to Steve was naturally the best. In the hearts of all players, Xu Yuan is at least a very responsible person. Even if something goes wrong, with his ability, it can be easily solved. On the corpse of the cannibal demon, a giant axe was dropped. When Xu Yuan saw it, he walked over and picked it up to check. Man-eating axe legendary weapon. Has extremely powerful attack power, can kill most creatures in seconds. Attack power, 100 points. After an attack, you need to wait 4 seconds before continuing the attack, otherwise the damage dealt during it will be 0. Seeing this attribute, everyone instantly understood. Why can cannibals almost seconds with an axe? The attack power of this man-eating demon axe is too high. Xu Yuan put away this legendary weapon with satisfaction, which could be said to be the weapon with the highest attack power at present. Boss, do we still want to continue to take the first kill? Seeing Xu Yuan preparing to leave, Bad asked aloud. Xu Yuan thought for a while, and then said, let's go back first. The next thing is to fight the ancient sea python, but we still need to make some preparations. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, everyone understood very well. Their union had gone to fight the ancient sea python before, but failed. The ancient sea python is also a powerful monster, and it is not so easy to get the first kill. Just like today's cannibal demon, if not for Xu Yuan controlling the dinosaur royal family to fight, then they may lose a lot and eventually return in vain. When everyone returned to the main city, Xu Yuan returned to his room and put away the man-eating monster giant axe. Although this giant axe has a high attack power, it is only a melee weapon. That Pit Daddy's 4 seconds cooled down, making Xu Yuan give up using it to deal with monsters. However, if it is PK with ordinary players, this cannibal axe is a big killer. Imagine, when ping with other players, just knocking out a few blocks of blood from the other party will definitely not be vigilant. Then when the other party was careless, he took out the cannibal demon axe and cut it off. The other party was inexplicably killed in seconds like this. What kind of expression would it be? Just thinking about it, Xu Yuan felt very excited. After putting away the man-eating monster giant axe, he began to think about fighting the ancient sea python. The ancient sea python is very strong. Even if he now controls dozens of dinosaur ants, he may not be its opponent. He thought of the dead worm he had cultivated. You must know that the death worm he raised has a strength comparable to a dragon in its final form. If he took the death worm to fight the ancient sea python, his chances of winning would be much greater. It just so happened that he hadn't gone to see the death worm for a long time. Thinking of this, he immediately left the room to check on the situation of the death worm. When he came to the place where the death worm was staying, he was stunned. The death worm is actually gone? What Xu Yuan didn't know was that the reason why the death worm left was because it went out to feed. It's still in its formative years and still needs to get food to grow up. It won't grow if you don't eat. After a long time when no one feeds, the dead worm leaves its original position and goes out to feed. The death worm eats almost any living thing, provided it beats it. However, this death worm is originally very strong, and almost all the monsters encountered along the way have been eaten by it. It first found a dinosaur nest and ate hundreds of dinosaur ants. It then ate a cyclops and a chicken snake. But these are not enough for it to eat, so it is getting farther and farther away, and its loyalty to Xu Yuan is getting lower and lower. In my world, tame monsters have loyalty. The way to increase the loyalty of the dead worm is the worm's long tongue. But because Xu Yuan did not go to see the dead worm for a long time, he naturally did not feed the worm long tongue. Over time, the loyalty of the death worm decreased. There was no additional boost to the drop in loyalty, so Xu Yuan had not paid attention to its situation. It was also today that he discovered that his death worm was gone. He immediately called Ken over and asked, "How's the hell traffic arrangement?" Ken said easily, "Everything went well, but it would take a little time to get it right. Don't be busy with hell traffic first, I have something important for everyone to help with." Xu Yuan thought that the most urgent task was to mobilize the union members of the entire main city to help him find the death worm. What's going on? Ken's eyes lit up. The boss has a new task? Xu Yuan told him about the death worm. After speaking, he continued, "I found out today that the death worm was gone, and its loyalty to me had dropped to a very low level. If loyalty is reduced to a certain level, the death worm will no longer be tamed by me. So, we must find it before its loyalty is gone." Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken immediately said, "I will mobilize everyone to find the death worm now." At this moment, the full server system broadcast appeared on the public screen. "Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of the wingworm." Seeing this system broadcast, Xu Yuan and Ken were stunned. They obviously didn't do anything here, and as a result, they got a first kill out of thin air. "Boss, what did you do?" Ken is very speechless. His own boss is chatting at home, and he can actually get the first kill of the monster? Compared with Xu Yuan, these players seem to be too wasteful. Xu Yuan was also completely overwhelmed. How did he know why he suddenly got the first kill? As if thinking of something, he quickly checked his backpack. Sure enough, he was inside his backpack and found something new. Winged Feather Arrow legendary weapon. After hitting the target, a large number of smoke examples are generated, with a large number of knockback effects. In a certain period of time, hitting the target multiple times will produce a superimposed effect. Secondary superposition. After hitting the target will be repelled, and then fixed in place for 3 seconds. 3 times superimposed. After hitting the target will be knocked back, and then fixed in place for 5 seconds, and no items can be used during this time. Tip: wingworm feather arrows can be recycled and reused. This effect is really against this guy. Xu Yuan was surprised in his heart. As long as the target is hit 3 times with the superposition effect, then in 5 seconds, the item cannot be used. Is it not at the mercy of others? But after thinking about it, he instantly calmed down. Although the effect of the winged feather arrow does seem to be against this guy, but he only has this arrow. Even if the superposition effect is powerful, he will not be able to get the same legendary weapon again. If it weren't for the fact that the winged feather arrows could be recycled and reused, it would be useless. "I know what's going on," said Xu Yuan. "Did that death worm do it?" Ken guessed. Xu Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, the death worm is still tamed by me, and the monsters it killed naturally counted on my head. Could it have been killed by the dinosaurs?" Ken offered another guess. He knew that Xu Yuan killed the man-eating demon with the dinosaur ant today, so he thought that maybe the dinosaur ant had killed the winged ant. After all, they just wanted to find the death worm, and the death worm got a first kill. It's also too coincidental. Xu Yuan shook his head very directly and said, "No, when I don't control the dinosaur ants, the monsters killed by the dinosaurs are not counted on my head. When I returned to the main city, I had already removed control of all dinosaur ants. So, the only thing that can kill the winged worm is the death worm." Ken was originally just suspicious, but when he heard Xu Yuan's explanation, he immediately believed it. After all, he has always trusted Xu Yuan, and since the other party said that it was done by the death worm, it must have done it. He knew that Xu Yuan was not a casual talker. At the same time, his heart was also amazed at the combat power of the death worm. To be able to kill another monster of the same level alone, this death worm is so powerful. And listening to Xu Yuan's statement, it is not yet a complete state. If this is the case, and such a powerful anger is lost, then their losses are great. Xu Yuan next fights the ancient sea python, and he also needs to rely on the power of the death worm. If you can't find the death worm, then the ancient sea python is not easy to fight. "Don't worry, boss, I'll arrange for someone to find it right away," Ken said and left Xu Yuan's room, and quickly arranged for the union members to look for the death worm. Xu Yuan was naturally not idle, and also left the room. After all, he is now the owner of the death worm and it is easier to find it than anyone else. When Xu Yuan and Ken appeared in everyone's sight, the members of the union looked at the two with a puzzled expression. They obviously remembered that Xu Yuan was in the main city. Why did they suddenly get the first kill of the winged worm? Especially Bad, when he saw Xu Yuan, he deliberately ran over to carefully observe for a long time. "I said, Bad, what are you going to do?" Seeing Bad's strange behavior, Xu Yuan asked with a smile. Of course, he knew why Bad was like this, and he estimated that looking at his union members at this time, they had a stomach problem in their hearts. "Boss, tell me, the system broadcast just now is fake, right?" Bad asked unconfidently with a ghostly expression. Of course it's true. Xu Yuan did not intend to hide it, so he disappeared the death worm and unknowingly said that he got the first kill for him. Hearing Xu Yuan's account, the union members around him were all amazed. "I didn't expect this death worm to be so powerful. At the same time, they admired Xu Yuan, not only could control the dinosaur ants, but also had a death worm that was more powerful than the dinosaur ant colony, worthy of their boss, Steve Boss in the game. The problem now is to find the death worm, otherwise it will be trouble, said Xu Yuan worriedly. He discovers that the death worm's loyalty is low, and if it is not found, it will soon be out of its control. That's an existence comparable to a dragon, and it would be a pity if it was lost. Don't worry, boss, we'll look for it now. The entire block guild took action. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter, put away the previous randomness, and looked around in the wild. Some union members even mobilized their relatives and friends to look for death worms. The players in the main city almost poured out, leaving only a few people to guard it. And because the movement of the square artificial meeting is too large, it is naturally discovered by people with intentions. They all wanted to know what was going on. With the perseverance of some people, I finally knew the cause of the matter. Of course, this cannot be blamed on union members for leaking the news. At the beginning, when Xu Yuan told everyone to look for the death worm, he did not ask them to keep it secret. When union members are questioned by relatives and friends, it is difficult to guarantee that nothing will be said because of their relationship. As a result, you say a little, he says a little, and the players roughly piece together the truth of the matter. Steve lost a pet from a dead worm. And this death worm also has the strength of a dragon? 1 past 10, 10 past 100. Soon all the players in the server knew that Xu Yuan's death worm was gone. After experiencing the him incident, and Xu Yuan took the first kill every day. Bored players, they were aroused by the new news. Everyone is very concerned about Xu Yuan's loss of a pet. After all, as long as it happens to Steve Guy, there is no small thing. On the World Channel, countless texts are discussing this matter. I'm a new player, what is the death worm? Some people are very interested in the death worm and want to know what kind of monster it is, which can actually make everyone pay so much attention. As soon as he asked questions, many enthusiastic players gave him popular science. The death worm is an earthworm-like creature, but very large. Yes, I've seen a giant death worm, almost 15 meters long. The main thing is that the death worm looks so disgusting that I can't stand it. At this time, the player who asked the question could not help but marvel. It turns out that the death worm is so powerful. No wonder everyone is talking about it. Other players disagreed, and someone said, there are more powerful monsters, and there are not only death worms. The death worm we're talking about is not ordinary, it's Steve's pet. That's right, we wouldn't care if it were other monsters, echoed many players. What's unusual about Steve's pet? The cute player continued. By the way, I forgot that you are a new player. Steve is not an ordinary person. He is a living legend in the game. Everyone found that this player was really cute and new, and they all began to give him the deeds of popular science Xu Yuan, including the one that Xu Yuan lost. The strength is comparable to the death worm of the dragon. That little Mensin was shocked by everyone's words, and he repeatedly put an exclamation point. When his family saw his reaction, they were used to it. When they first saw Xu Yuan brushing the screen, they were just as surprised. However, after experiencing Xu Yuan's miracles again and again, they said that they had developed immunity. If there is something in the game that Steve can't do, they might be surprised, right? After seeing Xiaomansin's various 3 views being refreshed, the door to a new world was opened again and again. Everyone is very pleased. What's the matter? Did you know that the first kill of that wingworm was obtained by Steve's death worm? At this time, a player broke the inside information. As soon as he heard this sentence, he also said that he was immune to the player who operated by Xu Yuan. I was instantly slapped in the face by my own words. Won't it? Pets can be killed first. Yes, although I admit that Steve is very good, but you can't blow too hard, right? I can't tell now who is telling the truth and who is spreading rumors. The player who broke the news continued. Of course it's true, I saw Steve Boss leading Dream Boss back to the main city nearby. As a result, not long after they returned to the main city, the World Channel swiped the broadcast that Steve had taken the first kill. Yes, my friend is a member of the Cube Guild, and he told me about it. There are players who know the truth, come out and testify. Hearing this, everyone said that they had nothing to say. Sure enough, Steve Boss is already a few versions ahead of everyone's game. While the majority of players are still struggling to explore in the game, Steve is opening up the land. And people open up land is real cattle? Powerful monsters across the European continent, except for Gamer, who took the first kill of a dinosaur ant. The rest of the first kill was wrapped by Xu Yuan's Square Labor Guild. Now, even the pets of the big guys can be killed by their own efforts. In comparison, everyone wants to cry. So angry? There are so many of them, they can't even compare to a pet. What's wrong with feeling like a waste in an instant? This. I have nothing to say, Steve is really strong. People are more popular than dead. Is the big guy still short of pendants? I'm buying one get one free. When everyone was worshipping the big guy, a discordant voice came out. What if the runaway death worm slaughters players? This sentence was said by the previous questioning Mo Xin, and his tone of voice was full of worry. When other players heard his statement, they all thought about the seriousness of the problem. Although Steve is very strong, now the death worm has escaped. What does this say? It shows that the escaped death worm is no longer under Xu Yuan's control, so everyone is panicking. Everyone knows that the death worm is a monster that likes to devour other creatures, including players. Encounter powerful monsters in the European continent, players can't defeat them. What's more, this death worm has the strength to compete with dragons. For a while, fear spread to everyone, and everyone's conversation turned to worry about encountering the death worm next. Seeing this scene, that Mensin said to the man beside him, "President, I did what you said, can I join the union now?" The man known as President, nicknamed Ace, is the president of Apple's labor union. The Apple Union is a recently formed union, unlike any other. "Of course, welcome to join," said Ace with a smile. "Thank you, President," said Mo Xian gratefully. This Mo Nu is indeed really cute new, but as soon as it entered the game, it was pulled over by Ace. The reason why Ace wooed him was actually for a purpose. Although Apple's union is a new guild, it is somewhat different from other unions. The general union recruits some master players, and then strengthens the union by fighting monsters. But the app is different, and the main direction of their union is to tame monsters to fight for themselves. When Xu Yuan tamed the death worm, the news was learned by Ace. After getting the news, he was excited. So with the elite in the union, he began to try to tame the death worm. Due to inexperience, Ace tried various methods, and finally discovered that the long tongue of the death worm can be used to tame the death worm. But the problem with this is that the tamed death worm simply does not attack its owner. Will not obey the master? That is, he cannot really tame the death worm. This made Ace feel a big loss, fortunately wasting financial and material resources to feed the dead worms. As a result, in the end, the bamboo basket was empty, which made Ace very unwilling. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, so he blamed all the faults on Xu Yuan. If it weren't for Xu Yuan's desire to domesticate the death worm, how could he do his best to follow the trend? Just at this time, news came, Steve's death worm ran away. This gave him the idea of revenge. After sending Mensin away, he called the vice president MVP. "I want you to find someone to spread some topics that are not conducive to the Cube Guild." "Okay, President, I'll do it right away." The MVP acted very quickly, and immediately arranged for the union to do it. Then, there were a lot of messages on the World Channel against Xu Yuan and the Cube Guild. You say, what can we do when we encounter a death worm? Will it be eaten as food? Yes, the death worm is Steve's pet, and he doesn't know us. If he encounters it, everyone will be in danger. I hope Steve will give an explanation, and I hope the Cube Man will give an explanation. Seeing these remarks, some unions also instigated. Many trade unions have been red-eyed square people for a long time, and now they have the opportunity to fall into the well. You say, this escape of the death worm was intentional. I think it's possible. After all, everyone doesn't understand the specific operation of pets. Will the tamed pet still run away? These words are more sophisticated, making players feel particularly uncomfortable looking at them. As a passerby player, I still believe in Steve Guy. That's right, the previous Dire Ant revenge was solved by Steve's boss. How could it be possible to deliberately release the death worm? Some people are conspiracy theories, obviously some have not happened. Start to accuse Steve of the big guy. What qualifications do you have? That is, anyway, I believe in Steve's character more than you guys. Most of the players who saw the full server did not believe their words, and the union members who had dirty intentions stopped talking. They know that they won't believe what they say. No way, who called Xu Yuan is already a very famous person. Almost every day, players can see Xu Yuan's full server broadcast. I have long been accustomed to the existence of Steve Boss, so everyone feels that the loss of the death worm is just an accident. Let's go help Steve find the death worm together, one player suggested. That's right, there are many people and great power, so many of us go to find it. We will definitely find the death worm soon. Yes, as soon as you find the death worm, tell Steve as soon as you find it, and there will be no problem. Players agreed to the offer to help, and one by one they became active. For them, being able to help Xu Yuan is also a very meaningful thing. Just as players across the continent were looking for the death worm, a system play appeared. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the first kill of the eagle. Still coming? Hearing the sound of the system broadcasting, the players were numb. Today, Steve got 3 first kills. Is this eagle also killed by the death worm? It should be. The entire block guild is busy looking for death worms, and there is no time to open up the land. Does this death worm treat the entire area as its hunting ground? Upon hearing this, everyone shuddered. Being able to kill 2 powerful wild creatures in a row, how terrifying is the strength of this death worm? If it continues like this, will all creatures, including players like them, be devoured by the death worm? Dead worms must be found as soon as possible. This is the same idea as everyone. After seeing the news that the death worm had killed the eagle, the presidents of all the unions were hot-eyed. The strength of this death worm is also too strong. They were all envious of Xu Yuan being able to have such a strong creature as a pet. If they could also tame a creature as powerful as Xu Yuan's death worm, wouldn't clearing the land become as simple as eating and drinking tea? Ace, the president of Apple's union, is even more unacceptable. Originally, he could also tame the death worm as a pet. However, his death worm not only did not obey orders, but Xu Yuan's death was not so powerful that it could not bring him any first kills. However, he was still puzzled by Xu Yuan's behavior. What exactly did Steve mobilize the whole union for? Asked Ace to the MVP next to him. MVP is a very smart person, so he will also be recognized by Ace as vice president. He analyzed, since Steve is going to find the death worm, there must be a reason why he has to find it right away. Ace spoke his mind. But even if you let the death worm be in the wild, Can't you just kill the first one? Just send someone to guard the area where the player is active to prevent the death worm from accidentally injuring the player. MVP analyzed, Steve had to find his pet unless the death worm began to fall out of his control. But death worms are not controlled by the player, right? Said Ace. As soon as he thought of this, his heart was dripping blood. President, do you think Steve will be okay raising pets that don't follow his orders? The MVP said sharply. That's right. As soon as he heard the words of the MVP, Ace discovered that this was indeed the case. The reason why Xu Yuan became Steve for all the players is because it has always been as if the game is controlled by him. Whether it's the first kill of each monster, or the control of the dinosaur colony, all give a sense of being in control. But this time, his pet actually ran away. This gives the feeling of losing control, as if Steve Boss can also make mistakes. You mean Steve's death worm, unlike the normal death worm? Yes, only death worms that can be truly tamed, Steve will take the time to cultivate. If his death worm was the same as an ordinary one, there was no need to cultivate it at all. Death worms that do not obey their master's orders will run around. And once the death worm is gone for a long time, loyalty will naturally decline. Dead worms without loyalty turn into wildlife. It is equivalent to the player cultivating loneliness. MVP nodded and said, I guess most likely so. It's also for this reason that the death worm is lost, which is why Steve made such a big move. It makes sense, the death worm that can be completely tamed is really too useful. Ace envied Xu Yuan's death worm. Then, the MVP said the final conclusion. Therefore, the current death worm is no longer under Xu Yuan's control. It may have turned into a wild monster. Hearing the words of the MVP, Ace's eyes instantly lit up. He understood exactly what wild monsters meant. If the ownerless death worm is equivalent to his pet, with that Steve, it has nothing to do with it anymore. Thinking of this, he felt his breathing become hot. As long as they become the master of the death worm, then their Apple Union can immediately become the top 3 unions in continental Europe. So, we have to find the death worm before Steve, said Ace and MVP in unison. And here in Xu Yuan, because he wanted to find the death worm, he had already left the main city. He knew that winged worms like to roam the jungle biome, so he immediately went to the nearest jungle to look for the dead worms that were preying on. I just searched for a while when I heard the system's announcement. He gave up on continuing to search for death worms in this jungle. Because the eagle is a creature, whether it is in mountains, hills, or river valley plains, it can be seen flying. It shows that the death worm at this moment has completely lost its bearing. He stopped at this moment, opened his backpack and observed. Sure enough, there were new items in the backpack. Eagle Claw Sword Legendary Weapon. Legendary weapon with sweeping blade effect when attacking. Comes with the sweep 1000 armies effect. It can deal equivalent damage to targets within 3 blocks in diameter centered on itself. Seeing the effect of the Eagle Claw Sword, Xu Yuan was very satisfied. This Eagle Claw Sword is arguably the most special of his current legendary weapons. The sweeping blade enchantments the weapon's attack damage. And the effect of this sweep across thousands of armies is even more powerful. This is equivalent to a weapon with range damage. In the future, he will not be afraid if he encounters a one-to-many situation. No matter how many monsters you come, as long as he has this legendary weapon, he is not afraid of being beaten at all. However, he quickly put away his weapons because he still needs to find the death worm. Compared to the legendary weapons dropped, it is obvious that the death worm is more precious. Just as the members of the Cube Guild join the free players of the European bosses in search of the death worm, many unionists have their minds lively. Through the known news, they knew that Xu Yuan's death worm had run away. And a pet running around without listening to the owner's orders, everyone knows what it means. So the presidents of several large unions secretly contacted the people they had planted in the Cube Guild. Xu Yuan, as a recognized Steve boss, his Cube Guild must be attracting much attention. The presidents of some unions, in order to obtain Xu Yuan's movements, installed their own people into the Cube Union. After all, every action of Xu Yuan will make the entire game move a lot. It would be very advantageous to obtain some useful information through the people who were installed. Through those people's leaks, the presidents of a small number of unions learned a very exciting news. Xu Yuan's death worm's loyalty is already very low, and it should become a wild monster soon. Once it turns into a wild monster, then that powerful death worm will become an ownerless thing. This means that anyone can tame it. The guild presidents who knew the secret were excited to come to this conclusion. They must become the new owners of the death worm before anyone else, and the period before Steve's death worm loyalty disappears is the key to the game. Therefore, these next few great guilds all dispatched all their manpower. Not only are they looking for traces of death worms, they are also looking for someone to ask how to tame death worms. The small unions saw that the big guilds were looking for death worms, and although they didn't know why, they followed suit. Because everyone knows that no one spends time doing something that doesn't do good. As a result, players across the continent are almost involved. On the forum, someone posted this matter, and the players were excited to watch the excitement. Not long ago, I was on the hot post with the final boss of the Twilight Forest, and now there is another. Where did the worm go? Crazy, a suit is looking for a pet. After all, it is Steve's pet, which is naturally not ordinary. Open the forum and see, there are so many melons these days. How the players of the forum discussed, Xu Yuan did not know. His biggest concern now is how to find the death worm. Because as time goes by, the loyalty of the death worm becomes less and less. He estimated that it would not be long before it would completely turn into a wild monster. This is his biggest headache right now, because this death worm is so special. If it gets out of control, the consequences are unimaginable. After all, a death worm with dragon-like strength roaming the entire European continent is really terrifying. And it is also a creature that likes to swallow and will not be restrained like other creatures. Of course, if all the players of the server are assembled, they are naturally not afraid of this death worm. But Xu Yuan, he was distressed. This death worm is a special being capable of completing being tamed. If it's gone, what will he take to fight the ancient sea python? After being asked, someone finally learned that it could be tamed with the tongue of a death worm. Although Xu Yuan is impossible to casually tell others how to tame, Apple's president will only keep it a secret. But the base of players is too big. When there are many people, there are people who study weird things. For example, the method that worms with long tongues can domesticate dead worms has been accidentally discovered by someone. After hearing that a union had collected the news at a high price, the player sold the domestication method. Coming and going, almost everyone who should have known knows it. After learning how to tame the death worm, in addition to the union presidents, a few players also went crazy. Everyone knows that Xu Yuan's death worm is very powerful, and they all want to take advantage of people's danger. The game is like that anyway, as long as they become the masters of the death worm. Then, it is equal to Xu Yuan and has nothing to do with the death worm. After the fact, what about even Steve Guy? It's not that they are helpless. The rules of the game in Minecraft are such that whoever binds the item is the real owner of the item. After discovering that almost everyone found that Xu Yuan's death worm was about to turn into a wild monster, Apple's president, Ace, couldn't sit still. He was originally planning to make a fortune in a muffled voice and send his subordinates to quietly look for the death worm, then take advantage of everyone's lack of attention and tame it with the long tongue of death. But now that everyone knows, his previous strategy is useless. No, I still have an advantage now. Ace knows that its only advantage is that it has more death tongues than other unions. But that's not enough, so he said to the MVP, "Let everyone stop looking for death worms, let's go and fight worms with long tongues." He decided that he had to go out himself, and in the current situation, time was precious. If he can get more worm long tongues, he can have more certainty. "Send all the people to fight worm long tongues?" asked MVP. Ace frowned and thought for a while, and said, "Leave a few people who are not good at fighting monsters to find the death worm, and everyone else will go to fight the long tongue." The same thing happens with many unions. Now that they know that death worms can be controlled with worm long tongues, everyone thinks about fighting monsters. Even some individual players hire some skilled experts to help fight worms and long tongues. If there are more players who want to fight the death worm, it will inevitably cause some disputes. Even though the European continent is large, dead worms are widespread in many areas. But the location where the death worm ran away must not be too far from the main city. If everyone went far away to fight worms and long tongues, Xu Yuan's death worm would have been preempted by others. So what's the point of them going to such great lengths to beat worms with long tongues? As a result, the desert near the main city is crowded with players from various unions. Everyone knows that death worms often appear in the desert biome, so they are reluctant to leave here. When there are more people, there will definitely be many conflicts. Before the death worm could see one, there were several frictions between the unions. However, in the end, the situation was controlled by the Grand Guild. Those who are small unions can only be resentful in their hearts and can do nothing at all. The death worm that sees Steve Boss may be tamed by these unions that enter the desert. They couldn't help but blush with jealousy. However, these people of the Great Guild ignored them, and they were all happy that they had grabbed a piece of territory. Apple's people are also in the desert. Because Ace was the first to come, plus they were different from other unions, almost the entire union came to fight worms and long tongues. Other unions will certainly not be so desperate. For them, it would be nice to be able to tame Steve's pet. But they don't put all their focus on this and do nothing else. In this way, Apple unions have more people than those big guilds. Naturally, an area was occupied. After the area was divided, the major unions began to kill the death worms. But they still take it for granted. If the death worm was so easy to kill, it would not be Xu Yuan's turn to get the first kill. At the beginning, as long as they saw the death worm, they would attack, whether it was a few meters or a dozen meters. But after a round of fighting, they were finally taught to be human. The name of the death worm is not called in vain, and after a heavy death, everyone finally became honest. Looking at the corpses of players in one place, the president of a union smiled bitterly. This death worm can't be beaten at all. Yes, it's terrifying, the others wondered. Sure enough, none of these monsters on the European continent are easy to mess with. I now know why Steve's boss death worm can kill other monsters alone. Ordinary death worms are so strong, the big guy's pet must be even more powerful. Everyone agrees with this sentence, and the statement that it can be compared to a dragon is indeed worthy of its name. They are all a little desperate now. This monster can't fight at all. They all feel that they should not stop the loss in time, and at the same time they are very unwilling. The main thing is that the 6 words Steve's pet are too tempting. Everyone knows that once he is involved with Xu Yuan, it must be big news. They also want to get the limelight and become the big winners in the game. Look at it. At this time, some players pointed not far away and shouted. After hearing the voice, everyone's eyes followed his fingers. I saw people from Apple's union playing a death worm. What surprised them the most was that the death worm played by the Apple Union was really small. It looks like it's only 1 meter long. This made everyone suddenly realize, the reason why they can't beat the monster is not that they are too arrogant. I feel that a few meters long death worm is just that, and even more than 10 meters long dare to challenge. Then, they are taught to be human beings by reality. Inspired by Apple's union, they're now learning well. When you see a dead worm more than 2 meters long, you will skip it directly. Only when you see the smallest death worm will you rush up and team up to fight monsters. Just when everyone was busy, all the presidents here received private messages from their own people. Death worm found. After learning the news, the people of the major unions became even more crazy. Some of them hit the worm with a long tongue and immediately left the place. The answer is obvious, now whoever tames Xu Yuan's death worm first, who can gain control of the death worm. After such a long time, everyone thought that the death worm should have become a wild monster. If it is delayed, maybe the death worm will be tamed by others. Apple was the first to leave. They also have the most worm tongues than other unions. Ace is full of confidence at the moment, and he feels that he is already inevitable. After seeing him leave with Apple members, the unions that beat 1 or 2 worms with long tongues couldn't stay. He hurriedly followed. Death worms, no matter how small, are powerful monsters. It's not a 1 meter long death worm that players can ravage at will. In order to get just 1 or 2 worms with long tongues, there is not a union that does not lose a lot. As for Apple's union, which is far ahead of the unions, the price paid is even greater. It can be said that if they can't get Xu Yuan's death worm this time, then their union will lose blood. The location of the death worm was discovered by a passerby player. This player is a fan of Xu Yuan in the game, and when he learned that Steve's pet was missing, he spontaneously helped find it. Unlike other players who search on the surface, he starts looking underground for death worms. For Minecraft, the underground is just more rocks and sand than the surface. In reality, it's hard to dig through the ground, but it's different in the game. As we all know, in Minecraft, if you give the player a pickaxe, you can dig through the center of the earth. So he kept digging, and it really happened that he discovered the location of Xu Yuan's death worm. When the death worm saw him, it directly impacted and rushed to the ground. By the way, he who bore the brunt of the brunt was dropped in seconds. Immediately after his resurrection, he sent a message to a friend of the Cube Guild. He originally wanted to send a direct message to Xu Yuan. After all, he is still very happy to help his idol a little. However, he did not have Xu Yuan's position as a friend, so he could only retreat to the second place. After learning the news of the death worm, Xu Yuan found that his position happened to be that the death worm was 2 extremes. That is, the death worm appeared farthest from him. This made him nervous, because the loyalty of the death worm at the moment was extremely low. It's about to lose control. And he now worries that he doesn't have enough worms on hand. Originally, he wanted to first increase the loyalty of the death worm, and then go to fight the worm's long tongue. As a result, the death worm ran away, completely disrupting his rhythm and plans. Once the death worm becomes a wild monster, with his current worm long tongue, there is not necessarily a guarantee of taming it again. He also saw some news on the World Channel, and naturally knew that there were many people who were beating his pet idea. There is nothing he can do about it. The only way is to rush over as soon as possible and increase the loyalty value of the death worm that is about to disappear. Because the player who informed the message did not say it to Xu Yuan, it was leaked out during the transmission of the message. The guild leaders who have their own people in the block artificially receive the news of the location of the death worm. They held worms in their hands, long tongues, and they all felt like they were giving it a shot. If the operation fails, forget it. If you can really tame the death worm, it is really a small broad. Imagine, if they had the death worm, who else would be their opponent on the European continent? Even the Cube Guild will be squeezed off the first throne by them. With the death worm in hand, what is the elite team of Cube people? Even if Xu Yuan personally controls the dinosaur ant, he will not be the opponent of the death worm. It's just a few dozen dinosaur ants. Ace looked at the group of people following the Apple Union, and was very disdainful. He turned to the MVP and said, if these union people found out that it was impossible to tame a dead worm with just 1 or 2 worms with long tongues, would they want to go mad? They don't have much experience and it's normal not to know about it. MVP said lightly, death worms are extremely powerful monsters that cannot be easily tamed with just 1 or 2 worms with long tongues. If that's the case, it's all too simple. You know, Xu Yuan just got the favor of the Dire Ant Empress, and it took a lot of time to reach 100W reputation value. This was done under the premise that he used the brush monster tower. The death worm is an even more powerful monster, and it is naturally more difficult to tame it. But that's fine, we don't have to worry about someone getting there first. For those union presidents who are kept in the dark, Ace will certainly not be kind enough to tell them. The thought of how their eyes would turn green at that time made Ace's heart feel funny. Still have to watch out Steve, he probably has a lot of worms and long tongues. MVP reminded. That's right, we need to speed things up. With that, Ace told the union members to speed up and run towards the location of the death worm. When the people from other unions saw it, they also hurried to speed up. Soon, they reached their destination. At the same time, Xu Yuan was still half the distance from the death worm. He was on his way, and at this time, he suddenly found that the loyalty of the death worm had actually increased. This discovery made Xu Yuan feel puzzled. He obviously didn't do anything. Why did loyalty suddenly rise? Just when he was puzzled, the loyalty of the death worm continued to rise little by little. Someone is feeding a long tongue to a dead worm, he concluded immediately. Xu Yuan's death worm is a fragrant thing, and he knows it himself. At this time, Ken sent him a message, "Boss, where are you? I'm still on my way." At this moment, Xu Yuan's mood has relaxed a lot, and the loyalty of the death worm has increased, and he will definitely not become a wild monster. So his current psychology is not panicked at all. But Ken didn't know his mood and said anxiously, "There are a lot of unions that have found the death worm, and they are feeding the dead worm long tongues and trying to domesticate it. If you don't hurry up, boss, the death worm will be gone." Thinking that the death worm was such a powerful pet, Ken still felt that it would be a loss if he lost it. "Don't worry, the death worm has always been my pet, and they can't take it away." Xu Yuan's tone was very confident. As long as he was still the owner of the death worm, no matter what others did, it would be in vain. The premise that pets can change owners is to become wild monsters. But his death worm has not yet turned into a wild monster, and those people feeding him a worm long tongue are just making a wedding dress for him. "Boss, are they being tricked by you?" Discovering the confidence in Xu Yuan's words, Ken guessed the approximate. "It's not that I played it, it's that they made it self-defeating." Saying that, Xu Yuan told Ken how the death worm's loyalty to himself did not fall but rose. "Then this is a lot of fun. If those union people find that they end up with a bamboo basket empty, I wonder if they want to crash into the tree." Knowing that there was another good show, Ken said with a bad smile on the other end. "Just teach them some lessons," said Xu Yuan. His cheap ware is so easy to pick up. When his pet escapes, most players want to help him get it back. But many unions not only do not help, but also fall into the hole. After discovering the opportunity, it is even more excessive, and he actually wants to become the new owner of the death worm. If they succeed, then he becomes a joke. In that case, not only will he lose face, but even the prestige of the other block union will have a lot of negative impact. This time the death of the worm, those unions worked in vain, and they were also asking for hardship. His conversation with Ken was unknown to the presidents of those unions. At this moment, they are leading their union members, gathered near the death worm, ready to tame it. Previously, they came here, and many union presidents couldn't wait, and directly threw their long tongues to try to tame the death worm. However, the death worm devoured its long tongue and did not look tamed. This made everyone wonder, could it be that they were mistaken? Isn't it tame with a long tongue at all? Fortunately, eating the long-tongued death worm, it seems to be in a good mood and does not attack these players. After these guild leaders fed all the long tongues in their hands, they found that the death worm was still the same, and everyone was speechless. They were all embarrassed, and the death worm didn't seem to pay attention to them at all. At this time, only Ace still has a worm tongue on his hand. He was the first to arrive, but he didn't rush to tame the death worm. He knew that the presidents who were in a hurry to follow him must be more anxious than him, so he did not move, stood aside, and watched everyone laugh. After seeing that everyone was okay, he walked out and began to feed the long tongue. After everyone saw that he had so many long tongues and fed them now, they all knew that they had been tricked. Although they are angry, they can't help each other. Among the people here now, there are quite a few members of Apple's union. Plus if Ace becomes the owner of the death worm, then if they offend each other, they will be out of luck. Therefore, even if everyone held a breath of anger in their hearts, they only dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. Looking at the appearance of everyone, Ace smiled and continued to feed the death worm. But while feeding, he realized that something was wrong. His long-tongued death worm was eaten, and he ate it happily. But it was not tamed by itself. When the long tongue in his hand was fed, Ace's face turned dark. With great effort, all the union members were mobilized, a lot of manpower and material resources were lost, and now they get nothing. This made him desperate, and his plan failed completely. Although the losses of the presidents of other unions are not small, none of them are as traumatic as Apple. After all, they are all great guilds, and they will not have problems so easily. It's just that after such a busy time, everyone is very unwilling in their hearts. On the other side, Xu Yuan found that the loyalty of the death worm suddenly skyrocketed, and soon reached a high level, completely tamed by Xu Yuan. It was also at this time that he discovered that the pet interface of the death worm had undergone a new change. New features unlocked. Call of the worm. When the death worm is completely controlled by its owner, it can use the call of the worm to summon the death worm anytime, anywhere. Looking at this newly unlocked function, Xu Yuan was very satisfied. That is to say, he will no longer be afraid of the death worm running around. So he immediately sent a message to Ken, inform all members of the union, everyone come back. Boss, don't you have to give the death worm back and forth? Ken is a little puzzled, even if the loyalty of the death worm has increased now, it is a problem to let it go. Seeing this, Xu Yuan explained to him, it's okay, I can summon the death worm at any time now. As soon as he heard this, Ken understood. Sure enough, the boss had already solved his concerns. Knowing the boss, I'll call everyone back immediately. After turning off the communication, Xu Yuan turned around and returned to the main city. On the way back, he also sent a message on the World Channel. Steve, thank you all for your help, now the death worm has been found. Hearing this news, players on the European continent were relieved. By the way, Xu Yuan also added the fan player who discovered the location of the death worm and thanked the other party well, and invite each other to join their own block guild. As soon as that player saw Xu Yuan's invitation, he immediately agreed. Being able to be in a union with Steve Boss, and being able to watch the big guy's various operations every day, is a happiest thing for him. Some players who stayed in the main city were puzzled when they saw Xu Yuan returning empty-handed. Didn't the president, Boss, say that he found the death worm? Why didn't you bring it back? After this incident of the death worm going missing, everyone thought that Xu Yuan would bring it back to the main city to be strictly guarded. After all, this incident that alarms the whole server at every turn, and the impact is not good if it occurs more often. Of course, as soon as Xu Yuan returned to the main city, he immediately went back to his room. He put the winged feather arrow and the eagle claw sword into the box, and he was in a good mood. Today's harvest is very rich. Not only did he get 3 legendary weapons, but he also completely tamed the death worm. After a while, all the union members who had gone out in search of the death worm returned. After Xu Yuan left the room, he found that everyone was surrounding him. Boss, did the death worm really find it? Asked Bad. Because only half an hour had passed since the player discovered the death worm until the group of union presidents rushed over. So even many members of the Cube Guild did not know the news. That's nature, and I've now completely tamed the death worm and can summon it at any time. Looking at everyone's concerned looks, Xu Yuan said with a smile. I heard that the death worm is big, is that really the case? Asked Ahao as well. Originally, the people of the Big Orange team were helping Ken set up hell traffic, but this time it was too big, and they were also called out to find the death worm. It should be. In fact, I haven't seen the appearance of the death worm now, Xu Yuan said. He hadn't seen his pet in any of this time. However, he guessed that the death worm must be very large. After all, so much food is not eaten in vain. Boss, why don't you summon the death worm now for everyone to see? Said Ken with interest. Upon hearing his words, everyone echoed. They were really curious about what a death worm that could kill 2 monsters of the same level in a row was like. Okay, I'll summon it right now to give you insight, Xu Yuan said, and walked towards the open space outside the main city. No way, there are buildings in the main city to block it. Even if the death worm is summoned, it is very crowded and easy to get stuck by the house. Everyone followed Xu Yuan to the open space not far outside the main city, and he began to use the call of worms. In an instant, everyone saw a behemoth appear in front of their eyes. It gives everyone the feeling of being an extremely huge earthworm. How huge is this death worm? It feels like a mouse versus an elephant. This death worm is probably far more than 20 meters, exclaimed Big Orange. Oh my god, you're too awesome, boss, said Ngawang directly incoherently. Dream on the side found that this death worm was not much larger than the ancient sea python they had seen before. The entire union was shocked by this giant death worm. They feel that their guild leader is afraid of raising a boss. With this death worm in the entire European continent, except for the dragon, it is estimated that there are no monsters that are opponents of their cube guild. No wonder the previous guild leader went crazy looking for this death worm. Yes, and it seems that this death worm is completely tamed. It is simply the most powerful pet. All the union members were talking about it, and they only found out at this moment that with the dinosaur ant, their own president, boss, seemed to be a legion, or an army of monsters. Seeing the excited people, Xu Yuan smiled and said, okay, everyone dispersed. Dream, Spa, Geo, and Bad stayed. When everyone heard his words, they all went about their own things. Only the Dream 4 remained, looking at him curiously. Boss, what do you want us to do next? Asked Bad. Several people rubbed their hands, probably guessing the intention of their boss. Next, let's strike while the iron is hot and go to get the first kill of the ancient sea python. The monsters of the entire European continent are now only the first kill of the ancient sea python that has not been obtained. Some time has passed since the time of discovering the coordinates of the treasure in the neon area. Xu Yuan was a little uneasy, so he wanted to go over and take a look early. Ken also said that hell traffic is almost done, and now only the first kill of the ancient sea python is left, and the goal of the European region is basically completed. So he is not prepared to delay any longer, and is ready to complete things all at once today. With our current strength, can we beat the ancient sea python? Bad was a little unsure. You must know that when he last met the ancient sea python, Xu Yuan was dropped in a second. Xu Yuan said confidently, don't worry, last time we were attacked by the ancient sea python, and we were not fully prepared at all. Now the situation is different from last time, the death worm is prepared for it. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream also nodded and said, last time we mainly targeted sirens, and we didn't think about encountering ancient sea pythons at all. The reason why the boss was attacked is that he didn't specifically guard against it. It's not that we really can't beat it. Spy and Geo agree. You must know that Xu Yuan is not only the owner of the Death Sea Python, but also can control 50 dinosaur ants to fight, and he has the confidence to fight with the ancient sea python. Then let's go now. Seeing that everyone had regained their confidence, Xu Yuan gave an order and led several people to leave the main city. On the other side, where the death worm was first discovered, when the players of the Union found that the death worm disappeared from their eyes in an instant, they know they're tool people. It turns out that Steve's death worm didn't turn into a wild monster at all. The worms and long tongues they feed are all helping Xu Yuan keep pets. In particular, the ace of the Apple Union froze after discovering this fact. He was the one who paid the most for the death worm of all the unions. And now, he got nothing. At this time, the MVP walked up to him and said, President, many members have quit the union. Ace didn't react at all after listening to it, because this result was already expected by him. At the beginning of his all-union effort to fight the worm tongue, many members of the union objected. After all, Steve's fame is already very high on the European continent, and many players regard him as an idol. Even if you are a member of many trade unions, this is no exception. Therefore, many union members protested the Ace's order at the beginning. But Apple's union is in Ace's words, and no one dares to refute what he said. Moreover, if Ace can really become the owner of the death worm, everyone will recognize it. But now that nothing has been gained, many players do not want to stay in the union and be ridiculed, so they decisively withdraw from the club. Looking at Ace's appearance, the MVP knew that Apple was cold and shook away from his side. An hour later, a post appeared on the forum, posting the process of the game between the unions and the Cube Union on the European continent. When many players were browsing the forum, they saw this post and clicked it curiously. As long as you see a post with Steve in the name, everyone knows that there will be new melons to eat. After clicking in and taking a look, they found that this was indeed the case. The content of the post is about the follow-up to the loss of the dead worm. The presidents of the major unions thought that the death worm had become a wild monster, and they had an opportunity. They have collected worms and long tongues, wanting to cut off their beards. Unexpectedly, it increased the loyalty of the death worm to Xu Yuan. Seeing the ending, players were very happy. Laugh to death, these unions really deserve it. Ahem, Mansin said that although I am not good at finishing the game, I also know that stealing the fruits of other people's labor is not right. Especially the Apple Union, it's really funny. Do you really think Steve's pet is so easy to rob? Discovering all kinds of ridicule and humiliation from the forum players, everyone in the relevant unions on the continent was very depressed. This time their faces are really lost? But they didn't get angry, because they couldn't afford to offend the Cube Guild, and even more so against Xu Yuan. Now in the Cube Guild, Xu Yuan alone has two big killers that can control dinosaurs and death worms in his hands, not counting the existence of a group of masters in his union. Such a strong fighting force, the presidents of these unions were suspicious in their hearts. Even if all the members of their union united, would they be able to compete with the Cube people? However, they did not dare to try. This incident is not reasonable for them, and if it makes trouble again, it may be boycotted by players on all servers. Even worse is the Apple Union, which is the most ridiculed by players on forums and world channels. The players in the union felt very humiliated and quit Apple for a while. These taunts subsided after Apple's union was dissolved by Ace. Just when everyone thought that the game was going to calm down, a news came out. Steve is ready to kill the ancient sea python today. After learning the news, the world channels were boiling. What the hell is today? It's crazy. It seems that Steve is preparing to treat Europe to the first kill today. How many first kills did you have today? All players felt a little unacceptable for a while. Together with the two monsters killed by the death worm, there are already 3 monsters killed for the first time today. But Xu Yuan was not satisfied, and actually wanted to take all the first kills at once. Steve is Steve, it's really not what we mortals can imagine. It's too good. The first kill in the European continent is taken by the cube artery, right? No, Gamer took the first kill of the dinosaur ant. But the rest of the first kill was taken by the blockman. After chatting for a while, the players discovered a fact that scared them. That is, almost the first kill on the European continent was taken by the Cube Guild. Steve won't leave the European region after taking all the first kills, right? It's possible. Don't forget that Steve Boss originally came from the Asian region. Everyone guessed that after taking the first kill of the ancient sea python, Xu Yuan would leave. Hearing this, the presidents of the major trade unions secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Steve doesn't leave, they won't be able to stand it. Xu Yuan was like a big mountain, pressing on the heads of the presidents of the European trade unions, making them all breathless. Coupled with today's deathworm loss incident, they were even more fiercely displayed. If Xu Yuan doesn't leave again, they want to leave. Before fighting the ancient sea python, Xu Yuan first went to the dinosaur ant nest, preparing to control the dinosaur ant royal family. Now the dinosaurs have trusted him so much that no matter what he does, he will not be attacked by them. Of course, if he attacks the dinosaur ant, he will lose a lot of credibility. This kind of gain is not worth the loss. Xu Yuan naturally will not do it. Just in case, he kept Dream away. He has not yet received the submission of the Dire Ant Empress, and there is no guarantee that all the Dire Ants will listen to him. In order to prevent Dream from being attacked by dinosaurs, he is one who goes inside the dinosaur nest. After controlling the 50 dinosaur royal families, everyone went directly to the place where they had encountered the ancient sea python before. Xu Yuan knew that ancient sea pythons would travel freely in the water, and they would not necessarily stay where they were. But where ancient sea pythons have appeared, it must be easier to encounter them again. After arriving at the destination, as expected, everyone did not find any shadows of living things. Xu Yuan fated a group of dinosaur royal families hovering in the air, and then he and Dream went to the sea to find it. With ancient sea pythons in the waters, the vicinity is very safe. Because the ancient sea python is an existence that is hostile to all creatures, along with them. So in the water, where ancient sea pythons existed, few other creatures existed. In addition to some powerful creatures, there is also a chance to survive, such as the siren they killed before. After hearing Xu Yuan's popular science, Bat asked with a curious look. Since the ancient sea pythons and the species are killed, how do they reproduce? I don't know. Xu Yuan smiled and shook his head. He has not studied this question in depth, and he will really not be able to answer it for a while. Boss, the ancient sea python has appeared. At this moment, the shouts of the spa made everyone's eyes look over. Sure enough, in the distance, the huge ancient sea python swam towards them quickly. Everyone retreat to the land. Xu Yuan immediately gave an order. In the mod of A Song of Ice and Fire, there are 3 overlords. There are dragons soaring through the sky, and there are death worms that roam the underground. There is another ancient sea python that dominates the ocean. It can be said that the ancient sea python is invincible in the water. Xu Yuan knew that if they were in the water, no matter how strong they were, they would not be the opponents of the ancient sea pythons. So, they must first return to shore. Listening to Xu Yuan's words, several people struggled to swim to the shore. The speed of the ancient sea python was very fast, and everyone estimated that they would be able to catch up with them in a few seconds. Still not far from their shore, they soon went ashore and quickly left the shore. Seeing that he was almost biting his own blood basin, Bad let out a sigh and said, "Fortunately, we are fast, otherwise it would be over. This ancient sea python is really terrifying." Dream wiped the cold sweat that did not exist on his face. Minecraft games are virtual worlds, and there is no such thing as sweating. It's okay, we're safe for now, Xu Yuan said calmly. Ancient sea pythons want to go ashore, usually there is prey on the shore to seduce it. Xu Yuan, because they were fast enough, were far enough away after they landed, so they didn't let it make a death jump. Death jump is the anaconda's ability to go ashore, and the damage it deals is considerable. The reason why Xu Yuan was seconds by it before was because he hit this skill. So in the current situation, Xu Yuan naturally will no longer use himself or dream them as bait to lure him into the bait. Boss, how do we fight now? Asked Geo. Lead it ashore first, the combat effectiveness of the ancient sea python on land will be greatly reduced, said Xu Yuan. However, the speed and attack power of the ancient sea python are too high, and I am afraid that we will be seconds before we can attract it. Dream is a little unoptimistic. After all, the ancient sea python is different from other monsters, and it is already equivalent to the existence of dragon-like strength. I don't need you to cause blame, I naturally have a way. What way? Dream was curious. Seeing the expressions on the faces of several people, Xu Yuan pointed to the dinosaur ants in the air and said, "What do you think I brought these dinosaurs for?" Hearing this, several people understood what he meant. That's right, their HP will be seconds, though. But they still have dinosaurs? Each dire ant royal family has 500 HP points, and even if the attack of the ancient sea python is high, it can't kill them in seconds. The ancient sea python in the water not far away, looking at everyone, did not mean to leave, but kept yelling at them. Its voice is loud and similar to a dragon, which makes people feel very scary. Xu Yuan looked at the ancient sea python, revealing an inevitable momentum. Then, he controlled the dinosaur royal family and launched an attack on it. The dire ant royal clan is a flying creature and does not have the ability to fight in the water. So when you see ancient sea pythons in the water, they can only hover on the surface of the water and cannot touch each other at all. But even so, it completely angered the ancient sea python. It is the overlord of the sea and does not allow living creatures to exist around it at all. Seeing that the ancient sea python was enraged by success, Xu Yuan controlled the dinosaur ants to move closer to the shore. After the dinosaurs flew away, the ancient sea python really took the bait. It quickly swam to shore and jumped to shore with a death jump. More than a dozen dinosaur ants near it. Because of its damage, all of them lost a small amount of blood. This injury is really terrible. If the players are over there, even if they are rubbed, it is estimated that they will be seconds, right? Seeing that the ancient sea python was successfully lured ashore, Xu Yuan said with a smile. It's okay, now that it's ashore, it's fish on the chopping board. Saying that, he and everyone retreated together, farther away from the ancient sea python. Ancient sea pythons on land attack at a long distance, and if they get closer, they may be attacked. At the same time, he immediately ordered the death worms on the side to attack the ancient sea python. The size of the ancient sea python is beaten, but the death worm is not small. Very easily, it dragged the ancient sea python into the ground. The ancient sea python left the sea and became a tiger with its claws. But on land, the combat effectiveness of the dead worm did not matter. Now that it has entered the underground, it is even more its world. Although the ancient sea python has thick skin, the attack power of the death worm is not low. Soon, a small part of its blood was knocked out, and everyone on the ground could see nothing except the occasional exposed insect body and python body. Looking at Xu Yuan, who had a calm face, Spa asked worriedly, "Boss, let's just wait like this, is it really okay? You know, it's an ancient sea python." They hit the ancient sea python, this one just stands and does nothing? It's too easy? Several other people also felt that there was nothing to do, and they all looked at Xu Yuan blankly. Seeing the appearance of everyone, Xu Yuan explained, "I believe that the combat power of the death worm in the underground is stronger than that of the ancient sea python. And what do you think we can do now?" As soon as they heard this, everyone didn't know what to do. Indeed, they simply cannot intervene in underground battles now. Apart from watching the battle, there seems to be nothing to do. Now, they can only trust the combat power of the death worm. Don't take it lightly, prepare bows and arrows, and wait for the ancient sea python to come up and attack. Ancient sea pythons are on land, almost lose mobility, and it is the best way to deal with it with bows and arrows. When Dream heard this, they all took out their bows and arrows. Oh, yes. After all, this is the overlord of the ocean, and it is impossible to be easily devoured by death worms like winged worms and eagles. So, they definitely have a chance to play a role later. The ancient sea python kept thinking about returning to the ground while being dragged into the ground by the death worm. However, it has been bitten by the death worm, and because it has received a lot of damage. If it weren't for the ancient sea python with 10,000 HP, it would have been killed by the death worm long ago. Enraged, the ancient sea python, in order to get rid of the control of the death worm, immediately released the skill Bubble Attack. Huge bubbles spit out of its mouth and attacked the death worm. The death worm was attacked, screamed in pain, and immediately let go of its mouth. The ancient sea python that was freed immediately rushed to the ground. Seeing the ancient sea python soaring into the sky, everyone who had been prepared for a long time instantly pulled out their bows and arrows and began to shoot. Seeing the ancient sea python with only 7,000 blood left at the moment, Dream was shocked. Without expecting that in a moment's effort, the death worm knocked out so much of the other party's amount of blood. After the ancient sea python appeared on the ground, Xu Yuan controlled the dinosaur ant and the death worm and kept attacking it. Coupled with the bow and arrow attacks of several dreams, even if the armor of the ancient sea mangs is extremely high, the amount of blood dropped at a time is very objective. Without it, who calls the ancient sea python's body huge? Although each dinosaur ant royal family only caused 3 points of damage to it, the damage of 50 dinosaur ants added up to 150 points. In particular, there is the huge amount of damage caused by the death worm. Finally, after 10 minutes, with the efforts of everyone, the blood volume of the ancient sea python dropped to 1,000 points. It's starting to go berserk. The ancient sea python erected half of its body and began to roar wildly. This sound was so loud that Xu Yuan and several people had to cover it with their hands. Everyone noticed that their blood was slowly falling. It lasted about 5 seconds, and the roar of the ancient sea python finally stopped. Bad lowered the hand covering his ears and said with a palpitation, "Could it be that this is a special ability of the ancient sea python?" Only then did everyone find out that their HP had dropped by about 2 blocks. Just by hearing the roar, they were forcibly deducted from HP 1. This ability is really incomprehensible. It's good that it's just 2 points of blood. Spa breathed a sigh of relief. The damage of the ancient sea python's forced blood slamming skill was not very high. As long as they pay attention to controlling their blood volume, it is not difficult to fight. It's not that simple. Xu Yuan shook his head. Look in the distance. When Dream heard this, they all looked up into the distance. I saw that on the bank of the river, a huge wave was set off in the sea water 100 meters high, and looking at the direction of the great waves, it is clearly coming to their side. Everyone changed their faces. The true ability of the ancient sea python turned out to be able to summon tsunamis. Everyone quickly found cover, and then hid behind to prevent being attacked by huge waves. Xu Yuan was not so flustered. He put a shield on himself at the moment, and then used his elytra to fly high into the air. The great wave came, with a wave of earth shattering. The dinosaur ant royal family found the danger. Even without the special control of the owner, they all flew into the air. The death worm also kept digging into the ground, trying to escape into the ground. Only the ancient sea python, under the skin of the invisible expression, revealed excitement that could not be hidden. It roared more joyfully. However, its current cry was not a special skill, so it did not cause any damage to Xu Yuan and them. Finally, the wind calmed down. Because the crowd reacted in a timely manner, everyone was not harmed by this great wave. But they also discovered a bad thing. Land has become ocean. Xu Yuan was condescending, looking at the place that was still land just now, submerged by the sea, and at this moment it also became a part of the sea. Although the ground here is very high, the sea water is not so deep. But it is also just enough to accommodate the ancient sea python. In this way, they are not in a disadvantage. Ancient sea pythons swimming in the sea are 2 kinds of existence compared to land. Xu Yuan knew that the ancient sea python was on land, moving very slowly, and holding a bow and arrow could slowly grind to death in the distance. But it's different in the water. It is known that in the water of MC, ordinary arrows are harmless due to the resistance of the water. Only some special arrows can hit the target unimpeded in the water. In Minecraft, the setting is the same. This is also why Xu Yuan wanted to lure the ancient sea python ashore in the first place. Now all the arrangements have been destroyed by the huge waves summoned by the ancient sea python. Dream and others, who are already diving in the water at the moment. They couldn't exert their strength in the water at the moment, so they all swam quickly to the shore. The impact of the huge wave just now, the shore is now extremely far away. Xu Yuan, who was in the air, found that they were completely too late after observation. Sure enough, after the dinosaurs fled into the sky, the target of hatred of the ancient sea pythons was transferred to Dream them. The ancient sea python swayed its slender figure, with the power of destroying the world and the earth, and roared and rushed towards several people. Its huge body was not affected in the water in the slightest, and it was as fast as an arrow from Xian. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately controlled the dinosaur ants to interfere. Countless dinosaur ants, under its control, frantically harassed around the ancient sea python. -3. The ancient sea python, attracted to hatred, unexpectedly let go of the dream and began to attack the dinosaurs. As soon as it bites down, it is a dinosaur ant that has been knocked off about half of its blood. Let Xu Yuan look straight and marvel at the horror of its injury. After a while, watching Dream they go ashore, Xu Yuan also flew over and stopped beside them. The position of the dinosaur ants is still within his control, and there is no need for him to fly in the air to direct the battle. What the hell should I fight now? Geo waved his hand, a little helpless about the current war situation. He felt that even if the blood volume of the ancient sea python was less than 1/10, it could not fight in the water. Don't look at its HP volume seems to have dropped a lot, but the current HP volume is similar to that of many monsters. Many monsters, such as chicken snakes, man-eating monsters, etc., only have 1,500 blood in their heyday. It can be said that their battle is far from as easy as it seems. It's so strong, I don't think I can fight at all. Bad shot an arrow, under the influence of seawater resistance, hit the ancient sea python, and did not hurt at all. It seems that there is nothing we can do to hurt it except for the dinosaur ant. Dream had no idea what else could kill the ancient sea python. Why don't you use dinosaur ants to lure monsters ashore? The spa suggested. It's useless, now it can summon the great wave, the previous method will not work. Dream shook his head. That's no way. Spa stopped talking. At this time, everyone suddenly found that their boss seemed to be very calm. They all turned their heads to look at Xu Yuan. Do you have a way, boss? Looking at everyone's curious eyes, Xu Yuan said with a smile. That's of course, the first kill of the ancient sea python has been stabilized. What? Everyone was very puzzled. Obviously Xu Yuan didn't do anything now. Boss, do you have any special items to deal with the ancient sea python? Asked Bad. Today, their union took 3 first kills. Monsters drop legendary weapons, and they don't even look at it? What legendary weapon do you think can kill the ancient sea python? Xu Yuan shook his head and denied Bad's speculation. A few people think about it. The weapons dropped by monsters are generally impossible to be stronger by the monster itself. They estimate that even if the 3 monsters of the man-eating demon, the eagle, and the winged cockroach are added together, they may not be the opponents of the ancient sea pythons. Thinking of such a result, everyone felt that their brains were not enough. Dream didn't guess anymore, and asked Xu Yuan, Boss, just tell us the answer. I really can't think of any other way to kill the ancient sea python. The 3 of Bad also nodded frantically. Yes, boss, you have been sold. You guys stared carefully at the ancient sea python and immediately knew the answer. Xu Yuan said. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the ancient sea python. At this time, the ancient sea python was already very close to the new shore. After the dream few people left the crisis, Xu Yuan controlled the dinosaur ants and lured the death anaconda to the shore. It intends to swim to shore and then summon great waves again. It's not that it doesn't want to use death jumps, but the position where Xu Yuan and the others are at this moment is on a hill with high ground. Just as the ancient sea python swam to the shore, a huge figure rushed out directly from the halfway up the hill. It's a death worm. Bad exclaimed. The ancient sea python was caught off guard and was bitten by a death worm. The attack of the death worm is similar to that of the ancient sea python. Just one bite down, biting off the other party's nearly 100 blood volume. The ancient sea python felt the pain and immediately wanted to go underwater, trying to get rid of the death worm. But the death worm did not let go, desperately grabbed the body of the ancient sea python, and squirmed into the mountainside. After a game, half of the ancient sea python's body has been suspended in the air. In this contest, the death worm clearly prevailed. Soon, it dragged the entire body of the ancient sea python into the hill. Boss, you are really too strong. Watching the figures of the death worm and the ancient sea python disappear from view, Bad said with great admiration. Dream understood Xu Yuan's plan. Yes, our train of thought was limited from the beginning of the great waves of the ancient sea python. We thought that no matter where it was, it could summon huge waves and couldn't fight, but we forgot that in addition to the ground, there is also the underground. The ground can be covered by huge waves, but the ground cannot. Thinking of this, everyone admired Xu Yuan even more. Obviously, they can also think of the existence of the death worm, but in the face of danger, they lose their proportion. Xu Yuan was able to come up with a countermeasure in a very short time. That's the difference between them and Steve Guy. After a period of fighting, the death worm has finally won. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of the ancient giant python. The moment the full server broadcast appeared, the whole server shook. The 4th one, Steve got the first kill of 4 monsters in one day. That's an ancient sea python, a monster known as the overlord of the sea. It's crazy. Is there still a first kill on the European continent? It seems that there is no more. The first killing in Europe, except for the dinosaur ants, the rest have been taken by Steve Boss. The appearance of the 4th first kill, but the players were not calm. The mentality of many of them is completely jumped in just one day. No way, who called so many big events happening today? At this time, everyone speculated whether the first kill of the ancient sea python was also inextricably linked to the death worm. Definitely, the death worm is so strong, I don't believe Steve doesn't have to. But isn't the death worm a monster on land? If you can use common sense to guess Steve's actions, he won't be called Steve. Thinking about it this way, everyone figured it out. That's right, Steve Boss always surprises and surprises all players. While worshipping Xu Yuan, all the players couldn't help but envy his pet. Xu Yuan's death worm is too powerful. It was clear to everyone that it was this pet that brought him the first kill of 3 monsters. Players originally thought it would be difficult to tame a wild monster. Even if it is tamed, it will not bring much combat effectiveness. But now Xu Yuan has thoroughly taught them a lesson. The existence of some pets is even more useful than a team of game masters. What tricks do you have? What experience do you have? As long as the pet is strong enough, it can decide everything with absolute strength. Many players have one thought in their minds at the moment, which is to get a powerful pet. At this time, Xu Yuan did not know that because of him, a trend of pets had risen in the European continent. After the death of the ancient sea python, Xu Yuan carefully climbed into the cave drilled by the dead worm. At this moment, some loot was falling on the corpse of the ancient sea python. He looked closely, and what attracted him the most was an arrow. He immediately picked it up and checked. Arrow of the Tide's legendary weapon, reusable. A special arrow made from the tooth of a sea python and the scales of a sea python. It is not affected by the resistance of water. It can also deal powerful damage in water. You can use the Summon Tsunami ability once, and you can summon a huge tsunami at any location. After using Summon Tsunami, the arrow of the Tides will be permanently damaged and cannot be repaired. Seeing the ability of the Tide arrow, Xu Yuan felt a little chicken. Although the ability to summon tsunamis is very good, it can only be used once. It is not so much a weapon as it is a disposable item. And the ability to deal damage in the water can barely be used for monsters in the water. But there is only one arrow, and it is not very convenient to recycle. He guessed that even ordinary tidal arrows should have the function of ignoring the resistance of water. Still, he wasn't too disappointed. The ability to summon tsunamis may be used one day. After putting away the tide arrow, he looked at the other drops. 14 sea python scales, 10 anaconda teeth, 1 sea python head. After putting away all his belongings, he took Dream and they went back. As soon as he returned to the main city, he found joyful emotions on the faces of the members of the Union. Xu Yuan got the first kill of 4 monsters today, which is equivalent to the Square Guild getting 4 first kills for everyone. Everyone in the Union feels proud and proud. They are proud that their president is Xu Yuan. They are proud to be members of the Cube Guild. Xu Yuan let them know what it means to really play the game of my world. Everyone in the Cube Guild Association remembered a sentence in their hearts at this moment. I don't regret entering my world in this life, and I will be a cube man in the next life. Boss, are you planning to go to the neon area right away? Asked Ken as he walked over. Xu Yuan pondered for a while and asked, Hell traffic has been arranged. It's been arranged. Everyone is very tired today, and tomorrow I will decide whether to go to the neon suit or not. Got it. After talking to Ken, Xu Yuan returned to the room alone. In the box in his room at the moment, there are already many legendary weapons and special props. Today's harvest is even more fulfilling. There is a man-eating demon axe with high attack power. There are winged feather arrows that can be stacked to control the effect. There is also a range attack on the eagle claw sword. Finally, there is the tidal arrow that can summon tsunamis. It can be said that each of these 4 legendary weapons has a powerful effect. He felt that the first killing in Europe had been taken, and he could prepare the treasure with peace of mind. Feeling a sense of exhaustion in his body, he found that he had been online for a whole day without rest. So, he hurriedly went offline to rest. Sprin is a small union player. Their union does not have any masters, and everyone is composed of ordinary players. Because the president does not pay attention to fighting monsters or anything, but just allows everyone to relax and retire in the game with peace of mind. So this small union is still very harmonious. After yesterday's big events, players on the European continent not only did not feel tired, but all of them were excited. They set off a trend of taming pets. Look at the big guy Steve, lying still in the main city, and there are also pets to kill him. Those elites of the Great Guild, a dozen people in a team, can't take a single first kill. What does that say? It shows that domesticating pets is king. The same conversation is circulating among countless players. It's not that no one wants to refute them, but they really can't find a rebuttal. Xu Yuan's death worm is strong, which is already a recognized fact of full service. Even on the forum, there are good deeds who have made a ranking of continental European pets. Xu Yuan's death worm is in first place. Players are very envious and jealous of his pets. They all fantasized about how majestic it would be if they also had such a strong pet. Sprin is also one of them. Like all the players, he searched everywhere to see if he could find a pet egg. Anyway, he's just a casual player and doesn't care about wasting time or anything. If you can't find it, forget it. It's like a sightseeing tour in the game. If he found something, he sent it. He was in a valley right now. Looking down, he found that on the side of the pass, there was an entrance that led directly underground. The faint firelight of that entrance proved that there should be a magma in its depths. Unlike most players, Sprin finds it difficult to spot eggs on the surface. He felt that only in some sparsely populated places could such a rare item as pet eggs appear. So, he immediately moved to the entrance underground and jumped straight down. The passage underground was very deep, and he walked for a long time without reaching the end. However, he noticed that the fire was noticeably brighter. Just as Sprin turned a corner, he saw the scene in front of him. He was completely stunned. He saw a huge fire dragon taking a break in the fire dragon's cave. The fire dragon slept with a loud snoring and a snorting sound. Frightened, Sprin quickly covered his mouth, for fear of waking the other party. You must know that it is a dragon in front of you. The bell can kill his existence in seconds. What surprised him even more was that this huge fire dragon was even bigger than the fire dragon pictures he saw on the forum. He guessed that it might be a 5th order flame dragon. No, it should be an ancient dragon, because this fire dragon is so huge. Compared to the death worm of Xu Yuan he had seen, it was a full double in size. Looking at this sleeping big fellow, he couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration in his heart. A thought arose in his mind at this time, if only he could tame this dragon. But he quickly dismissed this idea. He is just a casual player, there is no big union support behind him, and it is simply a fool's dream to tame the dragon. So even if he found the dragon, he didn't plan to notify the others to come over. After looking at it for a while, he finally got bored and walked around the dragon's body to the opposite side. Then he saw countless piles of gold and treasure chests. Sprin's eyes instantly became hot. Those piles of gold are all gold coins? So many gold coins, I'm afraid there are thousands of them? And those treasure chests, what rare treasures are inside? His breathing became rapid, and his chest kept rising and falling. But he did not dare to act rashly. On the forum, there have been posts. It is said that it found a dragon and then moved its things. As a result, the dragon who was awakened was instantly killed by a breath of dragon breath. So, he knew he only had one chance. Choose the treasure you want and run right away. The owner of the forum also uploaded several screenshots of the treasures obtained at the risk of his life. Although the landlord didn't get anything in the end, from the screenshot, it was obvious that the treasure in the treasure chest was worth more. So, Sprin quietly approached the dragon. The dragon was still napping, not awakened by his actions. Finally, he moved to the side of a treasure chest. The dragon continued to sleep. For it, a small human being, really like an ant, is difficult to have any sense of existence. Just then, Sprin quickly opened a treasure chest. No matter what treasure he saw, he still went into his backpack with his eyes closed. After doing all this, he left the way towards him and ran like crazy. His nerves were completely tight at the moment. He didn't care about anything, he just cared about running away. Finally, he ran to the exit of the valley. Just when he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, a dragon groan that resounded through the sky came from behind. The sound was so loud that all players in the server could hear it. Countless players were stunned, and they all raised their heads, looking for the source of the sound. The world channel also became lively at this moment. I seem to have heard the dragon chant. I heard it too, it was indeed the call of a dragon. I wasn't the only one who heard it, I thought I was hallucinating. After the players communicated, they discovered an even more shocking truth. I'm now in the easternmost part of the continent, and I hear the dragon chant. I happen to be in the westernmost part of the continent, and I also heard the dragon chant. Is this dragon a world boss? After a night of silence, the European server players boiled again. Sprin changed his face greatly after hearing the dragon's groan, and quickly continued to run again. He felt as if he had stimulated the potential of the human body at this moment, and even the limits of game data seemed to be exceeded. It really makes no difference with his eyes closed, he just knows how to run with his life. Fortunately, this ancient dragon likes the fire dragon cave that inhabits the ground. The position of the dragon's den is very narrow, and its huge body moves slowly. This also gave Sprin time to quickly flee the scene. Watching the thief who took his treasure escape, the dragon finally became angry. He unfolded his huge dragon wings and flapped them in the crypt. The entire dragon's den swayed and shook, countless stones continued to fall, and the entire ground collapsed. Then, the dragon no longer cares about the limitations of geographical location, and abruptly knocks out an exit from the valley, thundered. The ground shook, and a huge opening appeared throughout the valley. Nearby players felt this vibration and thought it was an earthquake. But think about it, this is a game, where is there any earthquake? So since it's not an earthquake, it means that something big must have happened. And it turned out to be just as they expected. The dragon was rushing out of the valley and immediately locked onto the direction of Sprin's escape. It spread its huge dragon wings and flew out. With just a flap of its wings, the trees and stones around it were knocked down. The entire dragon wing unfolded, like a huge curtain, with no end in sight. A large area of the ground is covered by its shadow. Nearby players, when they see the ancient dragon that covers the sky, all froze. What do they see? They saw real dragons. By the time Sprin fled to the Union compound, he had collapsed. It was his first adventure since playing the game. The members of the same union, seeing his appearance, asked curiously, "What happened to Sprin? Did you rob others and chase after them?" This phenomenon often occurs in games. It is that when a player is fighting monsters, it is difficult to cripple monsters. As a result, another player suddenly emerges, kills the blood monster, and steals the dropped items. Seeing Sprin's appearance, some people thought that he had robbed someone else's monster and was chased back by others. Sprin wiped a handful of non-existent sweat from his forehead and said weakly, "It's okay, I just heard the dragon groaning and thought something was going on, so I wanted to come back and ask." He didn't rob anyone else, he just robbed the dragon's treasure. But this truth, he did not dare to tell anyone. Several union members were also very puzzled by the dragon chant just now, so they chatted. Yes, what happened today? The matter of the death worm of the big guy Steve in history yesterday, and today there is a moth again. You say, it can't be Steve who wants to slay the dragon, right? Hearing these words, the air fell silent. Is Steve already strong enough to slay dragons? You know, dragons are at the top of the food chain throughout Europe. What's more, today's dragon groan resounded throughout the continent. On the World Channel, some people speculated that it was an ancient dragon. Among all the dragons, it is also a king-level existence. Everyone was taken aback and shocked by this speculation. If Steve can really slay the dragon, doesn't it mean that he has already dominated the European service? Wouldn't you? Said Sprin. When the audience said this, he felt that he could not be silent. What caused the dragon to be provoked, only he himself knew. Let Xu Yuan carry the pot, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Could it be that anyone in the full suit has fought a dragon, said a union member. When everyone thinks about it, it seems that this is also the truth. What are you talking about? At this time, a graceful female player walked over. When the union crowd saw her, they greeted her politely. Hello, President Alice. Alice is the president of this small leisure union, because she is a female player, and her skills are also very good, attracting a group of players to come to relax and retire. We're talking about if Steve is slaying the dragon, a union member said. Hearing everyone's speculation, Alice shook her head and said, no, listen to the members of the Cube Guild, Steve, they might go to another suit today. After all, she is the president of a trade union, and she knows a little more than the average person. The Cube Guild is leaving. Everyone was incredible. Yes, they even designed the hell traffic. It won't be a joke. Everyone knew that they had misunderstood Xu Yuan. So what happened to the dragon groan we heard? Everyone wanted to know what caused the sleeping dragon to suddenly wake up. After a period of playing, players also have some understanding of dragons. They are usually heavy in the nest and do not emerge often. If not, how can players play freely on the continent of Europe? You know, dragons are very ferocious creatures. If it appears often, it is estimated that the players of the full server will not have a good time. So this time the dragon awakened, someone must have provoked him. Who knows? Alice didn't know what was going on. I just hope this dragon doesn't cause trouble for everyone. If the dragon wanders around, the players will be miserable. Hearing Alice's words, Sprin became even more weak-hearted. He regretted it now, feeling that he shouldn't have provoked the dragon. At this moment, the people of the union heard another dragon groan. This time, the dragon's groan was deafening, as if it was not far away. Look, that's. At the same time, some players spot a dark shadow in the distance. Alice's small union is home to many unions. Because everyone is not like Xu Yuan, who has a lot of land deeds and has the confidence to build the main city. Many large guilds and union stations are only a small point. Therefore, many unions have built their stations together, which will appear very popular. At this time, many union players found the abnormality. A huge, fiery red western dragon with a long neck and a pair of dragon wings was flying towards them. That's a dragon, an ancient dragon. Why did the ancient dragon come to us? I don't know, let's go back to the station. Monsters can't destroy the title deed area. Many players who were still outside the union station, seeing the ancient dragons from far and near, getting bigger and bigger, hurriedly ran towards their own union. Everyone has heard about the ferocity of dragons, and it would be a shame if they were killed by monsters at their doorstep. But the speed of the ancient dragon is too fast. Looking at the great distance, it flew over with just a few stretches of its wings. At this time, there are still many players who do not return to the area protected by the title deed. Looking at the players running around, the eyes of the ancient dragon did not have a touch of emotion. It opened its mouth and spewed a stream of flames at the crowd below. That's its flaming dragon breath? After a scream, several players were instantly dropped by the second. It's not that they have been hurt much, but the kind of fear that people feel when faced with an irresistible existence. Like divine punishment, let everyone feel unstoppable power. After seconds, a group of players, the dragon was not satisfied. He levitated high in the air and continued to attack players who had not yet had time to escape. For a while, there were screams and countless deaths and injuries. Even in the game, players find it too scary. This is simply torture. In just 3 minutes, the number of players killed by the dragon was as high as hundreds. Those players almost all shivered after being revived in the Union station, and did not dare to emerge outside. Many players who had not yet had time to get close to the station were frightened to watch from a distance when they saw this scene. The existence of a giant dragon made thousands of people dare not approach. At this time, the World Channel was also very noisy. Eileen, I just got a dragon second. Where is the dragon? Right at the door of my union. I was just about to return to the union, when I was spit out by a breath of dragons. Why did the dragon come to your union station? Maybe it wants to build a dragon's den here. Everyone was talking about it, and they didn't know why this ancient dragon suddenly appeared. When Sprin saw the miserable situation outside the union, he was even more frightened. He knew that the dragon was coming at him. President, how long do you say that dragon will stay here? Seeing the ancient dragon that kept hovering over the union station, he asked tentatively. I don't know, hopefully it's not like others speculate, it's going to build a nest here. Alice frowned, in a bad mood. She could feel that the ancient dragon did not seem to be hostile to the players. And the state of extreme hatred? What exactly caused it to become the way it was? At this time, most of the players in the Union station did not feel afraid. They all thought it was lively. Anyway, with the constraints of the title deed, the ancient dragons can't take them. Everyone is talking about this monster that suddenly broke in. You say, who is more powerful than Steve's boss Deathworm? Then it goes without saying, of course it's this dragon. The dragon is said to be the strongest monster on this continent. Everyone was excited, if only they could become the owner of this dragon. Dragon Knight, just thinking about it is very windy. Whether it is momentum or power, it is much better than Xu Yuan's death worm. Steve's death worm strength is indeed good, but in terms of appearance, it is much worse. When everyone thought of the appearance of the death worm, they felt a little unbearable. Even if male gamers don't care too much about pet appearance, most of them can't accept death worms. Or the dragon is handsome, and can fly in the sky. The players who were far away outside, because they couldn't go back to the Union, climbed the mountain to look at the ancient dragon. These people are a little helpless, and now they have a home and can't go back. No one wants to try, risking being killed by the dragon to return to the city. The pile of equipment and items that fell to the ground at the gate of the Union Station, and no one dared to pick up, is the best proof of this. What do we do now? Finding that you can't go back to the city, there are players who don't know how to be good. Wait a minute, maybe the ancient dragon will be gone in a while. No one had a way, and they didn't dare to test the dragon's breath. They are not Xu Yuan. After being ravaged by the monsters, everyone has learned to behave. The news of the dragon appearing here was quickly known by the players of the full server. It attracted many people to come to see the liveliness. The European continent is huge, and compared to the number of players, it is really empty. Although players often encounter various monsters, most of them have never seen dragons. Compared to the screenshots on the forum, they are naturally more curious about living dragons. Soon, countless players gathered and packed the entire mountain. There are many people, because they have not seen the horror of the dragon just now, they want to constantly move to the direction of the dragon. It's as if you're visiting rare wildlife. Finally, the players' actions were detected by the ancient dragon. High in the air, it turned its direction and turned its huge heads to countless crowds of onlookers. It's coming towards us. Some people screamed, and after seeing the lantern-like laughing eyes of the ancient dragon, many people unconsciously provoked. Isn't it supposed to be trying to attack us? Someone worried. It's impossible, we're so far away from the ancient dragon, we shouldn't be within its range of hatred. In most cases, the range of hatred of monsters is within a few dozen blocks. Even if it is a more powerful monster, it is only a few hundred blocks at most. Just in case, the distance between them and the ancient dragon is far more than 1,000 square blocks, and it is estimated that they all have a distance of 5,000 square blocks. At such a distance, how could it possibly bring down the hatred of the ancient dragon? However, something happened that everyone did not expect. The ancient dragons are really flying towards them? Wouldn't it? It's coming. Just kidding. At this moment, the players are a little speechless. Before the ancient dragons came, they felt a huge coercion. Is this what the official says is long way? Everyone remembered the introduction of the ancient dragon on the official website. The most powerful ancient dragon is the king of dragons, with extremely powerful dragon power. All players feel that they are under the power of the dragon, and countless debuffs are attached to their bodies. Attack power minus 10%, movement speed, 20%, 50% reduction in health recovery, flame burn damage increased by 100%, escape. At this point, some players shouted in fear. Subsequently, countless players desperately ran down the mountain. But there were so many players that they were all stuck halfway up the mountain. There are also many players who come to admire, because they are blocked by the mountain, they do not notice the approach of the dragon, and they are crowding up. Those who want to go up can't go up, and those who want to come down can't get down. The dragon doesn't give players time, it flies too fast. In less than half a minute, it was already in the sky above the players. It's over. Some players looked up and knew they were doomed. Although dying once in the game is no big deal, what about the equipment they drop? Many people come with their usual equipment. If it falls, it will definitely be extremely distressing. So many people's equipment fell to the ground, and when the time came to pick up the equipment, it would be another wave of bloody rain. Moreover, there is a dragon here, how can it be so easy? You know, after the equipment in the game is dropped, if you don't pick it up for a long time, it will disappear. Seeing thousands of players gathered in one place, the eyes of the ancient dragon showed excitement. It spat out a mouthful of flame dragon breath, that is, dozens of players were dropped in seconds. It breathed out one breath after another, and the players died in batches. It is also because the players are too dense, so the lethality of the ancient dragon is so powerful. After 10 minutes, most of the thousands of players on the mountain had been killed and injured. Many players have reached the foot of the mountain, ready to run for their lives in the distance. But the ancient dragon didn't seem to be enjoying it yet, spitting out dragon bullets one by one, attacking the crowd of people who were left behind. Unlike dragon breath's close-range damage, dragon flame bullets can fire small fireballs. Its attack distance is extremely far, and when many players think they are safe, they are dropped by the dragon flame bullet flying in the distance. After clearing out all visible players, the ancient dragon returned and hovered above the Union Station. Several players initially saw it leave, and had the courage to come out and retrieve the dropped equipment. Many people were moved when they saw this. Could it be that the ancient dragon was ready to go? Everyone came out tentatively. After holding back in the Union Station for a long time, everyone was a little bored at this time. At this time, they found that it seemed safe, and they couldn't stay. But after a while, when they saw the ancient dragon go and return, everyone shrunk back. At this time, there was a whale on the World Channel. It's terrifying. It's too strong. I'm going crazy, my equipment is off, it's the diamond set I finally saved. You're okay, the title deeds of our union president have all been dropped. Is this dragon a world boss? Everyone was attracted by this ancient dragon. Many players have asked the official through in-game channels whether this ancient dragon is a world boss. For the questions of all players, the official attaches great importance to it, and soon gave the answer on the official website. This ancient dragon is just a natural monster in the game, not a so-called world boss. The reason is that some players have angered the dragon, so the dragon is out of control. Players were excited to see the official answer. Who exactly provoked this ancient dragon? The first face that appeared in their minds was the image of Steve Boss. After a comfortable night's rest, Xu Yuan was refreshed and logged into my world again. After he logged into the game, he found that countless people sent him private messages. Boss, aren't you offline? How did you anger the ancient dragon? Boss, you didn't do it, did you? Are we going to slay the dragon today? These are all members of the union, and messages from people familiar to Xu Yuan, such as Big Orange and Dream. There was also a lot of news from the president of the union he knew. In this regard, Xu Yuan had to explain them one by one. He has just gone online, obviously he doesn't know anything, right? How overnight, the European continent has undergone tremendous changes. Players are all on the world channel and are starting to discuss dragon slaying? So, he hurried out of the room to ask Ken. Ken, what the hell happened? Ken knew that this matter had nothing to do with Xu Yuan, so he told the story of the matter. That's the way it is, they all guessed that it was you who provoked the dragon, boss. I'm only going live now, and where do I have time to slay the dragon? Xu Yuan's original plan was to take everyone to the neon area to find treasures. For the dragon, although he had the intention to get a dragon egg, he still knew that it was not the time. He was originally going to settle the treasure matter and then come back to take the dragon's first kill. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, he explained it on the world channel. Steve, I don't know about the ancient dragons. After learning that it was not Xu Yuan, the players apologized one after another. Didn't Steve do it? They were all curious, who dared to provoke the dragon? Meanwhile, players trapped in the union can't sit still. They are ready to unite and deal with this ancient dragon together. All players were shocked. For the first time, a dozen unions banded together to deal with the monster. Some good deeds posted the story to the official forum, and also opened a live post. Countless players were attracted to the post, many of them from other servers. There are also many players in European servers, because the distance is too far, afraid that they will not find a good viewing position, so they also watch the live broadcast posted on the forum. Dragon Slay? It is also the strongest ancient dragon. I knew that where Steve was there, it was destined to be uncalm. Upstairs, don't talk nonsense, Steve didn't participate in this dragon slayer. Yes, don't get involved with Steve in everything. This dragon slaying is a major event for the entire European service, and it is the joint decision of more than a dozen trade unions. In the live post, the players' comments quickly turned the post into a hit. For this dragon slaughter, Xu Yuan naturally did not participate. One reason is that he is not ready to deal with the ancient dragon. Even if he is ready to take the first kill, he will not choose the strongest ancient dragon to attack. He didn't even know anything about ordinary dragon skills, and if he slaughtered the dragon rashly, he was likely to overturn. Another reason is that so many people slay dragons together. In case of success, who is the item dropped by the ancient dragon? High-level dragons can drop dragon eggs. Dragon eggs can hatch into dragons and be domesticated into pets. No one can guarantee that they will not be moved in the face of the temptation to become the master of the dragon. Therefore, he did not intend to mix this matter. Boss, are we still going to the neon area today? Looking at Xu Yuan, who was meditating alone on a wall in the main city, Ken came over and asked. Wait a minute, I always find things complicated. Xu Yuan thought about it, but decided to wait and see for a while. Do you think those unions will lose? Losing is an inevitable outcome. Xu Yuan's results for slaying the dragon were beyond doubt. Why are the first monsters on the European continent to kill and drop legendary weapons instead of ordinary items? It's not always a souvenir, is it? It is clear that these legendary weapons must have been used against more powerful monsters. And the most powerful monster in the European continent is naturally a high-level dragon. Those unions who threatened to deal with ancient dragons did not even have a legendary weapon. What to slay dragons? On the heap of human lives? Maybe you can't break the dragon's defenses? Boss, you mean that the official explanation that someone provoked the dragon? Ken immediately understood. That's right, Xu Yuan nodded. To be able to make the ancient dragon chase for so long and not give up is definitely not an ordinary provocation. Instead, I took away the special items guarded by the dragon. The thought easily came out of his mind. In the Song of Ice and Fire mod he played, the dragon is set to have a dragon's den, and there will be gold piles and treasure chests in the dragon's den. If it is an ordinary provocation, after escaping to the range of hatred, the dragon will naturally leave. But this time the situation was completely different. The ancient dragon seemed to be guarding there. There is quite a feeling that I will not give up if I do not achieve my goal. Naturally, Xu Yuan easily guessed the answer. Someone must have taken away the items guarded by the ancient dragon. Maybe it was something particularly important? Boss, you're interested in items taken by players? Asked Ken. I'm really curious. Xu Yuan admitted generously. Domesticating dragons is also a key part of his planning. If the special item that the player took had anything to do with the domesticated dragon, it wouldn't be good for their cube guild. Have the coordinates of the treasure in the neon area been discovered by anyone else? He asked. Kai, they are well hidden, and no one has found the coordinates of the treasure at the moment. Hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan was very relieved. He handed over the neon area to Kaya to manage, and it was a wise decision. Then let's stay on the European continent first. Ancient dragons he could not slaughter, but that special item, he could not help but figure out. 15 unions, including Alice, planned to officially start dragon slaying in the afternoon. After hearing the news that he was going to slay the dragon, Sprint asked Alice for leave on the grounds that the operation was very good. He was very sure that if he dared to go out, the ancient dragon would definitely chase him and fight, and he didn't want to become a target for the ancient dragon. Most importantly, if players are told that he is unusual, the secret of his anger against the dragon is revealed. How many players were dropped by dragon seconds this morning? Will they forgive him? Sprint didn't dare to imagine, and was even more afraid to bear such serious consequences. Alice generously allowed the union members leave. Her union is a casual union, and unlike most unions, it does not oblige union members to attend an event. During the preparation time, players are busy and synthesize a large number of arrows. A dragon is a creature that flies in the sky and rarely lands on the ground except to rest. Therefore, the only means of attack for players is bows and arrows. It's not that the players want to slay the dragon, but the players who are trapped by the ancient dragon. There are thousands of people. They happen to have the resurrection point set up in the union compound again, and they can't leave unless they kill or drive away the dragon. Finally, it was afternoon. In the game, many players are watching from afar. On the forum, countless players are waiting in live posts. After the first arrow shot at the ancient dragon, the battle for dragon slaying officially began. In order to be able to attack the ancient dragon, many players left the safe area of the title deed and ran below it. In an instant, countless arrows, like a rain curtain, shot towards the ancient dragon. Miss. -1. -2. Miss. Miss. Only a few powerful players can bring a pitiful little damage to the ancient dragon. Many players, after discovering that the damage they hit are immune, people are stupid. They only knew at this moment that they underestimated this big fellow. This armor is too high. Oh my god, what the hell is going to be done? Can we really kill it? The players were a little desperate. At the beginning of the battle, they seemed to have seen the signs of defeat in advance. Seeing the countless players pouring out, the ancient dragon also flapped its wings excitedly. Most of the arrows that came over were bounced off by its unparalleled defensive dragon wings. A few arrows hit it, and many hit miss. After a dragon groan, it began to fight back. Everyone quickly disperse, beware of being set on fire by the dragon's breath. Players with low attack power quickly returned to the station to dodge. The heads of more than a dozen unions began directing the crowd. It didn't do much, though. The players are too close to the ancient dragon at the moment, and there are many of them. The ancient dragon just sprayed a casual breath of dragon breath, and at least several players were killed in seconds. Under several consecutive attacks, dozens of players were dropped in seconds. And at this moment, the amount of blood it has lost is only 100 points. At this time, everyone saw its blood volume. 50,000 points? How do you fight this? The players' eyes widened. They had just dispatched thousands of combat powers. Just knocked off a little bloody skin? At this time, most of the players who did not have enough attack power had already returned to the Union station. Those who remained on the battlefield were only 200 people. No way, most players' attacks are simply not enough. Even if it goes out, it will only be sent to death in vain. Don't be discouraged, and those who stay at the station should provide backup support. The people outside, control the position, everyone will grind this evil dragon to death. The people in charge began to cheer up, and everyone regained their fighting spirit and continued to fight the ancient dragon. The players watching the battle from a distance only vaguely saw the ancient dragon power, and the players died quickly, and they couldn't see a clear picture at all. They are also helpless. Who calls the ancient dragon is too terrifying. No one dares to venture close to it. Many players feel that the effect of watching the battle in this way is not good at all, and simply go to the forum to see the live broadcast post. The live posts of the forum were posted by players trapped by ancient dragons. Although I took screenshots from hiding in the Union premises, the picture was very clear because of the close distance. The landlord who posted was also diligent, sending out a screenshot every minute or two. After a new screenshot was posted, players commented on the floor. This is slaying a dragon? This is clearly being slaughtered by a dragon. The side of the Union is no rival at all. Just like this, the official still said that it was not a world boss, and I almost believed it. Are you European monsters so perverted? Many players can't believe that an alliance of more than a dozen unions would be so embarrassing. It can simply be described as a mountain of defeat. This is an asymmetrical battle. No one expected that the ancient dragon was the one with an overwhelming advantage. Are the ancient dragons too strong, or are the players in Europe too weak? If I were to say, if the Dragon Slayer was a cube guild, the result would definitely be different. That's for sure. There are monsters in this game that Steve can't kill. Looking at the European players who were beaten by the ancient dragon, someone remembered Xu Yuan. Many people agree. It is believed that only Xu Yuan has the strength to slay dragons. Still, there are many people who disagree. Steve blows again. Do you know how strong this ancient dragon is, and what monster Steve has killed before can only be compared to it? If he could kill it, Steve would have killed it a long time ago. Can it be delayed until now? In my world, many people are fans of Xu Yuan and call him a big guy. But again, there are many people who are Xu Yuan's black fans. They were very jealous of Xu Yuan taking the first kill every day, and they couldn't see that the cube would be a little better. It's just that Xu Yuan's performance is too good to let them succeed. Seeing that someone blacked Xu Yuan, more players couldn't stand it, and the two waves of people immediately tore up on the floor. More than a dozen members of the Union, and the battle with the ancient dragon continues. After everyone's position was dispersed, the lethality caused by the dragon breath immediately weakened. This makes everyone feel hopeful. And with the experience of fighting, everyone also knows that the dragon wings of the ancient dragon are equivalent to shields. So when attacking, everyone pays attention to attacking its head. The players present can be said to be basically elite. Their technique is all good and their hit rate is high. Each round of attacks can almost kill more than 150 blood of the ancient dragon. And the ancient dragon's dragon flame bullet, although each shot can kill a player in a second, but the effect is not much. Why? After a player is dropped in seconds, he immediately resurrects from the Union station, then comes out to pick up equipment and continue to fight. After several deaths, players are used to it. In this way, after half an hour, the ancient dragon was worn off 10,000 blood. The members of the Union felt that they were not far from killing it. On the forum, the players also cheered, feeling that they would soon witness the great achievements of dragon slaughtering. But at this moment, the besieged ancient dragon let out a melodious dragon groan. Everyone found that the world in front of them at this moment had turned a fiery red color. This is the realm of ancient dragons? Feeling this change, everyone was very panicked, afraid that the ancient dragon would make some trick. Doesn't it mean that monsters don't go berserk until 1/10 of their HP? After all, it was the most powerful ancient dragon. Huh? I seem to be okay, how about you? I also felt no change and my blood volume didn't decrease. Players have found that the change in horizon does not actually harm them. Since this is the case, everyone does not care, and continues to attack the ancient dragon. But after fighting for a while, they realized that something was wrong. I can't be resurrected. I can't be resurrected either. Under normal circumstances, after the player dies, the interface will turn gray, choose to revive, and you can immediately respawn at the resurrection point. Players in the realm of ancient dragons, after death, find that everything is different. They can't find an option to resurrect. When they want to be resurrected, a prompt will appear. Players in the dragon realm can take 3 hours to revive after death, so it is recommended that you take a break offline. Arrange your game time wisely, which is good for your health. Can't you be resurrected and lonely? In the desperate atmosphere of the players, the ancient dragon took a bite of dragon flame bullets, constantly reducing the number of people in the battlefield. On the ground, there are equipment and items left behind by the player. The dead bodies of many players, lying messily one by one, look miserable. As players' attrition, they had to retreat to the Union station. A great war in which thousands of people participated ended in defeat. After clearing all the targets, the dragon seemed to be tired, so he landed in the clearing below, squinting and napping. Plus 100. Plus 100. Its blood volume quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was back to 50,000 HP. The forum exploded at this time. Lost? Lost. Didn't they all say that they were going to slay the dragon just now, and after a while, the polls reversed. The dragon's ability is too terrifying, and the restriction that cannot be resurrected is too against the sky. Is there no way to deal with it? Inside the Union station, watch a large group of players return with heavy casualties. Sprin felt like a big rock pressed against her. He is now beginning to waver. For a treasure that does not know what to use, is it worth dragging everyone down? What's more, those players didn't know that they were actually affected by the late fish. If everyone knew the truth, they would be angry, right? He thought weakly. He decided that he could no longer run away and that he had to take responsibility. So, he found the president, Alice. Are you saying that the ancient dragon was enraged because you stole the treasure it guarded? Alice looked at Sprin and said in shock. So such a gaffe, her voice was also suppressed very low, for fear of alarming others. Sprin lowered his head, inwardly reproachful, and whispered. I'm sorry, President, I've caused you trouble. You hand me over, I'm not going to retreat. If such a thing happens, if it is known by all server players, he probably can't get mixed up in the game. He didn't have such a thick skin, and he felt extremely guilty when he thought of the anger in everyone's eyes looking at him. Who expected Alice to say, since you know it's wrong, I won't tell me about it. But, Sprin hesitated. It's okay, I'll try to contact Steve to see if I can get him to help slay the dragon. But in that case, the treasure you took will have to be handed over. Alice knew in her heart that there was no such thing as a lunch for nothing. Since you want to ask Xu Yuan to help, you must give corresponding remuneration, and it is impossible to ask others to work for nothing. Well, everything is up to you, agreed Sprin. Block Guild. At this time, Xu Yuan had just brushed the ant fat for 3 hours and returned to the room to recover from fatigue. If you want to make the dire ant empress obey, you need too much ant fat. If you don't brush it every day, you don't know until the year of the monkey. Suddenly, Ken's voice came from outside the house. Boss, someone wants to see you. Hearing this, Xu Yuan asked curiously, who wants to see me? Her name is Alice and she is the president of Happy's Union. Is it one of the 15 unions that fought the ancient dragon today? Yes, she said she might have something you were interested in. Hearing this, Xu Yuan became interested. You know, he now has a large amount of gold coins and countless rare items. Even legendary weapons and legendary props are quite a few. Why did that Alice dare to say that she had something that would impress him? At the same time, he was also puzzled in his heart. Didn't he say that the ancient dragon was guarding the Union station? How did Alice get out? Then go and meet you, he said. Saying that, Xu Yuan and Ken went to the Union Hall together and met Alice, who was waiting there. Hello, Steve. As soon as she saw Xu Yuan, Alice took the initiative to summon. Hello, President Alice, are you looking for me for something? Xu Yuan naturally knew that the other party could not have come to offer treasures to himself. You guessed it, I came to ask you for help. Alice said. Help what? Dragon Slayer. Slay the dragon? Ken on the side was stunned. This Alice's tone was really big, and he actually asked his boss to help so much as he opened his mouth. Even Xu Yuan felt speechless. Sorry, I refuse. Listening to Xu Yuan's answer, Alice was not surprised. She also knew that her words were too abrupt. Steve boss, don't be too busy refusing. Don't you want to know what I brought with me? With that, she pulled out an item from her backpack. Seeing the items Alice took out, Xu Yuan was taken aback. That's a horn. In the Song of Ice and Fire mod he once played, it's called the Dragon Horn. The Dragon Horn is a special tool used to transport domesticated dragons, which can store the player's dragon in the horn and carry it with you, or release it at any time. It is divided into Fire Dragon Horn and Ice Dragon Horn. However, the horn in Alice's hand was somewhat different from the item he remembered. It is earthy gray and looks larger than it seems. Can I take a look? He asked politely. Of course you can. Alice immediately handed the horn in her hand to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan took a look and immediately got the relevant information. Ancient horn, the only rare item. It is the supreme treasure of the dragon race guarded by the ancient dragon, hiding mysterious power. The information received was scarce and vague, but the 4 words of the supreme treasure made Xu Yuan's breath blaze. I need to think about it. He didn't immediately agree to Alice, because slaying dragons, especially ancient dragons, was not something that could be done easily. Okay, can I wait here for your reply, said Alice. She also knows that her demands are difficult, but she can only do so. In fact, you can choose an easy way to hand over Sprin at the beginning, so that the dragon will naturally leave when it takes back the ancient horn. But she didn't choose that. By what? Can the ancient dragon leave safely after slaughtering countless players? At the end of the day, it's just a string of game data, and she doesn't want to watch her union members because of a string of data and be forced to quit. I don't want to let that ancient dragon go uneasy. I would venture to ask, how did you escape from being surrounded by ancient dragons? Asked Xu Yuan curiously. In fact, it's not difficult, it's just piled up with life. Alice recounts how she was protected by hundreds of players and fled there. In order to prevent her from becoming the target of monster hatred, many players deliberately provoke the other party, thereby diverting hatred. When she came, she said yes to the guild leaders, and she would definitely be able to ask Steve for help. We all unanimously decided that if you kill the ancient dragon, we won't want any of the items dropped, and they will all be at your disposal. Hearing Alice's words, Xu Yuan was a little surprised. Have you figured it out? The ancient dragon may drop the dragon egg. Dragon eggs can give birth to baby dragons and thus become juvenile dragons that can be domesticated. That's right, we're just unwilling to be killed by the monster and want to kill it back. After several conflicts, the feelings of these union players for the ancient dragon have turned into hatred. They only had one idea at this time, that is, to kill the ancient dragon and export evil chi to themselves. Seeing the other party's firm expression, Xu Yuan said, Okay, I promise you, but slaying dragons requires a lot of preparation, and I need some time. Seeing that Xu Yuan agreed to his request, Alice said excitedly, Of course, we all listen to you. She immediately passed the news back and told the presidents of the other unions. Boss, do we really want to slay the dragon? Seeing that Xu Yuan agreed, Ken said with some surprise. That's an ancient dragon. Just killed the existence of hundreds of players in seconds. Rest assured, we are not completely without chance. Seeing the expression on Ken's face, Xu Yuan cheered him up. However, this is also the first time, and he can't guarantee absolute strategizing when facing monsters. After all, it is the most powerful monster in the European continent, and if it is so easy to kill, it will be surprising. Ken's surprise was not because he felt that Xu Yuan could not defeat the ancient dragon. But I feel that my boss is already so strong. Even the ancient dragon dared to slaughter. However, we have a lot of props to prepare. To deal with the ancient dragon, you definitely can't just bring in equipment like other monsters on the other side. He needs a lot of props. Boss, I'll prepare whatever you need right away. Ken was eager to try. He will soon be able to slay the dragon with the boss. This made his heart beat a lot faster, and his heart was extremely expectant. Xu Yuan began to sort out the items needed to deal with Yoang and the dragon. The more fire potions and healing potions, the better. Every member who participates in the battle is at least a full set of diamond armor. Make as many poisonous arrows as you can. Got it, boss, said Ken excitedly. Xu Yuan turned his head and said to Alice, What I just said, I hope you will also prepare as much as possible. Even if he helped the other party fight the dragon, he was not prepared to let the other party be idle. Those players in the union, those who should produce items must produce items, and those who should contribute must also contribute. Understood, I'll inform them right away. Alice also sent a message to inform other union presidents of these requests. Xu Yuan nodded. 2 days later, officially slay the dragon. Soon, a new post appeared on the forum. Player Steve officially announced the dragon slay. Seeing this post, countless players were thrilled with adrenaline. Am I not mistaken? Is Steve going to slay the dragon? Upstairs, you don't see? Steve and the presidents of more than a dozen unions have discussed it. Hehe, there's a lot to see. Unlike the previous union players, the players' odds of winning Xu Yuan to slay the dragon were much higher in their hearts. After all, Xu Yuan's series of deeds are there, and many players have the impression that he is an invincible existence. Steve boss, this is going to kill the whole of Europe. That's not it. Now he has the confidence to slay the dragon, and the previous unions made a joke. I'm more curious about what items the ancient dragon drops after it dies, aren't you curious? So, everyone in the post can talk about the dragon's dropped items. Upon learning that the guilds trapped by the dragon unanimously decided to give up the loot to kill the dragon, the players couldn't believe it. After 2 days of preparation, Xu Yuan took the 200 elites of the Cube Guild and entered the range of hatred of the ancient dragon. And in the Union Station, there are also 200 players ready to go. Seeing a player break in, the ancient dragon rose into the air from the ground and emitted a high-pitched and loud dragon groan. The first squad attacked the ancient dragon with me. The second squad entered the Union Station and listened to my orders to provide support at any time. With Xu Yuan's order, he directly used his elytra to fly into the sky, forgetting about the ancient dragon. The first group with Ken as the captain also immediately scattered, centered on the position of the ancient dragon, and distributed around it. The second team, with Dream as the captain, avoided the site of the ancient times and fished into the Union Station. Xu Yuan's strategy is very simple, that is, to fight wheel wars and war of attrition. If everyone is sent out at the beginning, due to the density of the number, it is difficult not to be killed by the dragon breath of the ancient dragon. Coupled with the dragon realm of the ancient dragon, it limits the resurrection, and it is simply invulnerable. So, the best way to do this is to divide the players into several groups and then subdivide them into several squads to fight. Everyone prepare poisonous arrows and attack the ancient dragon from a long range. The players of the first group heard Xu Yuan's order and immediately shot at the ancient dragon. The poisoned arrow, which had been prepared for 2 days, finally played a role at this moment. Hundreds of arrows shot at the ancient dragon from all directions. These players are all elites carefully selected by Xu Yuan from the Block Guild. The accuracy of using bows and arrows is extremely high. -3, -1, -2, -1. The arrow hits the ancient dragon, causing its life to pass slowly but continuously. After a wave of attacks, it has an additional poisoning state on its panel. -1. Miss. -1. See that even in the gap between the players' attacks, the ancient dragon slowly loses blood due to the poison state. Xu Yuan's heart was rejoicing. Dragons are legendary creatures, and much of their equipment is ineffective against them. Even the siren flute, banshee head, etc. that Xu Yuan got before, their effects on the dragon will only be immunized. He had the attitude of trying it out and let people prepare poisoned arrows. Even if the dragon is immune to poisoning effects, the damage of arrows is still there. And now that it is really useful, it greatly improves the odds of winning on the player's side. After just 1 round of attacks, the ancient dragon's HP was knocked out by nearly 300. Compared to the first time when the dragon was slaughtered, the damage played by more than 200 Union players was much higher. Enraged, the ancient dragon completely began to fight back. As soon as the dragon breath sprayed, 1 member was dropped in seconds. Even though they are all elite members of the Cube Guild, they still can't dodge attacks. Fortunately, Xu Yuan has already asked everyone to reset the resurrection point. When the ancient dragon did not cast the dragon realm, there was no problem at all. One by one, the Union members were dropped in seconds, and then they revived, picked up their equipment and continued to attack. Everything is in order, and the damage of the ancient dragon is constantly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xu Yuan was suspended in the air, mainly commanding everyone to fight. From time to time, he also attacks monsters with a 3-shot bow. An arrow hits the target. -12. Seeing this damage, Xu Yuan also had a general understanding of the armor value of the ancient dragon. Its armor has almost reached about 3 times that of the man-eating demon killed by Xu Yuan. His attack also triggered the hatred of the ancient dragon. Seeing Xu Yuan, the ancient dragon played its huge dragon wings and crashed straight towards him. Xu Yuan hurriedly moved back and retreated. When facing creatures like dragons, it's best not to fight in close combat, because the results of hand-to-hand combat are often very tragic. The dragon's most powerful attack is often not its dragon breath and dragon bullets, but its giant teeth and claws. He even suspected that this ancient dragon could kill several dinosaur royal families in seconds with 1 claw. This is also why he was not prepared to control the dire ant battle from the beginning. Xu Yuan's speed was very fast, and he did not give the ancient dragon a chance to get close. However, when the ancient dragon knew that he could not catch up with him, he quickly changed his attack. It flapped its wings, and a small hot whirlwind flew towards Xu Yuan. The speed of this small whirlwind is fast. After seeing it rushing towards him at a rapid speed, Xu Yuan knew that he couldn't dodge at all. So, he immediately equipped his left hand with a Hydra heart, and at the same time took out the shield scepter with his right hand and put a shield on himself. In a burst of explosions, smoke filled the air. Boss. In the first team, Ken, Big Orange, Ahao, Xiao, and others exclaimed. They didn't expect that the ancient dragon suddenly used a new skill. I'm okay. The smoke dispersed, revealing Xu Yuan's figure. At this moment, his HP was only 2 blocks left. Under the protection of the shield and the recovery of Hydra's heart, he was almost killed by that small whirlwind. It seems that only in the air will the whirlwind attack of the ancient dragon be triggered, but I don't know how long the CD is. Xu Yuan constantly analyzed in his heart, and at the same time, his blood volume, under the action of Hydra's heart, recovered unquickly and slowly. Originally, the recovery effect of Hydra's heart was particularly fast, but the ancient dragon's dragon power had a life recovery that reduced debuff by 50%. After not killing Xu Yuan with one blow, the ancient dragon was also diverted by others and began to attack other players. This made Xu Yuan sure that this small cyclone attack CD would not be too short. In Minecraft, the AI of advanced monsters is very intelligent. It won't kill you with one blow and then let you go. Xu Yuan was very sure that the reason why the ancient dragon didn't release the second small whirlwind to kill him in seconds just now was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. After all, only this whirlwind attack is almost unavoidable. Other attacks could not pose a threat to Xu Yuan, who could fly. After there was no threat, Xu Yuan fell from the air, repairing the durability of the elytra. And the players of the first squad, under his orders, constantly attacked the ancient dragons. Just 10 minutes passed, and the ancient dragon's HP was close to 4W points. Soon, with the efforts of everyone, its HP was beaten below 4W. At the same time, Xu Yuan spoke again. All players use the recovery potion to restore HP. Get ready to use the fire potion right away. Under his command, the players all took out the potions they had already prepared and used them. At this time, the dragon realm of the ancient dragon was finally released. The entire space changed color at this time. The rocks and the earth are as red as a soldering iron, and the sky is like a cloud of fire. From this moment on, players in the field cannot be resurrected after death. Everyone did not stand still because of the movements of the ancient dragon. Instead, taking advantage of the good opportunity for it to release the field, it unleashed another wave of damage, causing it to roar in pain. The ancient dragon, which had already knocked off 1/5 of his health, also felt the difficulty of those ants on the ground at this moment. It began spitting dragon breath frequently, trying to destroy all its enemies. Because players use fire potions, they have greatly offset many debuffs with a 100% fire damage bonus brought by dragon power. Some players, when they were hit by the dragon's breath, because they were not in the center of the flame, they all had a trace of residual blood and were not dropped in seconds. This is also Xu Yuan's way to deal with the dragon realm. Since the effect of the dragon realm is to restrict players from resurrecting, it is good that he makes it less easy for players to be dropped in seconds. Many of the players who used the fire potion resisted the ancient dragon's second kill, greatly delaying time and continuing to deal damage. However, there are still many players who have been killed under several dragon breath fire dragon bullets. After discovering that more than 30 players had died, he immediately messaged Alice. The 3rd Brigade is now replenishing 3 squads to enter the 1st Brigade. The 5th team sent members to support the players on the battlefield with backup supplies. The 3rd and 4th Brigades are one of the 2 battle groups formed by the guild-based players, which are used to supplement the 1st and 2nd teams in terms of attrition. The 5th team is composed of players who have little combat effectiveness. The main role is to provide equipment and props to players who are fighting ancient dragons. After all, when arrows and potions run out, bows and armor are also damaged. With backup supplies, players' combat effectiveness can remain at their peak for a long time. With follow-up support and supplies, even if the ancient combat power is strong, Xu Yuan has the confidence to grind the other party to death. Although there are players in succession, they die under the attack of ancient dragons, and then they cannot match. But soon, new players will be added to continue attacking the ancient dragons. This creates a dynamic stability. The number of players in the battlefield will not fluctuate greatly, and the damage caused to the ancient dragon will naturally not be greatly deviated. Each round of attacks will cause more than 200 HP to the ancient dragon. In this way, it lasted for another 10 minutes, and the blood volume of the ancient dragon was ground to 3W. After the HP fell below 30,000, the ancient dragon no longer only hovered in the sky, but fell to the ground. Everyone be careful, pay attention to keep the formation distance back and scatter. Seeing the abnormality of the ancient dragon, Xu Yuan felt that it might have to make some kind of moth again. He even had a guess in his mind. Should this guy use a special ability for every 1W of HP dropped? It was at this moment that the ancient dragon fell to the ground, and then it began to groan intermittently. Some players from Europe saw it and hurriedly shouted, "That's dragon language magic." The live post on the forum about Steve slaying the dragon has long been at the top. Countless players flocked to the forums to watch the text and screenshots live. This time, compared to the previous Dragon Slayer, I don't know how much bigger. Because there are so many players online at the same time, the official forum has crashed several times. The game official had no way, and finally on the official website, the battle situation of Xu Yuan's dragon slaying was broadcast live. After learning the news, the players were overjoyed. Reading text and screenshots is really not enjoyable, and there is a time delay, making them wait too much. After the official live broadcast started, everyone had a live broadcast room. Fortunately, the official live broadcast room was optimized at the beginning and can accommodate tens of millions of people online at the same time, so as to stabilize the server. At this time, the battle between the player side represented by Xu Yuan and the ancient dragon had entered a white heat. Seeing Xu Yuan use wheel warfare and attrition war to resist the dragon realm, players admired his strategy and came up with such a brilliant tactic. Seeing that the restricted resurrection of the ancient dragon did not work, many people issued a barrage. Steve is really too strong to say, relying only on intelligence to easily beat the ancient dragon. I thought that Steve was going to kill a bloody path with pets and legendary weapons, but I didn't expect him to play tactics for me. Worship the big guy. Steve Boss originally crushed us with IQ, and he has long been several versions ahead of us. I don't know what to say, I can only call the big guy. Just when the players in the live broadcast room thought everything was going well, when the ancient dragon was 3 WHP, it landed on the ground and began to chant. That's dragon magic. There are many players in the live broadcast room, and many people have noticed its abnormality. What is dragon magic? The players asked curiously. Dragon language magic, as the name suggests, is the magic of the dragon clan. Dragons can also unleash magic. Players are wondering, isn't the ability of mages to use magic? Of course, but dragons that can unleash dragon language magic are usually noble beings in the dragon clan. After being popularized by the popular science, the players know that this ancient dragon is not the most powerful monster in the European continent at present. Among the dragons, it must also be a noble existence. On the battlefield, after the ancient dragon released the dragon language magic, a huge green magic array, centered on it, was lit up. Plus 500. Plus 500. Plus 500. Attack, it's regaining health. Someone finally reacted. The crowd attacked even more frantically. However, what made them desperate was that the damage they inflicted on the ancient dragon was far less than its recovery. In just 1 minute, the ancient dragon's HP recovered from less than 3W to 3W2, and the magic array under it continues to provide energy, and its HP is still rising. Looking at the ancient dragon that continued to recover his blood volume, Xu Yuan's brows furrowed. If you don't find a way to solve it quickly, then the situation will be unfavorable. They have sacrificed more than 100 elite players to beat the ancient dragon's HP below 3W. If you don't stop the other party from continuing to restore life, then the previous loss will be in vain. Ancient dragons can restore HP, and they can't be revived in a short time after the player dies. There are also those consumed weapons and props, which together are also a huge resource. If it continues to be consumed like this, Xu Yuan will become an unaffordable party. At this time, the members of the 1st Brigade were very frustrated, and they really tried their best. Could it be that this time the Dragon Slayer will also be broken? Looking at the desperate people, Xu Yuan suddenly slapped his head. How did I forget this? Boss, do you have a way? Ai Wang, who was beside him, saw his movements and asked with hopeful eyes. Obviously, the dragon's blood volume was almost half worn off, and everyone was very unwilling. They all hoped that Xu Yuan could come up with a way to solve the current dilemma. That's right, I've figured it out. As soon as his words fell, everyone heard the position of the ancient dragon and made a loud noise. Everyone fixed their eyes on it, and a huge death worm appeared near the ancient dragon, destroying the magic array. This death worm was, of course, summoned by Xu Yuan. The dragon is the sky overlord because it is in the air. The ancient dragon that fell to the ground was not so terrifying. What's more, in my world, the existence of anything is inseparable from blocks. The same goes for the magic array, the ground is its weak point. Under Xu Yuan's order, the death worm was desperately destroying the blocks that formed the magic array. The ancient dragon saw that a creature was disturbing his recovery and angrily slapped his giant claws, trying to kill the intruder. However, Xu Yuan's death worm was really thick skin, and even the dragon claw, which was known for its powerful attack, would hardly cause any serious damage to it in a short time. As the plot where the magic array was constructed was broken by the death worm, the dragon language magic of the ancient dragon was completely invalidated. The ancient dragon, which could no longer recover its life, rose into the air in anger. Continue to maintain the battle formation and attack the monsters in an orderly manner. Without the magic array to restore health, the sense of threat brought by the ancient dragon is greatly reduced. Seeing the situation improve, the Union players crowded in the Union station breathed a sigh of relief. They had just almost thought that even the strongest Steve guy in the player was going to overturn. Fortunately, the crisis has been lifted at this moment. Sprin was also among the crowd. After Alice told him that Xu Yuan promised to keep it a secret for him, the big stone in his heart also fell. Looking at Xu Yuan, who was strategizing in the air and calmly commanding a group of players, he was extremely adored in his heart. This is Steve Boss. Xu Yuan didn't know that he had invisibly added another fan, but continued to command the players to fight. The 3rd Brigade is gone. Hurry up and make up for the 4th Brigade. With the round of hand-to-hand, half an hour has passed. When the ancient dragon's HP was beaten back to 3W, everyone found that there was nothing unusual about it this time. It didn't continue to use dragon magic. Everyone speculates that it is likely that the powerful special ability of the ancient dragon can only be used once. Even if the ancient dragon could use dragon language magic, Xu Yuan did not panic. It's a big deal to order the death worm to wreak havoc. In the game's official live broadcast room, players watching the live broadcast also restored an active atmosphere. Just now, they almost thought that Xu Yuan was about to fail. Official, you told me this is not a world boss. How terrifying is the real world boss? Fortunately, I am not from a European service, and I have to sigh that the players of the European bigwigs are living in dire straits. Steve is a big guy, this situation can be turned around. It seems that the ancient dragon has killed first. Front, don't mess with the flag. In the picture of the live broadcast room, the blood volume of the ancient dragon at this time is less than 2.5 W. Instead of looking down on the players, it uses its body to pursue people on the other side. Seeing this scene, the players in the live broadcast room all pinched a cold sweat for the players on the battlefield. How big was the body of an ancient dragon? It's like a building. The impact of such a huge body can be imagined. Fortunately, Xu Yuan reacted in time and made all the players lie down the moment he discovered the dragon's attack. After solving this wave of crisis, the health of the ancient dragon finally reached 2 W points. Now it's not just Xu Yuan, but all players inside and outside the field. Everyone speculated that the ancient dragon was going to launch another special ability. Sure enough, it also confirmed the talent of everyone. It began to hit the ground. Unlike the previous landing, this time it fell directly. The originally flat ground was also smashed out of a huge dragon pit by it. Then, it lay in the dragon pit and struggled, still roaring continuously. Xu Yuan knew that this was not that the ancient dragon was really suffering, but that it was preparing some big move. However, Xu Yuan did not miss this good opportunity, took out a 3-shot bow, summoned a death worm, and juggled the ancient dragon that could not resist. Densely packed arrows, repeated again and again, hit the ancient dragon. In just a few moments, its special ability has not yet been used, and its HP has been knocked out by more than 3,000. At this time, the ancient dragon roared up to the sky, and its body changed incomprehensibly. Xu Yuan and they saw that the ancient dragon at this time had actually split into an identical dragon. But after this split, its body has doubled in size. It's like splitting an apple in two. Unlike cutting apples, the ancient dragons now turned into 2 dragons one size smaller. Seeing this, everyone was surprised. What the hell is going on here? But this is not the end. The 2 small ancient dragons began to split again. The 2 ends split into 4, while doubling in size. And so it goes on. It wasn't until the time it split into 16 that the ancient dragons stopped splitting. At this moment, the ancient dragons are not very large. Even compared with Xu Yuan's death worm, it is much smaller. Seeing this situation, the players in the battlefield did not know what to do. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, they are very confused. Fortunately, at this time, the dragons did not start attacking. You don't have to kill all 16 dragons to kill the ancient dragons, right? What the hell are we going to attack now? Who knows? Does President Steve know? Everyone shifted their gaze to Xu Yuan. Let's try it first. Xu Yuan commanded. The current 16 small ancient dragons, each of which has only 3150 HP points. About twice as many as monsters like chicken snakes. Since I don't know what to do, I have to try it first. So the crowd concentrated their forces and attacked one of them. Of course, in the process, players are also harassed by the remaining 15 dragons. But after the split, the ancient dragon's strength has decreased too much. Everyone found that after experiencing the high pressure of the ancient dragon, this damage, they completely held. Within minutes, the chosen dragon was killed by the players. Just when everyone was happy, a strange situation happened. The dragon that was killed, it stood up again, and its life was restored to 3,150 points. It's resurrected? Seeing this situation, everyone was a little overwhelmed. Can't you die? It's not dead, play us. Xu Yuan looked at the resurrected dragon with some headache, and now, he also felt a little tricky. Boss, what are we going to do next? Asked Ken as he walked over. He was not killed by the ancient dragon's previous attack. He is also a game boss, and it is still easier to survive than others. Keep attacking, change to another dragon and gather fire, Xu Yuan said. But Ken hesitated. After all, their weapons and equipment were limited. If the problem cannot be solved all the time, then their supplies will not be enough. At that time, this battle will not be able to continue. Xu Yuan heard the hesitation in Ken's words and asked, "Are you worried that it will always come back to life?" Seeing the other nodding, he continued, "There can't be a monster that really doesn't die in the game. The division of the ancient dragon, there must be a way to crack it. We need to find the law through experimentation. If that's the case, players won't have to play. Even if the official considers the rationality of the game, it will set weaknesses for the monster. Now Xu Yuan has no way, so he can only try them one by one. As long as you try a few more times, you can always find a way to crack its special ability. Got it, boss." Ken's heart was full of confidence again. Then, he told Xu Yuan's words to the other players. In the hearts of everyone, Xu Yuan's words seemed to be a booster. Everyone picked themselves up again and began to gather the second dragon. Inside the Union Station, players pray for the victory of the Dragon Slayer. In the official live broadcast, players watching the live broadcast were also infected by this atmosphere. They are all guessing at the moment how to crack the ability of the ancient dragon. Will you have to kill 16 dragons at the same time to actually kill it? It's a lot of difficulty, isn't it? It's impossible, it only takes a few seconds for it to revive, and it can't kill at the same time. As soon as this speculation came out, it was immediately denied by players. After all, they also saw through the live broadcast screen just now, and the dragon that was killed was revived for a short time. If you want to deliberately control the monster's HP and then kill it at the same time, it is not a star and a half. You say, of these 16 dragons, will only one be the real body, and the others will be doppelgangers, another player speculated. As soon as this statement came out, players felt that it made sense. I guess that's it. As long as you kill your real body, you may crack its special ability. I approve. I second. The player's speculation was also what Xu Yuan thought of from the beginning. Therefore, at the beginning, he will let everyone gather fire on the dragon. He hadn't come up with a good way for the time being, so he could only use this stupid method. A few more minutes passed, and the second dragon was killed by the players. Then, unsurprisingly, it came back to life. Not this one. Xu Yuan chose a new dragon again and continued to command. Keep setting fire to the next one. The defense of the split body is lower than that of the ancient dragon. Everyone replace the ordinary bow and arrow. In order to save the number of arrows and the durability of the bow, players remove the backup bow and arrow from the backpack. The third dragon was killed and it was resurrected. The crowd continues to attack the fourth head, killing and resurrecting. And then the fifth, the sixth. Time passed in a hurry, and at this time, the battle of dragon slaying had lasted for an hour and a half. Finally, when everyone attacked the 10th dragon, the situation became different. Because they found out that the dragon had changed. It seems to know that it is the target of everyone, and its armor and damage are constantly rising. This is the body. Gather fire and put it away. Everyone became very excited, and they found the true body of the ancient dragon. They replaced them with powerful bows and poisoned arrows, and they were directed at the target. Soon, the dragon's true body was killed by everyone. However, Xu Yuan knew that all this was not over. Because the ancient dragon still had nearly 2 HP before, the real body of the dragon killed by them was only 3,150 HP. He didn't believe that the official would be so kind. Half-blooded ancient dragon, it would be strange if it was so easy to kill. Sure enough, everyone found that on the dragon's corpse, its heart was still beating. Then those dragon doppelgangers quickly rushed towards the body, merging into the dragon's true body one by one. 15, 14, 13, 16 dragons, the number is decreasing. The corpse of the dragon's real body is also getting bigger. Finally, the corpse that absorbed all the dragon doppelgangers also returned to the original size of the ancient dragon. After the fusion is complete, it is resurrected. It opened its lantern-sized eyes and stared angrily at the players in front of it. Xu Yuan found that its blood volume is now 1.6 W. It seems that the damage they caused to the dragon's true body just now will also be counted on its head. After a dragon groan that resounded in the sky, the ancient dragon flew into the air from the ground. It repeats the breath of dragons at the players, unleashing dragon bomb attacks. A new round of fighting began. Seeing that the ancient dragon's HP was continuously decreasing, and it was about to reach the critical value of 1 W, everyone held their breath. Its new special abilities are about to be activated again. I saw the ancient dragon hovering in the air, constantly spitting opaque bubbles. These bubbles are very large and cloudy in color, and it is impossible to see what is inside. And these bubbles are still slowly falling downward. Everyone be careful, pay attention to avoid objects in the air. Although no one knows what these cloudy bubbles are. But everyone knows that the special abilities of its ancient dragons are generated, and it will definitely be troublesome to be touched by it. Everyone moved in various positions to avoid these bubbles. These bubbles break directly after falling to the ground. Then, everyone saw one figure after another. After each bubble breaks, a new monster is revealed. These monsters possess human figures, beast skins, and dragon heads. The ancient dragon spit out a lot of bubbles, and as the bubbles fell and shattered one after another, there were more and more monsters on the battlefield. Until it finished spitting bubbles, there were probably more than 100 such monsters on the field. Xu Yuan tried to attack one of the monsters with a 3-shot bow. 12. This monster's armor turned out to be as tall as an ancient dragon, and their HP is not low, each full 1000 points. Xu Yuan quickly controlled the dinosaurs to fight them. It's good that these monsters don't have wings and don't fly at all. There are still dinosaur ants in the boss, otherwise it will be tricky. Ken said happily. Yes, but the number of dinosaur ants is more than half less than these monsters, otherwise we can attack the ancient dragon with peace of mind. Ahau felt that it was a pity. If Xu Yuan controlled more dinosaur ants, they would be more relaxed. Let's quickly clean up these monsters and go to gather the ancient dragon. Big Orange said. Yes, with these dinosaurs sharing the pressure, we are much better. Other union players chimed in. The players of the other unions were very envious when they saw these dinosaurs, and sure enough, it was Steve Boss, and he could top a small legion alone. With the help of the dinosaur ants, everyone also confidently took out their long swords and prepared to fight the monsters. These monsters are all land melee monsters, so everyone is ready to fight them in close combat in order to save arrows. But after the battle, they realized that they were very wrong. The attacks of these monsters are too high. With just one claw strike, a dire ant royal clan was knocked out of nearly half blood. Some players are accidentally attacked by monsters, and they are instantly seconded. Quickly open the distance, don't let the monsters fight in close combat. Xu Yuan quickly commanded. It seems that these monsters not only inherited the armor of the ancient dragon, but also its great strength in hand-to-hand combat. Their weaknesses are equally obvious. Until now, the weapons they used were only their own claws, and there were no long-range attack weapons. It seems that if you open the distance, you can fly a kite to grind them to death with a bow and arrow. However, Xu Yuan felt that things were not so simple. Each of these monsters has 1000 HP and a lot of them. Even with the number of players, it will take a lot of time to clear them. What's more, the ancient dragon in the sky has also lost the restraint of everyone, so it will not stay so obediently. At present, the combat power under Xu Yuan, only the second largest team is still waiting at the Union Station, and several other teams have basically participated in the battle. The strength of the second squad must be preserved as much as possible, he thought to himself. He didn't plan to let the second team come out to support now. After all, the ancient dragon's HP still had 1 W points. This powerful dragon has never been challenged by players before. Maybe there are some hidden means that have not been used. In the official live broadcast room, players watching the battle saw these monsters and were talking about it. What are these things? It's ugly. They are like people with dragon heads. Are they dragon people? Poof, the name Dragon Man is so ugly. But these dragons seem to be quite powerful. I don't know how Steve is going to deal with it. Yes, the damage thief is high. I just saw a dinosaur ant and was killed in seconds. Look, they look like they're flying kites. Inside the battlefield of ancient dragons. After everyone opened their distance, they were relieved to find that the monsters did not use the new long-range attack methods. If these powerful monsters also unleash ranged attacks, then they will be miserable. Fortunately, these monsters only attack with their claws, and I just almost got seconded. There are a lot of monsters. How long will this last? At this time, 2 hours had passed since the Battle of Dragon Slayer, and these monsters, even if everyone gathered fire to attack, it would take close to a minute to destroy one. With more than 100 of them, they would have to fight for almost another 2 hours before they could empty them. Fortunately, most of the players on the field now are supplemented by follow-up and do not feel so tired. A few people, such as Ken and a dozen others, felt very tired after a long battle. Of course, the most tired is naturally Xu Yuan. Not only does he have to direct battles, but occasionally he has to control dinosaurs or order death worms to fight together, and every now and then he has to take out 3 bows to attack. Just when everyone thought that they only needed to spend time flying kites to grind monsters to death. Suddenly, the monsters accelerated one after another, bringing out one afterimage after another, and came to the player. Many players were caught off guard, and were approached by monsters, and then a claw fell off in seconds. In just a moment, the form took a sharp turn. The players on Xu Yuan's side died half in an instant. Coupled with the ancient dragon constantly spitting out dragon flame bombs in the air, there are less than 30 players who are still alive. Even several people from the Big Orange team were hit. If it weren't for the undead totem left to them by Xu Yuan that could offset the fatal damage, they would only be offline at the moment. Seeing this situation, the players of the second largest team who were still in the Union Station were eager to come out to support. Boss, do you need us to support? Dream is a little anxious. He is afraid that if he does not come out again, everyone on the field will be destroyed by the monster group. Don't use it for now, just stand by. Xu Yuan knew that if he didn't want to come up with a way to solve the current dilemma, it would be useless to come out with many people. Understood. Although Dream was anxious, he obeyed Xu Yuan's words. He knew that there must be a reason why Xu Yuan did not let the second squad come out to support. After so many battles, he was unconditionally obedient to his boss's words. The live broadcast room has exploded at the moment. Will this monster suddenly accelerate? This speed, I'm afraid it's not much different from teleportation. The point is that there are so many of these monsters that I don't think I need to watch anymore. Steve Guy, they must lose. The ancient dragon is too perverted, is the official set up to abuse the player on purpose. Once again, I'm glad that I didn't play European clothes, and I didn't have to experience this kind of sourness of ice and fire. The players felt that they could not fight at this time. These monsters were too strong to deal with at all. At this moment, Xu Yuan also felt that there was no way. At this moment, a monster rushed towards him who had fallen to the ground to repair his elytra. Then he found out that the monster was stuck. That's right, because Xu Yuan landed on a relatively high square. The monster couldn't get hurt, so it stuck under the block in a non-stop running position. It turns out that this monster's AI is as intelligent as an ancient dragon. Xu Yuan immediately sent a message to Alice. Except for the second squad, let all players come out. Come out and do what? Seeing this news, Alice was quite puzzled. Many of their players are pitifully weak, both in terms of armor and attack power. Do you tell them to come out and send them to death? Come out and dig a hole. I think of a solution to these monsters. Hearing this, Alice immediately told Xu Yuan's order to the congregation leader. For Xu Yuan's request, after a small discussion, everyone decisively agreed. After all, people are Steve bosses, so they won't pit them. After the players came out, they took out the stone pickaxe and iron pickaxe to dig the hole at the location pointed by Xu Yuan. Seeing this scene, the players watching the live broadcast room all issued barrages. Steve is a big guy. He actually engaged in infrastructure construction in front of the ancient dragon. Steve Daddy, always dripping God. Seeing the number of nearly 1,000 players coming out, the ancient dragon was excited, and the monsters on the ground were also excited. They immediately began attacking the players. Seeing this situation, Xu Yuan quickly ordered the death worm and the dinosaur ant royal family to block. He himself ran in front of the ancient dragon, trying to attract the attention of the other party. Although the number of players has increased, the number of enemies has also increased. If it is not interfered, I am afraid that the pit has not been dug well, and the players will be lightened in seconds. With Xu Yuan's interference, the players still dug a deep pit that was enough to accommodate more than 100 monsters with half of the number of deaths. After the players, including Ken and others, returned to the Union Station one after another, Xu Yuan also started his own plan. At the moment, he was the only one left on the field. The hatred of the ancient dragons was locked on him, and the hatred of more than 100 monsters on land was also locked on him. Dare to face so many monsters alone, Xu Yuan also has some dependence. In addition to the Hydra heart that restores health, he also has an instant recovery potion and an undead totem that can resist fatal damage. That's why he dared to give it a shot. He wandered on the edge of the huge hole dug one by one, because he discovered that these monsters would not rush close to the giant pit without using acceleration. Even if their AI is not as good as the ancient dragon, they are not that stupid. After Xu Yuan circled around the giant pit for a few minutes, the skill CDs of these monsters were also restored. Almost at the same time, they all rushed towards Xu Yuan. Due to his precautions, Xu Yuan naturally reacted immediately. He immediately used his elytra and flew to the center of the crater. What about those monsters? Because of the lack of reaction, like dumplings, they all fell into the giant pit one by one. After only a while, the giant pit was full of monsters. They tried hard to climb up, but the giant pit was so deep that they couldn't climb up at all. Seeing this scene, Xu Yuan let out a breath and finally solved these monsters. He immediately messaged Ken and Dream. The first brigade returns to the battlefield. The second team supports 50 people to come out. Gather fire ancient dragon. Hearing the order, everyone rushed into the battlefield excitedly. Soon, he hit the ancient dragon's HP to 5,000 points. At this time, the ancient dragon suddenly roared furiously. In Xu Yuan's mind, he couldn't help but have a thought. Could it be that the ancient dragon went berserk? The furious ancient dragon roared at this time. Then everyone in the dragon realm noticed that the temperature was rising rapidly. Soon, the earth was on fire. On the originally bare stones, sparks also appeared out of thin air. The fire word spread rapidly, and the entire dragon domain was surrounded by flames. It's like hell of flames. The second layer of the dragon realm, flame hell, all the players on the ground found themselves on fire. As with the negative effects in magma, they were quickly killed by the flames. Just in an instant, all the players on the field died. Only Xu Yuan, who was flying in the air, was still struggling to support. Seeing this, everyone despaired. Dream from the perspective of death is the most angry. His second team has just appeared, and the result is all seconds by minute. The remaining players in the Union Station are all dead ashes. How do you hit this waste? You can't tell them all to fly, can you? There is also an ancient dragon with 5,000 blood, and Steve alone will definitely not be able to do it. After all, it is not an ordinary boss, but an ancient dragon. The official live broadcast room is also very depressed at the moment. Just now, they saw Xu Yuan use the method of digging a pit to clean up those dragon people, and they thought that they had won. Unexpectedly, after such a while, the ancient dragon made a suffocating operation. There is a feeling called despair. I'm already out of words. The ancient dragon is simply an invincible existence. Steve has done his best, and he is not to blame for losing this dragon-slaying battle. Sympathize with the players of the European server again for 3 seconds. Everyone felt that they had lost. Even Xu Yuan was powerless to return to the sky. Players are scolding the official in the live broadcast room and setting a monster so perverted. The official is also helpless. The ancient dragon they set up was originally in a state of slumber and was released later. Who expected that a player would provoke it in advance and wake it up, which is where it is today. However, since the ancient dragon has awakened, the official will naturally not say more. At this time, in the dragon realm, Xu Yuan was still struggling to support. He didn't let the remaining 50 people of the second team join the battlefield, and it would be useless if they came, and they would definitely be instantly dropped by the ubiquitous flames on the ground. He flew through the air, constantly dodging the attacks of the ancient dragons. He estimated the remaining durability of the elytra to last for 3 minutes. That is, after 3 minutes, he will fall to the ground and subsequently be engulfed in flames. Many people messaged him to give up. Members of the unions such as Ken, Dream, Big Orange, etc., as well as union presidents such as Alice of other unions. Everyone felt hopeless. If you knew from the beginning that you couldn't beat it, everyone probably didn't feel so uncomfortable. After seeing hope countless times, it is ruthlessly erased. That is the most shocking. Xu Yuan didn't want to give up. He had already paid so much. If he can't kill the head ancient dragon, how can he be willing? He dodged the ancient dragon while rummaging through his backpack. Suddenly, he saw the arrow of the tide. He saw the effect of this arrow. You can use the summon tsunami ability once, and you can summon a huge tsunami at any location. After using summon tsunami, the arrow of the tides will be permanently damaged and cannot be repaired. This made Xu Yuan's eyes light up. Maybe relying on the ability of this arrow can change the situation? So, he took out the ice bow, aimed it at the center of the dragon domain, and shot out the tide arrow. The arrow landed on the ground and was quickly engulfed in flames. Nothing seems to have changed. After a while, just as Xu Yuan frowned, he heard a rumbling sound coming from a distance. Players in the Union Station also heard this voice. Did you hear anything? You heard it too? I heard it too. Me too. The players are talking about it because the voice is getting louder. Look over there, suddenly a player shouted. When everyone heard this, they all changed their faces, because they saw in the distance directly opposite the Union Station. A huge wave of a 100-story building, mixed with a deafening sound, roared towards them with a trend of destroying the world and destroying the earth. The target of this tsunami is the Dragon Realm? Everyone shifted their attention to Xu Yuan. Could it be that the arrow that Steve just gave caused this monstrous wave? A tsunami-level giant wave rushed in, and in just an instant, it covered the Dragon Realm. Fortunately, the Union Station is protected by the title deed, so the players inside have not become soup chickens. After the tsunami calmed down, the entire area of land was covered by seawater. The fiery hell turned into endless waters. The fury skill of the ancient dragon has been cracked? Seeing the almost unsolvable situation, it was easily solved by Xu Yuan. The players in the Union Station were shocked. Players watching the live stream were shocked. All players on the server were shocked. Everyone enter the battlefield and gather fire to the ancient dragon. With Xu Yuan's order, all the players who could cause damage to the ancient dragon walked out of the Union Station one after another. They pick up the attack and attack it far away. Xu Yuan was no longer conservative, controlling the remaining dinosaurs to attack suicidally and madly. After a while, the life of the ancient dragon became zero, and it weakly fell from the air to the ground, smashing a large pit. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of the ancient dragon. Seeing the ancient dragon being killed, the players on the field were boiling. They threw their weapons into the sky and cheered victory. We won. We have won. Everyone was very excited, and they looked at Xu Yuan, who fell to the ground not far away, and they were all in awe. It's Steve guys, with them to victory. Players inside the Union Station also walked out to celebrate the victory of the battle. Players on the full server were also cheering the victory. Players in the official live broadcast room, the moment they saw the dragon being killed, many people excitedly sent out the barrage of Steve Boss, which densely covered the entire screen. In the forum, just for a while, there are related posts everywhere. Congratulations to Steve on his success in slaying the dragon. The Battle of Dragon Slayer allows the Cube Guild to completely dominate the European suit. Battle with the Ancient Dragon amazing moment clip. What else is strange that Steve can't slaughter? I haven't played a game for a day, what happened? Seeing that the forum was full of discussions about Steve and Dragon Slayer, some players asked curiously in the post. In just a few moments, there were many replies on his floor. Didn't you go to watch the official live broadcast? Steve Boss is awesome. Steve Slayer the Dragon. You go and look at the official video and search for the 4 keywords Dragon Slayer battle. After seeing the reply, the player hurried to watch the video. After watching the video, he also called out Steve Boss, and then joined the various heated discussions in the forum. After killing the ancient dragon, the thing that made Xu Yuan happiest was to check the loot. Because it had been agreed in advance, other unions did not participate in the distribution of loot. But with such a powerful ancient dragon, what will it drop? Everyone present was curious. Especially the presidents of other unions, even if they had words first, watching Xu Yuan go to pick up the loot, they were still not calm. In order to prevent gaffes, they all brought the union to the station early. They are afraid that when they see the loot, they will regret it with hunger. As for the loot, give them a few dares that they don't dare. Not to mention that he was facing a square guild. Even if Xu Yuan was alone, no one dared to take a step beyond the Thunder Pool. Steve's reputation alone can shock everyone. Boss, what good thing did the ancient dragon drop? Ken and Dream have been able to resurrect directly due to the disappearance of the Dragon Realm. Seeing Xu Yuan picking up items, they all walked over curiously. Xu Yuan found that there were too many loot dropped by the ancient dragon, so he had to pick them up one by one to check them. Dragon Yen Dragon Bone Sword Legendary Weapon. Attack Power, 75. Attack Speed, 1.6. Maximum Durability, 2000. Special Effects, plus 50 Ice Dragon Restraint. When held, the Dragon Realm will form around it, and all creatures that enter the range will be affected by the negative effects of the Dragon Realm. Attack Power minus 10%. Movement Speed, 20%. 50% reduction in health recovery. Flame Burn damage increased by 100%. Seeing this attribute, Xu Yuan was shocked. The effect of this Dragon Yin Dragon Bone Sword is also too heaven-defying. Although its attack power is not the highest, its collateral effects are too strong. Especially in the Dragon Realm, it has more than doubled the lethality of this weapon. Coupled with the 50 damage Ice Dragon Restraint, Xu Yuan felt that with it, he would dare to slaughter the 5th Order Ice Dragon. No, look. This is the legendary weapon dropped by the ancient dragon, Xu Yuan said, and raised the Long Yin Dragon Bone Sword for everyone who came over to see. What's so great about this legendary weapon? Asked Bad. You'll know right away. Xu Yuan smiled and opened the Dragon Realm of the Dragon Yin Dragon Bone Sword. In an instant, everyone around him felt a familiar debuff. This is the realm of dragons, said Ken in shock. It's really the Dragon Realm, the others spotted it. Seeing everyone's expressions, Xu Yuan said with a smile, how is it? Everyone nodded straight when they heard this. How is this sword not bad? It's just against the sky? Everyone felt that only such a powerful weapon could be worthy of their omnipotent guild leader. Next, Xu Yuan continued to check the loot. The rest are the ordinary items in the Song of Ice and Fire mod that Xu Yuan played. Long Yen Steel Sword *1. Keel Longbow *1. Keel Arrow *64. Dragon Scales *64. Keel *64. After all, it is an extremely powerful monster, and the items it drops are also very rich. These items may be ordinary to Xu Yuan, but for the other players of the Union, they are particularly good weapons and materials. Xu Yuan was also not stingy, and began to discuss merit and reward on the spot. As the captain, Ken and Dream directly assigned the Dragon Yan Steel Sword and the Dragon Bone Longbow. Others are also able to obtain certain dragon scales and keels. Some Union members who were not allocated, Xu Yuan also promised to give them a full set of enchanted diamonds at worst. After checking the loot, Xu Yuan suddenly found a problem. He didn't seem to see the dragon egg. Then he immediately remembered that in his memory, dragon eggs needed to be pulled out inside the dragon's corpse. He immediately approached the ancient dragon that had not yet disappeared, and fumbled for a while, but found nothing. Just when Xu Yuan was a little puzzled, he suddenly thought that he hadn't seen the first kill reward. So I opened my backpack. Sure enough, I saw a dragon egg. Xu Yuan carefully took out the dragon egg and put it in the palm of his hand. He suddenly felt a burning sensation and a coldness. The shape of this dragon is red and blue, and water and milk are blended. This surprised Xu Yuan. He originally thought that it would be a fire dragon egg. He immediately checked the information of this strange dragon egg. Ice and fire dragon egg can hatch. Uses, after hatching, an ice and fire demon dragon juvenile can be obtained, which can grow. Incubation conditions, 999 seconds in extreme cold and 999 seconds in magma. An item that leaves the holder's hands is considered a hatching failure, and an item with an incubation time error of more than 1 second is considered a hatching failure. After incubation fails, incubation needs to be restarted. Xu Yuan didn't expect that this dragon egg was actually a dual attribute of ice and fire. You know, in the mod of A Song of Ice and Fire, there is no ice and fire dragon. This made him look forward to what the hatched ice and fire demon dragon looked like. However, this hatching condition is indeed pitted. For example, incubating in magma for 999 seconds must also be in the hands of the holder. The average player, who can hold out in the magma for more than 10 seconds. Just when Xu Yuan was about to receive the dragon egg into his backpack, suddenly, he received 2 blocks of damage. This made him look nervous. Who was attacking him? He looked around, surrounded by members of the Cube Guild, and there could be no enemies. After denying that someone was attacking, he moved his gaze to the ice and fire dragon egg in his hand. Sure enough, he discovered that the dragon egg was still present in debuff. Ice and fire field continuous negative effects. Holders receive continuous damage from the flames, and their health decreases by 2 every 3 seconds. Holders receive continuous damage from the cold, which decreases by 2 points every 3 seconds in life. After the holder dies due to this effect, the ice dragon egg disappears. Seeing this effect, Xu Yuan felt speechless. Is this dragon egg deliberately not held by the player? A player only has a total of 10 tiles, 20 points, of health. Every 3 seconds, the HP is reduced by 4, which means that you can kill the player in 15 seconds. The most pitted thing is that if the holder is killed by this ice and fire realm, even the dragon egg will disappear. After dropping another 2 blocks of HP, Xu Yuan quickly drank a bottle of quick recovery potion. This thing, which also has a quick recovery potion and an undead totem, can hatch. Boss, what are you holding? Seeing Xu Yuan take out an item from the body of the ancient dragon, Bad asked curiously. When the others heard this, they also turned their heads at the same time and looked at Xu Yuan. I'm holding dragon eggs, Xu Yuan said calmly. As soon as they heard his words, everyone was surprised. Is it a dragon egg that can hatch dragons? Exclaimed Ken. That's right, this dragon egg can hatch interesting little ones, Xu Yuan said with a smile. Ice and fire demon dragon? I don't know which one is better than the ancient dragon. But Xu Yuan had already guessed in his heart that the ice and fire dragon could not be as perverted as the ancient dragon. After all, the ancient dragon needed so many players to kill together, and it almost overturned. If the player's pet in the game can be so powerful, then there is no need for a player. Just change the name to Digimon. Therefore, he guessed that this ice and fire attribute was very special. The adult strength of the ice and fire demon dragon is definitely much stronger than that of the death worm, and it is estimated that it is similar to that of a 5th order dragon. Hearing Xu Yuan's admission, everyone glanced at the dragon egg in his hand with envy. What an enviable thing to think of a dragon as a pet. But unfortunately, there is only one dragon egg. Everyone knows that in this dragon-slaying battle, Xu Yuan, as the guild leader, contributed the most. It is most reasonable that the dragon egg is also naturally attributed to the guild leader, boss. Seeing everyone's envious eyes, Xu Yuan smiled and asked, do you want dragons as pets too? Think, everyone said in unison. Even the steady Ken gaffed. Dragons are the most powerful monsters on the continent, so who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight? Riding a dragon out, think of Dora Wind. Seeing everyone's eyes that were so longing, Xu Yuan no longer sold the pass and said, well, when you have time, I'll take you to hunt dragons. 4th order and 5th order dragons still have a high probability of producing dragon eggs. But say it in advance, only the top members who have contributed a lot to the union will have a chance to get dragon eggs. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he immediately took out the quick recovery potion to replenish the amount of blood deducted by the ice and fire realm. After slaughtering the ancient dragon, he felt that the ordinary 4th order and 5th order dragons were no longer a threat. Coupled with the legendary quality Dragon Yin Dragon Bone Sword, and bringing a few union members, it will become very simple to kill the dragon. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, everyone was very happy. Everyone thought that they must work hard to contribute to the union and strive to ride the dragon as soon as possible. At this time, Ken discovered Xu Yuan's abnormality and asked, "Boss, have you been shedding blood?" "Well, because this dragon egg is not ordinary, there is a bloody debuff." Seeing Ken's curious look, Xu Yuan smiled and handed the dragon egg to him. As soon as Ken took the dragon egg, he was immediately deducted 2 blocks of blood. If it weren't for his steadiness, I'm afraid he would have thrown it out the moment he touched the dragon egg. He quickly pushed the dragon egg to Xu Yuan. "Boss, this dragon egg is more damaging than the monster." He now knew why his boss kept drinking potions. "It's okay, I can stand it." Xu Yuan took the dragon egg and put it in his backpack. He found that even if he put it in his backpack, he had been deducted from his blood volume. It seems that if you don't hatch this dragon egg, you probably won't be able to get rid of this debuff. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded. It is estimated that only his own boss can play this thing. Seeing this, the others felt that because they couldn't have the sense of loss of the dragon's pet cub, they disappeared without a trace in an instant. This strange dragon egg, even if it is given to them, they can't take it. It is most appropriate to put it in the hands of your own boss, President. After handling everything, Xu Yuan said to the people of the union, "Okay, let's meet the main city together." After that, he left the place first. The rest of the union, holding their heads high, followed behind him. They are all dragon-slaying braves today, and honor is supreme. The players in the other union stations looked at the backs of the members of the Cube Guild leaving, and their hearts were extremely complicated. They were all thinking that it would be nice if they were part of the Cube Guild. However, the number of members recruited by the Cube Guild has long been full. Everyone knows that if you want to join the Block Guild now, I don't know how difficult it is. Many of him regretted it. Why didn't he join the Cube Guild himself when they were not famous? After returning to the main city, Xu Yuan put a bunch of loot into the box in the room. Later, he took out more than a dozen sets of quick recovery potions from other boxes. For him now, these potions are what he really needs. Although there are many items obtained today, Xu Yuan is still a pity that the Tide Arrow was used. It's a shame that special items with this ability can only be used once. Fortunately, a powerful creature like an ancient dragon should not have the same second one. After disposing of the items, Xu Yuan was ready to hatch the ice and fire dragon egg. He first went out of town and then found a magma. After drinking a bottle of anti-gunpowder, he immediately jumped into the magma. It's good that he has anti-fire agents, otherwise he would be out of rut. Magma's damage was extremely high, and even with the immortal totem and quick recovery potion, Xu Yuan was not sure that he could continue to resist its damage. But with anti-gunpowder, everything is much easier. A bottle of anti-fire potion can keep the player in the magma for almost 5 minutes. 4 bottles of anti-fire powder can complete the hatching. When the hatching time reached 999 seconds, Xu Yuan quickly ran to the ground. Unfortunately, the hatching failed. Xu Yuan knew that he had just run to the middle of the magma, causing him to waste time when he returned, more than 1 second. It's okay if he fails, he comes again. Holding the dragon egg, he jumped into the magma again. This time, he was very close. It is guaranteed that the error can be controlled to about 0.5 seconds. Time passes slowly. Finally, at 999 seconds, Xu Yuan immediately jumped out of the magma. He found that the ice and fire dragon egg at this time, which belonged to the red pattern of the fire, had lit up at this moment. The ice-fire dragon egg, the hatching part in the magma, succeeded. After half of the successful hatching, Xu Yuan found that the ice and fire dragon egg at this moment was already bound to himself. In other words, even if he gave this dragon egg to others, others could not become its owner. At the same time, part of the hatching due to the fire is successful. On the ice and fire dragon egg, the debuff that deals flame damage to the holder also disappears. This greatly relieved Xu Yuan. Now he only loses 1 block of blood every 3 seconds. He doesn't have to keep an eye on his HP all the time like before, for fear of accidentally being killed by the debuff of the dragon egg. With 1 less layer of damage, he even had half the time interval between drinking the quick recovery potion. After the magma hatched, he was ready to go to an extremely cold place to continue hatching. As long as he can hatch successfully, he can successfully have a unique pet dragon with dual attributes of ice and fire. In the case of extremely cold places, it is the claim to the northernmost side. After all, this is the European continent, a place of extreme cold, which should be the Arctic. Unlike magma, which can be found everywhere, the distance of extremely cold places is very far. If you rely on foot alone, it is estimated that it will take a long time. The dinosaur ants who participated in the dragon-slaying battle before all died because of the powerful power of the ancient dragon. Therefore, if Xu Yuan wants to go to the North Pole, he needs to achieve the Ender Dragon. Walking on the road, he suddenly remembered something. So, he immediately sent a message to Alice. Seeing Xu Yuan's message, Alice replied in surprise. What, you want to see me? Yes. Xu Yuan replied. When? It's now, by the way, the player who brought that famous Sprin. Xu Yuan thought about it. Alice told him that the ancient horn was stolen by Sprin in the dragon's den. In that case, there should be a lot of treasures in the dragon's den. I don't know if these treasures were refreshed when the ancient dragon was killed. With the idea of seeing and losing nothing, he decided to find out. At the agreed place, Alice and Sprin stood too. Sprin is very nervous at the moment, and Steve wants to see him. Is it because of his own trouble, or does it make the big guy feel dissatisfied? Yes, he saw it with his own eyes, and the losses of the cube people during the battle of the Dragon Slayer were not small. After a while, Xu Yuan rode a dinosaur ant royal clan and fell from the sky. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xu Yuan said apologetically. It's okay, Alice smiled and asked. I wonder if Steve boss, what's the matter with the two of us? Are you not satisfied with the previous payment? Xu Yuan immediately explained. It's not a matter of payment, I am satisfied with that ancient horn as a reward. I came to you today for the matter of that ancient dragon's den. Hearing his words, Alice and Sprin were both shocked. Dragon's den. That's right, Sprin, didn't you take that ancient horn from the dragon's den? Yes, boss Steve, you are amazing. Sprin suddenly hadn't said this matter, he would probably have forgotten about it. The main thing is that he was frightened by the matter of the ancient dragon before, and even his courage became a lot smaller, and naturally he did not dare to think about things related to the ancient dragon. What other treasures are in the dragon's den? Asked Alice curiously. Hearing this, Sprin recalled. There are a lot of piles of gold, each about the size of this. He gestured with his hand. There are still many treasure chests. That horn, I opened from the treasure chest. Hearing Sprin's description, Alice nodded. No wonder, it turned out to be really the treasure of the ancient dragon. No wonder even the rich Steve was moved. When she heard the news, she couldn't bear her little heart. Seeing that both of them understood their intentions, Xu Yuan said. In that case, let's go take a look now. Say it in advance, how about we divide the things we find? Hearing his words, Alice and Sprin said in unison, no problem. Sprin didn't have an opinion, because if there wasn't for Xu Yuan's reminder, he might have forgotten about it. What's more, now Xu Yuan is the idol he worships, even if the other party wants all the treasures, he will agree. Alice is even less disgusted. She was originally an outsider in this matter. Xu Yuan was willing to share her a treasure. She had already made a lot of money. The reason why Xu Yuan dared to say this was also because he had a certain understanding of the character of the two. When he first angered the ancient dragon, as long as Sprin hid it and didn't say anything, who would know that the dragon was enraged because he stole the treasure? But he still had a bad conscience and chose to tell Alice. Alice's character is even less to say, because when Sprin told her the truth, she had countless choices in her favor, but she didn't. If it's another president, better yet, get the truth out and make Sprin the target of everyone. If you have a black heart, you may be ignorant of the treasure yourself. Alice, however, chooses to give the treasure to herself in exchange to protect her members. The speed of several people was not slow, and soon they arrived at the upper valley where the dragon's den was located. Are you sure this is the dragon's den? Asked Xu Yuan. Sprin immediately nodded. That's right, this is it, I'm sure. That's why I angered the ancient dragon before, it destroyed the entrance. After Xu Yuan determined the location, he immediately summoned the death worm. Dig this place, he commanded into his pet. The death worm burrowed directly into the ground, and after a while, the passage was redug. Seeing the faint fire coming out of the ground, Xu Yuan said, it should be here. Then, the three immediately jumped into the passage. After walking for a while, several people came to the edge of the flame dragon's den. The piles of mountains of gold, and the treasure chests, all intact, are still there. That gold coin, there are at least 50,000 together. Alice said in shock. She was just the president of a small union and had never seen so many gold coins. In fact, the union of the full service, only Xu Yuan's square people, can come up with so many gold coins. How did this not surprise Alice? So Steve, are we going to divide these things now? Asked Sprin excitedly. Seeing his impatient look, Xu Yuan said, of course, but if the box is sent, everyone will divide it first and then open it. Great. Sprin immediately rushed towards the treasure. Even Alice did not maintain her image as a lady and walked over quickly. After a while, several people finally divided the loot. Since the treasure chest could not be taken away, everyone sat in place and opened the chest. Wow, it's a group of diamonds, said Sprin excitedly. My first box was just a piece of iron, bad luck. Alice also said. Watching the two keep opening treasure chests, Xu Yuan also joined in. None of them were given 5 or 6 treasure chests, and there were some treasures in the treasure chest, but none of them were as good as the ancient horn. Finally, there was only a treasure chest left in front of Xu Yuan's eyes. At this time, he did not expect too much and opened the treasure chest. Huh. With a puzzled voice from Xu Yuan, Sprin and Alice, who were opening the treasure chest, turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Sprin and Alice put down the treasure chest in their hands and walked next to Xu Yuan. And Xu Yuan stared at the treasure chest in front of him. This treasure chest gives people the feeling of being unpretentious and quaint. Seeing Xu Yuan staring at the treasure chest in front of him, Sprin didn't move, as if he was stunned, so he patted Xu Yuan's shoulder and said to him, What's wrong with Boss Steve? How did you look at the treasure chest motionless? Xu Yuan was suddenly startled by such a slap by Sprin, and he was no longer stunned. At this time, Alice looked at Xu Yuan's treasure chest and said to Xu him, "This chest seems to be different from ours." Xu Yuan nodded when he heard her words. "Boss Steve, you quickly open it and take a look. This box is different from other boxes, maybe there are very expensive treasures in it." Xu Yuan nodded at Sprin, wanting to open the box with both hands, but he couldn't open it. "This box is locked," Xu Yuan said to the two behind him. After Sprin heard Xu Yuan's words, he walked around Xu Yuan, and Alice and Xu Yuan were confused by his action. "What are you looking for?" said Alice with a smile at Sprin. "Steve's chest is actually locked, so the key must be nearby. I'm looking for the key." After Xu Yuan heard Sprin's words, he thought he was quite cute. When he turned to look at the surface of the box, his eyes schemed the lock. Xu Yuan felt that the lock of the box was different. "I looked closer and touched the lock of the box with my hand. It was found that the lock was the shape of a tooth." Xu Yuan said to Alice behind him, "Tell Sprin, don't look for it." "Ah, oh, okay," Alice shouted at Sprin, who was about to reach the mouth of the dragon's den. "Sprin," Steve said, "no need to look for keys. No need to look for it. Has the key already been found?" said Sprin as he walked in Xu Yuan's direction. Sprin came up to Alice to see her. "Found the key," Alice said after shaking her head at him. "Not found." Just as Sprin was about to ask, Xu Yuan took a step ahead and said, "I'm afraid the key to this box is not here. What do you think this lock looks like?" After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Alice and Sprin approached the treasure chest and looked over. The two said in unison to Void Yuan, "Like teeth." Xu Yuan nodded at the two and said to them, "Yes, it's like teeth." After Sprin heard Xu Yuan's affirmation, he learned that Xu Yuan touched the lock mouth with his hand. "Steve boss, what kind of teeth are going to put in this locking?" Xu Yuan said to him. "You just touched it with your hand, and you felt like something tooth." Sprin stared at the lock of the box, his mind spinning rapidly. Suddenly, an answer flashed through Sprin's mind. "Steve boss, this tooth is shaped like, wouldn't it?" Xu Yuan did not turn his head, his eyes stared at the lock to Sprin, and nodded gently. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Alice didn't understand what they were saying. "So what kind of tooth is this tooth?" Xu Yuan. Only then did he turn his head to look at Alice and speak to Alice. "Where are we now? What are we doing?" "In the ancient dragon's Denmark." "Open the chest of the ancient dragon again." After Xu Yuan listened to Alice's words, he nodded gently to her. Alice, only then did he understand the meaning of what Xu Yuan said to him. "Steve daddy, what do you mean?" Xu Yuan nodded and replied to what Alice said. "My guess is that this treasure chest probably requires dragon teeth to open." At this time, Sprin said to Xu Yuan, "Brother Steve, hasn't the ancient dragon been slaughtered by us?" Xu Yuan touched the box with his hand and replied to Sprin, "The ancient dragon is dead, but I haven't collected his teeth. And I don't think ancient dragons lost their teeth." Alice and Spain looked at each other. Sprin said to Xu Yuan, "Brother Steve, what are you going to do now, or are we going to forcefully open this box?" Xu Yuan shook his head at Alice and Sprin, and said to the two of them, "This kind of locked chest can never be forcefully opened. It is useless to implement much force, since we need the dragon's teeth, then we can only find the teeth to open. So this treasure chest can't be opened for the time being." At this time, a sigh came from the mouths of Alice and Sprin, who were next to him. Xu Yuan looked at the two of them and sighed in unison and asked, "What's wrong with you two? Steve guy, we especially wanted to see what was inside your box, but we didn't expect to be able to open it, so we felt a little regretful." Xu Yuan smiled after hearing Sprin's words and did not speak. He was also very curious about this box that appeared in the ancient dragon's den, not to mention that the box itself was quaint, not to mention the need for dragon teeth. What kind of thing is inside, he also wants to know. Xu Yuan was thinking about how to open it, when an idea flashed in Xu Yuan's mind. Just now the first kill reward is an ancient dragon's dragon egg, maybe the hatched dragon's teeth will cooperate. It seems that after hatching the dragon eggs of the ancient dragon, I will try it again, and then I can't think of a way again. Alice and Sprin saw Xu Yuan looking at the box thoughtfully for a long time. So the two called Xu Yuan, "Steve boss, Steve guy." At this time, Xu Yuan realized that Alice and Sprin were calling their names, so he turned his head to look at them. "What's wrong?" Alice and Sprin heard Steve ask the question as they did. Sprin replied to Xu Yuan, "Steve daddy, you were just stunned again." When Xu Yuan heard the two of them say this again, he smiled embarrassedly, thinking about how I was stunned so many times today. At this time, Alice pointed to the box and asked Xu Yuan, "Brother Steve, what are you going to do with this box?" Xu Yuan shook his head at Alice and Sprin, looked at the treasure chest on the ground, and said to the two, "It's good to put away this treasure chest temporarily, even if you want to open it now, there is no dragon's tooth, and you will find a way to open it later." Alice and Sprin nodded when they heard Steve say this. There really is no other way but to put it away for the time being. Xu Yuan put the treasure chest in his backpack and took the two of them out of this dragon's den. Xu Yuan and the three of them walked to the upper valley of the dragon's den, and Xu Yuan said to Alice and Sprin, "There shouldn't be anything left here, let's go back first." Alice and Sprin nodded, and returned to the main city with Xu Yuan. Back in the main city, Alice and Sprin went their separate ways. for being able to get the treasure in the dragon's den today, which neither Alice nor Sprin expected, is simply whimsical. Both of them knew that if they could, Steve could go to the dragon's den and take the treasure of the ancient dragon for himself. But not only did he not do so, but he also divided the treasure of the ancient dragon equally among them. Xu Yuan's action made Alice and Sprin respect and worship him even more. But for Xu Yuan himself, those treasures in the dragon's den, there are many in his main city. He only needs his part. After Xu Yuan returned to the main city, he came to the pet house of the Ender Dragon. Now that the matter of the ancient dragon has come to an end, the next important thing is to hatch the dragon egg first. The hatching of dragon eggs is still very harsh, 999 seconds to incubate in magma and 999 seconds in extremely cold environments. Xu Yuan had already hatched it in the magma for 999 seconds before, and then there were 999 seconds left to incubate in an extremely cold environment. When Xu Yuan played the Song of Ice and Fire mod before, he knew how to hatch the ice and fire dragon. The fire dragon is to put it in the fire and roast it, and after a certain period of time, there is a chance to hatch a fire baby dragon. The ice dragon is to put it in the puddle will slowly freeze, and after a certain period of time, there is a chance to hatch the ice baby dragon. The so-called extremely cold place should be a glacial terrain, right? Xu Yuan thought about it, so he rode the Ender Dragon and flew out of the main city. Xu Yuan asked Ken to check the glacial terrain near the main city, and the closest ones were far away from the main city, so he also ventured to ride the Ender Dragon over. Although Xu Yuan has already killed the ancient dragon, it can be regarded as a dragon slayer. But it was also killed with difficulty under the joint efforts of everyone. Even if Xu Yuan now has the Dragon Yin Dragon Bone Sword in his hand, if he encounters a dragon in the air, he may not be the opponent of the dragon. Therefore, it is still not safe to fly in the air on the Ender Dragon. So Xu Yuan rode on the Ender Dragon, his eyes were not idle, and he kept looking around. Xu Yuan flew for a while and did not find anything abnormal, just when Xu Yuan's spirit was slightly relaxed. He suddenly felt that something was not quite right. The place he is flying over now is a grassland, and it stands to reason that there are usually some forest grasshoppers and eagles here. Generally, in the sky above this terrain, you will encounter one or two of them. But at this moment, there were no other creatures in the sky except the Ender Dragon and himself. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was a little uneasy in his heart. It patted the Ender Dragon and signaled it to fly quickly over the area. The Ender Dragon also accelerated immediately after meeting his intentions. At this moment, several dragon groans cut through the silent sky. Several dragon groans cut through the silent sky. Not good. Xu Yuan heard these dragon groans, and it was not good. If you want to say that there is only one dragon groan, listen to this sound, it is definitely the sound of 3 to 4 dragons. When Xu Yuan heard this, he was ready to pat the Ender Dragon and signal it to fly faster. At this time, the Ender Dragon also heard these dragon groans, and before Xu Yuan could make a move, it accelerated with all its strength. The perception of monsters is naturally much stronger than that of players. The Ender Dragon was also a monster before it was subdued, and his perception was naturally much stronger than Xu Yuan. Naturally, it also felt threatened and wanted to escape from this place quickly. Xu Yuan, who was sitting on the back of the dragon, only felt that his face was blown by the howling wind. But at this time, when Xu Yuan was panicked, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Dragons are not social creatures. Generally, there will only be one dragon in an area. It's like one mountain doesn't allow 2 tigers. And just now, Xu Yuan obviously heard several different dragon groans. It shows that there is definitely more than one dragon in this area. What the hell is this place? Why is there such a dragon at the same time? Xu Yuan rode the Ender Dragon through this area while looking down. At this moment, a dragon suddenly rushed out from the area below. This dragon is huge, and it looks like a 5th order dragon. Seeing this, the Ender Dragon's wings fluttered a little faster. Just when the Ender Dragon was desperately trying to escape this area, I saw that not far in the air, a dragon of the same 5th order rushed towards this side. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly controlled the Ender Dragon to adjust its direction and flew to the right. At this time, in the air on the right, a 5th order dragon also appeared. Xu Yuan was trying to manipulate the Ender Dragon to turn around and look left. As a result, it was found that a 5th order dragon also appeared on the left. At this time, he was completely surrounded by these 4 5th order dragons. These 4 5th order dragons all roared towards Xu Yuan. It's impossible to escape right now. Xu Yuan can be said to be a little desperate at the moment. So the huge ancient dragons all died at their own hands. Do they want to die under the dragon claws of these 5th order dragons today? Now the only way to save himself is for Xu Yuan to quickly jump off the back of the dragon and sacrifice the Ender Dragon to save himself. After falling by yourself, with the protection of the immortal totem, you will definitely not die. This gives you time to put everything in your backpack in the Ender box. After all, the things in Xu Yuan's backpack were all priceless. Not to mention the various legendary weapons. After all, there will be new weapons in the future, and those can be more or less replaced. But that ice and fire dragon egg, I'm afraid there is only one in this game. But this method, Xu Yuan, is not a last resort. It will definitely not be used. Because in this way, it is equivalent to sacrificing his own Ender Dragon. After Xu Yuan made a TNG dragon slaying cannon in the Endland before, he ordered people to brush the End Shadow Dragon for a period of time. but the explosion rate of the Ender Dragon egg can be said to be very low. Basically, it took a week to burst an Ender Dragon egg. After Ken let people hatch, he found that the hatched Ender Dragon was smaller than Xu Yuan's Ender Dragon, and the flight speed seems to be much slower than Xu Yuan's Ender Dragon. So Xu Yuan guessed that maybe the first few times to brush the Ender Dragon, the blasted Ender Dragon egg would be better. The more brushed, the Ender Dragon egg that comes out is not as good as the first explosion. Moreover, the ice dragon that Ken rode before was also slightly slower than Xu Yuan's Ender Dragon. Xu Yuan didn't care at first, thinking that Ken deliberately flew behind him. Later, after having the news of Ken, after analyzing these, I knew that the attributes of the Ender Shadow Dragon egg were still different. Therefore, Xu Yuan's attributes of the Ender Dragon are obviously the best. Xu Yuan was naturally unwilling to sacrifice the Ender Dragon, and the Ender Dragon is also meaningful to Xu Yuan and this game. However, in its current form, it is definitely impossible to fight with these dragons. What should I do? At this time, Xu Yuan was also extremely anxious. He opened his backpack and quickly scanned the contents, looking for anything that could help him get through his current predicament. At this moment, his eyes swept to a horn in the middle of the backpack bar, ancient horn, the only rare item. The supreme treasure of the dragon race guarded by ancient dragons hides mysterious powers. This ancient horn was stolen by Sprin from the ancient dragon's lair at the time, and it is precisely because of this horn that the ancient dragon also launched the announcement of the slaughter of the city. Xu Yuan had never figured out what the horn was for, because it did not accurately indicate how to use it. So keep it in your backpack all the time. And now this strange scene. 4 fifth-order dragons appeared in the same area, all attacking towards them. Are they coming for this horn? Maybe it's really the case. Xu Yuan thought while picking up the horn. The dragon claw of the 5th-order dragon on the right was about to pinch Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan quickly put the horn to his mouth and blew it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon's horn emitted a humming sound. I have to say that the sound of this dragon horn is really different from other horns. The sound of this dragon horn is extremely penetrating. Xu Yuan didn't use a lot of strength to blow it, but its sound still covered several areas. Huh? What is that sound? Yes, I've never heard of it before. It seems to be a dragon's groan, but it's duller than a dragon's groan. I sound like a trumpet. Is something big going on again? Players in several areas heard the sound of dragon horns. They were also curious about where such a sound came from. Of course, what is more curious is whether something big is going to happen. After all, the trouble of the ancient dragon has just been solved, and everyone is still cultivating and recuperating. If there is any more moth, then no one can stand it. However, although most players are curious, they are still afraid of monsters in the wild, so they dare not go to the fun. But there are still some adventurous players who start looking in the direction where the sound is coming from. They also want to try their luck. The gym team happens to be one of them. They're also adventurous players. And it just so happened that they were just below the area where Xu Yuan was. Boss, I'm afraid something big is going to happen here. Yes. We just saw 2 dragons flying up from east to west. Boss, how could there be 2 dragons in this area? This trumpet. It's coming from above us. Everyone in the team was uneasy at this time. After all, the 2 dragons just now had already scared them enough. This will make another strange horn sound. This suddenly made this group of daring adventurers a little unbearable. Jim frowned when he saw this, and after thinking for a moment, said, "The sound of the horn is coming from over there. Let's go to the high place and take a look." Although I knew that this trip was definitely dangerous, I couldn't suppress Jim's curiosity. Although everyone in the team was reluctant, their boss spoke, and they had to bite the bullet and follow. Everyone soon came to a high place, where there were no trees blocking it, and the view was still very open. When everyone on the gym team looked up into the air, they all took a breath of cold air. SHHHHH top dog. Look at the heavens. 2, 3, 4, 5 dragons. How can there be so many dragons in one area? You see, one dragon is significantly inferior in size to the other 4. The other 4 seem to be besieging that black dragon. No, there's a player on that black dragon. Soon everyone in the team discovered that there were indeed 5 dragons in the sky, but they were opposites, and it was obvious that the other 4 dragons wanted to attack the black dragon, and on that black dragon, there is another player. Seeing this, Jim frowned and recalled for a moment. Black dragon. Players riding dragons. Suddenly Jim's eyes widened and he muttered, "That's Steve." That's when Jim discovers that the person rounded up in the sky is Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan on this end finally escaped a thrilling disaster. I saw that the claws of the dragon that was about to approach Xu Yuan's head suddenly stopped in the air. At the same time, several other dragons that were pounced on also froze. Xu Yuan blew the dragon horn completely by chance. So he himself was also very panicked. His left hand was holding a horn, and his right hand was indeed holding a shield scepter just in case. If the dragon horn is useless, he really has to choose to abandon this ender dragon. After Xu Yuan saw the claws stretched out, he still put a shield on himself. After all, dragons may also just be suddenly attracted to sound. After Xu Yuan put on his shield, he began to observe the behavior of the dragons. At this time, the dragon that was about to attack Xu Yuan kept the posture just now. Its wings are still flapping in the air, but it has not lowered its paws, as if fearing the sound of this horn. But he is not afraid of this person who blows the trumpet. You can see that it is very struggling. On the other hand, several other dragons are the same. When they heard the sound of the horn, they were stunned at first. Then there was a hint of surprise and fear in their eyes. But they are not gone. Seeing this, Xu Yuan seemed to understand something. He manipulated the Ender Dragon to adjust the flight altitude. Xu Yuan blew the dragon horn while riding the Ender Dragon and flew above these 4 dragons. And on the back of the dragon, his entire momentum also changed. Just now, he has always been scared, and his entire aura is weak. And at this moment, Xu Yuan was completely like a king. After the Ender Dragon flew steadily, Xu Yuan stood on the back of the dragon, and this scene immediately made everyone in gym below stunned. What the hell is going on here? These dragons, why didn't they attack him? They seem to be also a little jealous of him. I get goosebumps. Everyone in Jim's team saw that Xu Yuan was about to die under the claws of one of the 4 dragons. But I didn't expect this dramatic scene in front of me. The scene at this moment can be described as beyond the understanding of everyone in the gym team. Boss, what the hell is going on here? Why do these dragons look like they're afraid of Steve? His aura. Is this the so-called overlord colored domineering? At this moment, Jim was also shocked and speechless when he saw this scene. It was only after half a night that he came to his senses and began to analyze it rationally. To put it bluntly, these dragons are afraid of Steve. It's better to say that these dragons are afraid of that strange horn in his hand. Jim has been observing since the beginning. These dragons must have been afraid to approach Steve because of their horns. Although they feared the trumpet, they did not withdraw. It shows that although they are afraid of this horn, they are not afraid of Steve. That's why they have been slow to leave. When the people on the gym team heard Jim's words, they felt refreshed. If it weren't for that horn, that dragon would have started a long time ago. What's the origin of this horn? I guess it's something that killed the ancient dragons before, otherwise what are these dragons afraid of a horn? Maybe it's really... Oh, I thought Steve really overwhelmed the dragon. It turned out to be because it was well equipped. Jim heard the words of the members of the team, shook his head and smiled. Those dragons didn't attack him, not all because of that horn. If it were any of us who were on top now, even if there was a horn, there would be only a dead end. Everyone in the gym team was a little puzzled when they heard Jim's words. Boss, didn't you just say that these dragons are afraid of horns? Yes, why can't we go up? Boss, you've always been unimpressed with Steve, what's wrong with you today? Everyone on the gym team was also very curious. They have followed Jim for so long, and they still know Jim's personality. Jim has never served anyone, although their team is not one of the best in the game. But in the team of idle players, strength is still possible. Xu Yuan has been writing legends during his time in the European region, and many people admire him. But Jim didn't feel much for Xu Yuan. Do not hold or step on, pure passers-by. But this time, there is a source of praise in Jim's words. That's why the people on the team find it strange. Seeing this, Jim glanced at Xu Yuan standing on the back of the Ender Dragon in the air, took a deep breath, and said to everyone, "Yes, I just said that these dragons are afraid of this horn. I guess that this horn should have exploded from the ancient dragons before, so these dragons will be afraid. In the eyes of these dragons, the ancient dragon is definitely the existence of the king, and its things, they will naturally fear." When everyone heard this, they all nodded. This statement makes sense. After all, everyone has seen the strength of ancient dragons, whether it is size or destructive power, it is much stronger than ordinary dragons. Dragons' sensing ability should be very strong, and in the land where they grow, the king is destroyed, they should know. So naturally they also know that the horn came from the ancient dragon. And Steve with the horn, in their opinion, is the dragon slayer. When the members heard this, they suddenly felt a sense of suddenness. So when the horn sounded, they were first stunned, and then they did not dare to attack. It seems that they are still a little jealous. Then boss, aren't you talking about this because of that horn? Jim heard this, smiled, calmed everyone, and continued. Yes, they are afraid that Steve is a dragon slayer, so there is no attack. However, they did not leave either. Why have dragons always been known as creatures at the top of the biological chain? Is it because they have been at the top of the biological chain since they existed in this world? It's not all by typing. So they are not afraid of anything, unless they are knocked down or a creature appears that can overwhelm them. So, even when they knew that Steve was a dragon slayer, they only hesitated a little and didn't flinch. As soon as Steve shows a little timidity, they absolutely swarm. That's what I said. Whoever goes up, even if there is that horn, is a dead end. When everyone heard the analysis of Jim, they immediately understood. Indeed, as Jim said, if they are surrounded by 4 dragons, it is good not to be scared to pee their pants. Who else can put on such an amazing aura as Steve? In this game, I'm afraid only Steve can do it. It is precisely because he is a true king that he can have enough aura to deter these 5th order dragons. After Jim finished speaking, he looked at the sky with admiration. Then he said to the person next to him, "Did you just record it?" "Recorded it." Jim heard this and nodded. The king of Europe is no longer a dragon. Although Jim's strength is not first class, his eyes are still very poisonous. See the problem very clearly. Although Jim's words are all his guesses, he can also be regarded as guessing. What happened was exactly what Jim said. After the slaughter of the ancient dragons, the kings of the European region fell. These 5th order dragons are naturally perceived. Therefore, the 5th order dragons in the European region began to stir. Originally, under the suppression of ancient dragons, these 5th order dragons each occupied an area. Only when the area is encroached will they start attacking each other. So before, it had always been in an area, and there would only be a 5th order dragon. Now, after the ancient dragons were slaughtered, the dragons began to look for opponents to fight. They all want to be at the top of the food chain. So there was a scene of 4 dragons in an area. And Xu Yuan just passed through this area. It's just old bad luck. After these dragons discovered Xu Yuan, they immediately stopped their infighting and ran towards Xu Yuan. And after Xu Yuan took out the dragon horn, they hesitated. Because they knew that the horn was the treasure of the ancient dragon. They know what it symbolizes. They also naturally knew that Xu Yuan was the dragon slayer who slaughtered the ancient dragon. Ancient dragons are kings in the dragon family, and those who can kill ancient dragons will definitely be feared. But they don't flinch because they are very perceptive. They did not smell the strong breath of the dragon slayer in front of them. Their belligerence makes them want to test the strength of this dragon slayer. If at that time, Xu Yuan only promised and was nervous and scared to death, then these 5th order dragons would not hesitate to tear Xu Yuan to pieces. But Xu Yuan didn't. Having experienced so much Xu Yuan, he naturally saw this. So he flew on top of these 5th order dragons on the Ender Dragon. With a kingly momentum, they overlooked these 5th order dragons. And it was because of such momentum that these 5th order dragons felt afraid. Xu Yuan stood on the Ender Dragon, and the wind howled high in the air. His body, on the other hand, was very straight, and he scanned the 4 dragons that surrounded him with his eyes. Xu Yuan's eyes did not scan a 5th order dragon, and he saw that dragon's eyes flashed. They didn't dare to look at Xu Yuan at all. Seeing this, Xu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, from the moment he just picked up the dragon's horn, he was gambling. Now it's clear that he won the bet. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Get long way +4. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this system prompt. Long way. What is this? After hearing the system prompt, Xu Yuan opened the status bar. It turned out that the status bar didn't seem to add anything about long way. Xu Yuan searched for a long time in the interface, but he didn't see anything like the bottom buff. What the hell is this long way? Just as Xu Yuan was wondering, his afterlight glanced at the dragon horn in his hand. Could it have something to do with the horn? Thinking of this, Xu Yuan checked the details of the dragon horn. Dragon horn, the only rare item. The dragon family guarded by ancient dragons is the supreme treasure. Long way, 4. When long way reaches 1000, the horn seal is lifted. Unsealed dragon horns can control the dragons? When Xu Yuan saw the introduction of the dragon horn, the whole person was stunned. Then came the unstoppable excitement. This. No wonder it's the supreme treasure. No wonder that after this dragon horn was stolen by Sprin, the ancient dragon would attack the city. This thing is like a jade seal. With it, you can rule the dragon clan. However, Xu Yuan didn't know that this dragon horn was actually so bullish before. I just don't think it's ordinary. Now it seems that it is simply a treasure. With this dragon horn and collecting 1000 dragon power, Xu Yuan will be the sky overlord in the future. However, this long way should be quite difficult to obtain. Long Wei, who had just added 4 points, and Xu Yuan was exactly 4 dragons in front of him. That is, each dragon will only give a little dragon power value to the dragon horn. Also, each dragon should only provide dragon power value once. In other words, Xu Yuan had to collect the dragon power of 1000 different 5th order dragons to be able to dominate the dragon clan. If they can be suppressed by momentum, it is not very difficult. But Xu Yuan felt that it could not be that simple. Because Xu Yuan observed that these 4 dragons all had wounds on their bodies. The reason why they were suppressed by Xu Yuan's momentum must be because they had fought before and were consumed. Not their best. That's why they will be suppressed by Xu Yuan. But if he met an energetic 5th order dragon, Xu Yuan might not have such good luck. It seems that we still have to improve our strength. If you want to collect dragon power, Xu Yuan will definitely not rely on the momentum to suppress the dragon with luck. Of course, there must be momentum, but you must also prepare a plan for the dragon not to eat this set. After really having the strength to slay the dragon alone, the collection of Longwei is much simpler. After knowing the role of this dragon horn, Xu Yuan sat on the Ender Dragon, manipulated the Ender Dragon to leave. And those dragons who surrounded it before did not dare to move the whole time. After Xu Yuan left, they all left separately. Originally, they wanted to compete with each other, but after Xu Yuan's incident, they also felt that there was no need for this. These 4 dragons can be said to have been sincerely subordinate to Xu Yuan to a certain extent. They will not attack Xu Yuan when they encounter Xu Yuan again. It's just that Xu Yuan is not yet able to command and control them. Once the dragon horns are activated, Xu Yuan can control them. Xu Yuan took the Ender Dragon and flew towards the glacier. To have the strength to deal with a 5th order dragon, the fastest way is to hatch your own ice and fire dragon eggs. After raising the ice and fire dragon egg, it would be easy for Xu Yuan to deal with the 5th order dragon. Xu Yuan flew away for a long time, but the group of Jim were still stunned in place for a long time. Okay, let's go back. It's dangerous to stay any longer. Jim, who came back to his senses, reminded everyone. After Jim reminded him, everyone in the team reacted. Then they all let out a long sigh. Hey, the gap between people is so big. We are terrified every time we go to the wilderness, and Steve even has to make way for him when he sees it. How long has he been here, and he's already standing at the top. It feels like we're not playing the same game as him. Xu Yuan's various deeds before, the gym team, like most people, had only heard about it and had not really seen it. But this time, they saw it all with their own eyes. Seeing and hearing with your own eyes is naturally not the same. That kind of shock, no matter when I think about it, will make the scalp feel numb. After the gym team returned, they quickly sent the recorded video to the forum. The top of the food chain in the European region will no longer belong to the dragons. As soon as the post was published, it attracted a lot of players. After all, the title is still very curious. Jim did not directly say that the top of the food chain belongs to Xu Yuan, because Xu Yuan's popularity in Europe is too strong. Basically, someone posting will bring Xu Yuan rubbing heat. Things that can't be beaten with 8 poles can be forcibly added to Xu Yuan. So now many people visit the forum, and when they see those who rub the heat, they will not click in. So Jim does the opposite thing. After players enter the post, there is no introduction to the word count. It is directly a video displayed in front of the players. When the players all watched the video, everyone was in a shocked expression. What is this? Even the dragon doesn't dare to touch Steve. This Nima is too exaggerated, right? The moment Steve stood up, I got goosebumps. Oh my god. I'm a man who has been handsome by Steve. The ancient dragons were all killed by Steve, and these dragons are naturally out of the question. I think it's still the credit to Steve for that horn. Didn't you hear the voiceover of the landlord when he was shooting? Yes, these 5th order dragons were obviously calmed by Steve's momentum. Is this the momentum of the king? But watching a video makes people feel excited. In the eyes of players, Xu Yuan is already a legend. And he continues to write legends. Players know it. Steve, the man, is destined to be the man who stands at the top. This is true in the Chinese region, it is true in the European region, and even if he goes to other regions, it can be said that now he is already standing at the top of global players. While players were discussing the post, Xu Yuan had already arrived on the glacial terrain. Xu Yuan then placed the ice and fire dragon egg in the lake in the glacial terrain. In a Song of Ice and Fire mod, to hatch an ice dragon egg, you need to put the egg in water. So Xu Yuan still did it according to this mechanism. After Xu Yuan placed the ice fire dragon egg in the lake, after a while, he saw that the water around the ice fire dragon egg began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the entire lake was actually frozen. The fish in the lake were too late to escape, and they were all frozen. And just after the lake froze, the sound of nourishment began to appear around the ice and fire dragon egg. White gas was bubbling around the dragon egg. It's like boiling water meets ice. The real lake is like a fairyland at this time. Good fellow. Xu Yuan sighed at the spectacle and did not forget to count the time. 2:01, 2:02, 6:54, 6:55, 9:97, 9:98, 9:99. Just after Xu Yuan counted 999 seconds. At this time, in the sky, dark clouds were suddenly overflowing. A huge lightning bolt slashed towards the dragon egg in the lake. Not good. Xu Yuan didn't have time to think about it at all, and immediately rushed to the location where the dragon egg was. Only a loud boom was heard. Lightning slashed at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's blood volume bottomed out instantly. As Xu Yuan's blood volume bottomed out, a milky dragon groan came from the bottom of the lake. After the huge lightning in the sky slashed, the dark clouds that had just condensed slowly dissipated. The whole sky was clear again, as if nothing had just happened. There was a faint halo on Xu Yuan's corpse that had just been slashed, and a few seconds later, he stood up again. Whew, it's good that I have an immortal totem. I have to say that this ice and fire dragon egg is really enough to toss people. From the very beginning when I got my hand, I began to toss. After hatching, the holder will keep holding blood. And the incubation conditions are also much more troublesome than others. This is also forgot. After all, this dragon egg is the dragon egg of the ancient dragon, and the special point should be, unexpectedly, this final hatching success actually had to go through a calamity. Directly a heavenly thunder was chopped down. If Xu Yuan hadn't reacted quickly, then this newly hatched ice and fire dragon would definitely have been chopped to death by this thunder. Just as Xu Yuan was thinking about this, the ice and fire baby dragon in the lake no longer knew when it came to Xu Yuan's side. Although this ice and fire dragon baby dragon has just been born, its size is much larger than when the ender dragon was first born before. Its appearance is also very different from ordinary young dragons. The attributes of dragons in the Song of Ice and Fire mod are divided into 2 categories, ice and fire. The color of the dragon will also vary depending on the attribute. Fire dragons come in 4 colors. They are Yanqi, emerald green, copper gold, and ember ash. The ice dragon also comes in 4 colors. They are frost blue, dark white, indigo, and grain silver. Therefore, it is generally possible to distinguish by color what kind of attribute the dragon is. And this young ice and fire dragon is dark throughout, but has a diamond-like luster. And the body is surrounded by 2 circles of dragon flame aura. One circle is flame, and the other circle is ice flame. The 2 circles of breath do not exclude each other, but complement each other. You blend into me, I blend into you. The most extreme thing is the eyes of this ice and fire dragon. The whole eye seems to have the feeling of a Milky Way. When I saw these eyes, I understood what it meant to have a sea of stars in my eyes. The entire shape of the ice and fire dragon is simply like a work of art. When Xu Yuan saw the appearance of the ice and fire dragon, he was stunned in place for a long time. It wasn't until the ice and fire dragon rubbed his head against him that he reacted. No wonder you want to go through calamity, your appearance is simply unreasonable. Xu Yuan didn't know if it was because he had been single for a long time. Even looking at a dragon felt that it was eyebrows. The whole love can't work, and immediately turns on the dragon mode. This little guy is also very obedient, and Xu Yuan will follow wherever he goes. Although it can't fly yet, it will flutter its small wings every time it walks. It's funny. After making trouble with Xu Yuan for a while, the ice and fire dragon's stomach was hungry. It was also not willing to play, so the pestle had a small mouth over there, signaling Xu Yuan to feed it. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately took out the dragon food he had prepared earlier. Unlike the ender dragons, the dragons in the A Song of Ice and Fire mod do not eat fish. If you want to feed them, you have to feed them dragon food. Dragon food is synthesized from 5 bones and 4 raw meat. And, in the original MC, there are 2 kinds of dragon food in the Song of Ice and Fire mod. One is dragon food, and the other is languishing dragon food. The role of dragon food is to help dragons grow up. The effect of languishing dragon food is just the opposite. Dragon food requires 4 spider eyes, 4 poisonous potatoes, and a dragon food synthesis. Look at this synthetic list to see how strong this drug is. As long as the wilted dragon food is fed to the dragon, they will no longer grow. Of course, this kind of loss of wife and folding the army is still rarely done. After all, a dragon is hard to come by, and no one wants it to grow big. However, there are still some players who will feed the dragon withered dragon food. Because the newborn baby dragon is indeed very cute, some players are a little reluctant to grow up. And the dragon can also stand on the player's head or shoulders. It's still cute. Xu Yuan handed the dragon food to the ice and fire dragon. The ice and fire dragon grew its mouth after seeing the dragon food, and it did not chew the dragon food with its head in one bite, and swallowed it directly into its stomach. Xu Yuan was so happy to see the ice and fire dragon eating, so he took out several dragon foods and fed them to the ice and fire dragon together. The appetite of the ice and fire dragon can be said to be exceptionally good, and he has eaten more than 10 dragon foods in succession. Even the belly rose. After eating, the ice and fire dragon lay on Xu Yuan's body to find a comfortable position and slept. Xu Yuan saw that the ice and fire dragon slept on his body, so he made a dragon horn with the keel he had picked up before. The dragon horn can be collected into the horn by taming the dragon, which is equivalent to the storage space of a dragon. After making the horn, Ben was ready to load the ice and fire dragon into the horn. But seeing the appearance of the ice and fire dragon sleeping on his lap, Xu Yuan couldn't bear it. So he put away the dragon horn. He looked at the ice and fire dragon on his leg, and his face was full of pampering. Hey, let's wait until you wake up. Xu Yuan's family did not have cats and dogs before crossing. Xu Yuan himself liked these small animals, but his family was allergic to animal hair and did not allow them to be raised. So Xu Yuan can usually only suck it on the internet. Naturally, he also can't understand the mentality of those who raise their pets like children. At this moment, Xu Yuan somewhat understood. This ice and fire dragon was born not long ago, and although it was Xu Yuan's pet, Xu Yuan did not get along with it for a long time. And although the ice and fire dragon in the game is very real, it is also virtual data. In this way, Xu Yuan had been completely captured by him. I'll be your breeder from now on. Xu Yuan looked at the ice and fire dragon on his leg, and his face was full of pampering. The ice and fire dragon slept very deeply on Xu Yuan's lap, and slept for more than half an hour before finally waking up. After the ice and fire dragon woke up, he rubbed Xu Yuan with his little head. It's kind of awake. My legs are numb. Xu Yuan complained with a wry smile. When the ice and fire dragon heard Xu Yuan's words, it seemed to understand, and reluctantly jumped down from Xu Yuan's legs. After standing firmly, it immediately opened its small mouth to Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you hungry again? I have to say that this ice and fire dragon eats more than the ender dragon, so how much has it eaten? And he is hungry. Xu Yuan knocked on the little head of the ice and fire dragon and said with a spoiled look. You are a perfect interpretation of the dry rice soul, you. However, Xu Yuan can also be regarded as the type of straight-mouthed, and while speaking, he began to take out dragon food from his backpack. Fortunately, there was a lot of dragon food prepared before coming. Xu Yuan opened his backpack and looked at those dragon foods, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He glanced at the ice and fire dragon with a small mouth waiting in front of him, and couldn't help but frown. Huh? Xu Yuan thought about it, so he picked up the ice and fire dragon and slammed it in his hand. Why didn't you see it? Xu Yuan had experience in raising dragons before, so I probably know something about the growth of dragons. The dragon in the game grows from childhood to adulthood like in the original MC, and it can grow up by feeding it all the time. Dragons need a process from infancy to adulthood. Generally, dragons will sleep after eating. After waking up, it will grow once. Xu Yuan's ender dragon was like this before. After the first feeding, the ender dragon was significantly larger after sleeping. On the other hand, the ice and fire dragon did not seem to move. This time I woke up, just like before, I didn't grow up at all. At this time, the ice and fire dragon stared with big eyes, and he was still staring at what Xu Yuan wanted to eat. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, looked confused. It shouldn't be. The ice and fire dragon looked at Xu Yuan, and he didn't want to eat, and he was about to get angry. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly took out some dragon food from his backpack and fed it to the ice and fire dragon. After the ice and fire dragon was full, it immediately began to sleep again. Xu Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he saw the ice and fire dragon with a big belly and a big sleep. This ice and fire dragon eats and does not grow, which is troublesome. The main thing is that Xu Yuan does not know what the problem is. Is it because of the food? Xu Yuan really couldn't think of a reason, and it seemed that it was only because of food that he didn't grow bigger. The dragon eggs of this ancient dragon are naturally different from other dragon eggs. Perhaps this is also different for growing food. It seems that it won't know the answer until it wakes up. If it was really the reason for the food, Xu Yuan could only wait for the ice and fire dragon to wake up before feeding it other food. This can only be tried slowly one by one. Before Xu Yuan fed the ender dragon, he also tried out that the growth of the ender dragon would increase faster if he ate clownfish. Xu Yuan took out the dragon horn to put away the sleeping ice and fire dragon, and then rode the ender dragon back to the main city. After returning to the main city, Xu Yuan found Ken and asked him to prepare all kinds of meat. There are even some things that other monsters drop. What giant one-eyed, long tongue of a dead worm and the like. After taking these things, Xu Yuan came to the room and released the ice and fire dragon. At this time, the ice and fire dragon had woken up. As soon as he came out and saw Xu Yuan, he opened his mouth and began to beg for food. Seeing this, Xu Yuan began to bring the food in his backpack to the ice and fire dragon one by one. Don't say, this ice and fire dragon is not picky, basically it eats all the meat. This can make Xu Yuan sad. Eat everything, where do you know what to eat and grow tall? And after eating so much meat, the ice and fire dragon in front of him still looked like he hadn't eaten enough. Seeing this, Xu Yuan frowned. He set his sights on the dragon meat dropped by killing the ancient dragon before in his backpack. The meat in the backpack, only this one was not fed. You shouldn't have to eat your Laozi's flesh to grow up. To say that this example of eating the same kind, Xu Yuan has also seen it. The death worm raised by Xu Yuan before needs to eat the long tongue of the death worm to increase loyalty. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan took out a piece of dragon meat from his backpack and handed it to the ice and fire dragon. At this time, the ice and fire dragon in front of him was excited after seeing the dragon meat. Its eyes were reflective, and saliva came out. Before Xu Yuan could hand it over, it jumped up directly on its own and pulled the dragon meat into its mouth. After eating a piece of dragon meat in 3 or 2 strokes, he swallowed it directly without even chewing. After eating, he immediately came to Xu Yuan with a fawning look, and looked at Xu Yuan with his eyes open. It seems that this time it was the right feeding. Seeing the reaction of the ice and fire dragon, Xu Yuan also knew that it was estimated that feeding the ice and fire dragon meat could make it grow. Then Xu Yuan took another piece of dragon meat and just wanted to hand it to the ice and fire dragon. The hand in the air stopped again, and the ice and fire dragon side thought that Xu Yuan would continue to feed it, and immediately stood up, but one did not stand firmly but fell down. Seeing this, Xu Yuan touched the head of the ice and fire dragon and said with a smile, "Don't worry, there's something for you to eat." After speaking, Xu Yuan took out the universal workbench. Xu Yuan's universal workbench is still very convenient. It can display a synthetic list of everything on Xu Yuan's body. After taking out the universal workbench, Xu Yuan checked the synthetic list of dragon meat. Sure enough, it confirmed Xu Yuan's idea. What Xu Yuan didn't expect was that dragon meat could actually be synthesized into dragon food. 4 dragon meats and 5 withered bones can be combined into one high-level dragon food. Xu Yuan synthesized a high-order dragon food according to the method of synthesizing the list. Then he handed it to the ice and fire dragon. As soon as the ice and fire dragon saw the high-level dragon food, he was even more excited than he had just seen the dragon meat. Immediately, he snatched the high-level dragon food from Xu Yuan's hands and ate it. After eating a high-grade dragon food, the ice and fire dragon began to yawn. It climbed onto Xu Yuan's legs and fell asleep after a while. Although the dragon food that allows the ice and fire dragon to grow has been found, but Xu Yuan was not happy. After all, this is dragon meat. Only killing dragons can have it. And 1 serving of dragon food requires 4 pieces of dragon meat. According to the urine nature of Xu Yuan feeding the ender dragon before, in the future, the bigger this ice and fire dragon will grow, the more dragon food it will need. Therefore, it is really not easy to raise this little ancestor. However, this can also be understood. After all, after this ice and fire dragon is cultivated, it is definitely the Sky Overlord. These 5th-order dragons are definitely not its opponents. It's certainly not something that can be developed simply. Moreover, it was torturous enough when it was still an egg, not to mention growing up. Xu Yuan saw the ice and fire dragon sleeping on his lap, and touched its head with a wry smile. "I thought I could help me slay the dragon with you, but I didn't expect that I had to come by myself." In the future, the staple food of the ice and fire dragon will definitely be high-level dragon food. This requires a lot of dragon meat for support. But this dragon meat can only come from the dragon, and Xu Yuan can't always slay the dragon, right? After all, the cost of slaying dragons is still very high. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. At this time, Ken walked in, and he saw the ice and fire dragon on Xu Yuan's leg at a glance. Ken immediately came over, afraid to wake up the ice and fire dragon, and asked softly, "This is the dragon that hatched from the dragon egg." Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded. Just by looking at this appearance, you can tell that this dragon is not an ordinary product. Ken couldn't help but praise. Although the ice fire dragon is black like the ender dragon, but the color of the ender dragon is obviously not as good as the color of the ice and fire dragon. And the texture on the ice and fire dragon is also that indescribable sense of premium. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, even the food is more expensive than others. When Ken heard this, he looked curious. Oh, what does it eat? Xu Yuan smiled and said, it eats dragon meat. Ken was slightly surprised to hear this, but quickly adjusted. After all, following Xu Yuan, the world is used to seeing it, and this kind of scene is nothing for him. Just came in and saw your sad face, that's because of this, right? Ken has followed Xu Yuan for so long, and some things can be understood at a glance. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and nodded. Yes, this dragon meat can only be obtained by killing the dragon and taking out the corpse, and killing a dragon is not a trivial matter like fighting ordinary monsters. Ken couldn't help but laugh when he saw Xu Yuan's appearance. I didn't expect anything else to stump us Steve guys. You are like this, it suddenly makes me feel like some kind of daddy is worried about earning milk powder money for his children. I have to say that what Ken described is still very good. Isn't this the milk powder money that the daddy is worried about with the child? When Xu Yuan heard this, he gave Ken a blank look. Roll on, if you don't help find a way, forget it, and bury me. When Ken heard this, he laughed. Who said I didn't help figure it out? When Xu Yuan heard this, he glanced at Ken and said, let's hear it. Ken said after thinking about it. Dragons should also be able to reproduce, right? As long as you get 2 dragons over and let them breed, won't you have endless dragon meat? Ken's words can be described as waking up the dreamer. Xu Yuan had been thinking that he would have dragon meat only if he killed the dragon, but he forgot that dragons can reproduce. 2 tame dragons give birth to young dragons that are born in a tame state. In this way, if you want dragon meat in the future, it is good to directly breed the dragon and kill it. However, it is still not easy to breed in this way. First of all, wild 5th order dragons cannot be tamed. Therefore, if you want 2 dragons to start breeding, you must start with dragon eggs. Generally, killing a 5th order female dragon will drop dragon eggs. However, the chance of dragon eggs hatching is not 100%. The dragon egg Xu Yuan that the system had awarded to Xu Yuan before failed to hatch. And, even if it hatches, it scores a lot. If 2 males or 2 females hatch, they will all be in vain. Therefore, although Ken came up with a way for Xu Yuan, it is still not easy to really realize the freedom of dragon meat. However, as long as it can start breeding, there will be no shortage of dragons in the Cube People Guild in the future. After Xu Yuan's ice and fire dragon is fed, he can breed the air troops of the Cube People. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to Ken, well, that's really a solution. But it's not that simple to start breeding. When Xu Yuan said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Ken, now, gather some people and try your luck in a carpet search in various regions. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken said with some doubts, what luck? Xu Yuan heard Ken ask this, and also explained. You guys carpet search, encounter the dragon skeleton, close to the past to collect, you may collect dragon eggs. In the original MC, in the A Song of Ice and Fire mod, some dragon skeletons can occasionally be seen on the map. These dragon skeletons can actually be collected. If you can get the keel, you also have a chance to get the dragon egg. Xu Yuan had never seen the dragon skeleton before. It may be because this area has been ruled by ancient dragons. Therefore, the other dragons basically have their own territories and will not attack each other. And other creatures basically can't beat dragons, so they don't have a skeleton. After the death of the ancient dragons, these dragons began to fight. The 4 dragons in an area that Xu Yuan encountered before were enough to explain all this. These dragons fight each other and are destined for casualties. So, now is a good time to pick up the licks. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken finally understood what Xu Yuan meant. Okay, I'll take someone to find it. Ken said and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not forget to remind. Remember, act in secret. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded and smiled. Don't worry about me. Ken naturally knew the importance of this matter. If it is known by people from other guilds, it is very likely that the dragon egg will fall into the hands of people from other guilds. After Ken finished speaking, he began to gather his cronies and set off secretly. Of course, Xu Yuan did not rest, and he rode the Ender Dragon and began to search around. Although in its current form, it is not safe to fly in the sky on a dragon, but it is much safer than slaying a dragon. And if you search the area, Xu Yuan will not fly so high, and the target is not obvious. So it's relatively safe. And just shortly after Xu Yuan and their departure, several top 10 guilds on this side of Europe have also received news one after another. Hurry, go find the dragon skeleton. There is still a chance that the dragon skeleton will collect dragon eggs. Gather all guild members and search the map comprehensively. The area on the European side is not like the Chinese side. In the Cube People Guild, there are naturally internal reactions of other guilds. And because of the need for carpet searches, there are no less people in all Ken belts. So it's still hard not to get the news out. The leaders of these guilds rekindled their confidence after hearing that there was a chance to obtain dragon eggs in the dragon skeleton. Before, the Cube People can be said to have completely crushed the various trade unions. These guild leaders also gave up the idea of competing with the Cube Man Guild. After all, those who fought against the Cube Man before basically did not end well. But this incident gave them hope. This is a dragon egg, and if you can really get it from the dragon skeleton, it is equivalent to giving it for nothing without spending a single soldier. If you raise a dragon, you will have the capital to compete with the cube people. If you are lucky, come to 2 dragon eggs, luck is better, and the hatching is a male and a female. Then it is possible to reproduce. Then directly dominate the sky. Of course, they are justifiably so. What they didn't know was that Xu Yuan had dragon eggs for a long time, and they had hatched. And it is also the only dual attribute ice and fire dragon. If they knew that Xu Yuan's search for the dragon egg was just looking for a feeding machine for the ice and fire dragon, they didn't know how they should feel. And the news also reached the ears of the Jim team. When Jim heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head gently. Jim's teammates saw him shake his head slightly and asked him, "Is this activity of the Cube Man the reason for the last Steve and the 5th Order Dragon?" Jim nodded and spoke to them. "Do you remember the last time Steve had that horn in his hand?" His teammates nodded softly at him. Jim continued. "Back then, those tier 5 dragons were afraid of Steve, and now that the cube people have these activities, then it may have something to do with the last incident. Steve is probably trying to use that horn in his hand to conquer the other dragons. And I heard the news this time, they are searching for dragon eggs. In this way, it is very possible for the Cube Man to become the overlord of the sky." When the people in the team heard Jim's words, they all had some ideas. Jim saw that they had something to say and said to them, "If you have something to say, don't be restrained." People on the team spoke their minds. "Let's also speed up the search for dragon eggs. If we really get dragon eggs, then there is an opportunity to crush other unions." Jim was silent for a moment before speaking to the people on their team. "Forget about crushing other unions, if you can get dragon eggs, it is the best." The people in the team stared at him after hearing him say this. Jim looked at them and said, "Then let's not fall behind, speed up and search." When the people in the team heard his words, they quickly moved. And the wishing source who was still flying saw that the people from other guilds had come out to explore. It is already known that the news has been revealed. So he shook his head gently and continued to fly. Now he just wants to find a feeding machine for the ice and fire dragon, and as for what the other guilds think, it depends on what they think. Xu Yuan looked at them and thought that he could only speed up. With so many people coming out to explore, those dragons would definitely feel uneasy. Xu Yuan was flying and suddenly found a cave with a dragon skeleton around the mouth. Xu Yuan quickly flew over. But there were no dragon eggs in it and the keel was collected. Xu Yuan looked at the keel in his backpack and sighed softly. "It's really hard to get dragon eggs, it depends on our luck." Xu Yuan explored again on his ender dragon. And those guild people will not go where they see where Xu Yuan appears. After all, the places where you wish will be cleaned. And these group searches of many unions made the dragons who were fighting fiercely feel strange. After all, the dragon's intuition is very strong. The dragons who were fighting fiercely stopped their battle. Looking at the people who were appearing at their doorstep, their eyes showed domineering colors, and they quickly flew towards them. When the guild saw the dragons flying towards them, they quickly fled or hidden. Some guild people were caught by these dragons, and the two sides began to move. But the Cube Man's side presents a laid-back feeling. The Cube Man's side is exploring the search method according to what Xu Yuan said. A series of unnecessary measures were avoided. One step ahead of other unions. Not only did they get a little keel, but they later had 3 more dragon eggs. Xu Yuan saw a place with a dragon skeleton again. So he patted the neck of the Ender Dragon with his hand, and the Ender Dragon suddenly understood Xu Yuan's thoughts, and slowly descended. Xu Yuan walked over and found that there was no trace of the dragon around. "So I walked to the side of the dragon skeleton and found that there were 2 dragon eggs and keels inside. That's good, it seems to be getting lucky." Xu Yuan immediately obtained the dragon egg and keel. Got 2 dragon eggs and some keels. Usually there is only one thing in a dragon skeleton. It's either a dragon egg or a keel, and this time there are both. And the Ender Dragon, who made a wish at this moment, heard his dragon chant. And behind Xu Yuan, there was a sound of wings inciting it. Xu Yuan secretly said that it was not good, turned around slowly, and looked over. Found to be a 5th Order Dragon. Xu Yuan swallowed his saliva, he didn't move, and the 5th Order Dragon didn't move. Just like that, he stared at the small eyes with big eyes, and one dragon stood looking at each other. Xu Yuan looked at the 5th Order Dragon in front of him and thought, what does this dragon mean? Is it a state in which the enemy moves me and the enemy does not move me and I do not move? Xu Wish continued to look at the dragon, but at this time he found that the dragon in front of him was a little familiar. The last time this 5th Order Dragon seemed to have met, it was the dragon from the right. Xu Yuan thought about it. Could it be because of the last time? Suddenly thought of the dragon power on his body. I also knew in my heart, why didn't the dragon in front of me attack it? The last time we met, we had already surrendered this dragon. Although the dragon in front of him will not listen to him, at least it should not attack him. But the point is that now Xu Yuan has obtained this dragon's dragon egg. If this 5th Order Dragon knew what Xu Yuan had done, wouldn't it still attack? And at this time, Xu Wish pointed to the sky with her index finger, and the 5th Order Dragon in front of her also turned his head in the direction of Xu Yuan's finger. Xu Yuan took this opportunity to run next to his Ender Dragon, and the Ender Dragon quickly squatted down. After Xu Yuan was done, he patted the neck of the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon flared up his wings and flew quickly. And just after Xu Yuan and them left, a thick dragon groan came from behind them. Although wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his hand. Although he can still handle this 5th order dragon, the main problem now is to find food for the ice and fire dragon. Xu Yuan then muttered to himself. Ice and fire dragon, ice fire dragon, I really fought hard to make you grow. What Xu Yuan didn't know was that just after he left, people from other unions arrived next to the 5th order dragon. Bearing the anger that Xu Yuan should have endured, the 5th order dragon served them in one pot. Xu Yuan opened the message at this time and found that Ken had sent him a message, so he clicked to view, seeing that they have quite a few kills, but only 3 dragon eggs were found. It also means that there are only 3 dragon eggs found, but for Xu Yuan, this is already very good. After all, other guilds are also searching for dragon eggs. Xu Yuan thought for a moment. Ken already had 3 dragon eggs, and he himself had 2. The cube man already has 5 dragon eggs, and it would be nice to find a few more. Xu Yuan thought about it, and suddenly thought that these dragons should already know what these union people were going to do. Before they go home, they have to collect those dragon eggs. Xu Yuan found that the nearby dragon skeleton had been collected by people from other guilds, and he could only continue to fly forward. Wishing flew near the icy land. Finding that the dragon skeleton in this vicinity had not been collected, he immediately went down and ran to the dragon skeleton. I first checked the vicinity and found that there were no dragons. So he quickly approached the dragon skeleton and found 5 dragon eggs inside. Wishing eyes instantly lit up. 5 dragon eggs, 5. However, the attributes are all fire attributes. Xu Yuan frowned. This is impossible, near the cold ice area, since there are dragon eggs with fire attributes. Could it be that these dragons are starting to switch positions? As Xu Yuan thought, some dragons found that the unionists were all obtaining their dragon eggs. Some teams are so strong that they can only lose. It's like you can't afford to hide, series. Dragons are no match for the crowd and can only convert their dragon eggs. However, for Xu Yuan, even if these dragons converted their dragon eggs, it was useless. It will still be collected by Xu Yuan, which is also something they didn't expect. Xu Yuan no longer thought about anything. He immediately accelerated the speed and finished collecting the dragon eggs in the dragon skeleton. At this moment, the sound of flapping his wings floated to Xu Yuan's ears from afar. Xu Yuan was thinking of running quickly, and when he went to the side of the Ender Dragon, he found that the fire attribute dragon had already flown over. Just as they were about to face Xu Yuan, they were about to start breathing his fire. Xu Yuan had already taken out his horn and blew it, and this fire dragon instantly stopped his moves, and the 2 eyes in his throat stared at Xu Yuan in front of him. Xu Yuan knew that if he lowered his posture, and he was afraid, he would definitely be instantly torn apart by the fire dragon in front of him. He couldn't tremble now, since the fire dragon was staring at him, then he was also staring at the fire dragon. And if you want others to tell this scene, then others will definitely say 2 words and 1 word. That's embarrassment. Xu Yuan was stared at by the fire dragon for a little longer, so he swallowed his saliva, changed his posture and continued to stare at the fire dragon. The fire dragon also incited his wings to move in the process of making a wish. Just as Xu Yuan was thinking of a way to take down the fire dragon in front of him, a message came from the system. Long way +1. Xu Yuan laughed, while the fire dragon not far from him closed his eyes. Xu Yuan looked at the fire dragon and found that the fire dragon's eyes were rapidly rolling within his eyelids. When Xu Yuan was about to leave, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. These dragons really won't attack the next time they see him, but they definitely won't listen to him. Xu Yuan turned her body to look at the fire dragon again, and took out a weapon from his backpack. Run in the direction of the fire dragon and start attacking him. And the fire dragon, his dragon egg has already been given to Xu Yuan, and let Xu Yuan go. Unexpectedly, Xu Yuan not only did not leave, but now he also took up weapons to attack him. The fire dragon was suddenly angry and was about to breathe fire at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan was much faster than the fire dragon, and quickly took down the dragon head of the fire dragon. Ice and fire dragon, ice fire dragon. Daddy is desperate for you. Xu Yuan quickly put the meat of the fire dragon into his backpack. Now the cube man has 10 dragon eggs. Xu Yuan thought that it was almost the same, and now that he had obtained the fire dragon meat again, it was almost okay. Then opened the message bar to send a message to Ken. Ken, go back. After Ken saw Xu Yuan's news, he turned his head thoughtfully. Replied to Xu Yuan. Received. Xu Yuan turned into his Ender Dragon and flew in the direction of the main city. He opened his backpack and looked at the dragon eggs in a daze. I don't know if these dragon eggs hatch out of male and female. I'll have to have a good chat with Ken when we go back. I don't know what was going on in his heart. When he saw the flesh of the fire dragon, he synthesized it one by one. This little guy must be very energetic when he eats. Alas, because this little guy has experienced what it is like to be a father in advance. Other unions. Some feel joy, some feel sadness, and some feel heavy. Some unions are coming home with a full load, others are empty. While the other guilds have seen blocks, people have gathered their teammates. They shook their heads gently, and they all had an idea in their hearts, that is, compare yourself to no one and don't compare yourself to the cube people. No matter how you compare, you may not even be able to hit someone's little finger. Now the cubes are gathering their teammates to go back, and other guilds are starting to gather their teammates. After all, the cube people are gone, and there are no dragon eggs to take. One by one, the other unions left. After they returned to the main city, Xu Yuan followed them to the main city after a while. After seeing Xu Yuan return, Ken walked over to greet him. How's boss Steve? Xu Yuan nodded lightly and said to Ken. I have 7 dragon eggs here, and if I add yours, it's 10. After listening to Xu Yuan's words, Ken smiled and said to Xu Yuan. Boss Steve, we've got something out after sending you a message. Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes and said to Ken. Oh, tell me about it. Ken coughed a few times and then said to Xu Yuan. Ahem, ahem. Xu Yuan looked at Ken and smiled without speaking. Earlier, we found 3 dragon eggs, but then we kept searching for them. We found 5 more dragon eggs. Boss Steve, let me ask you if you are surprised. Xu Yuan coughed a few times, then said to Ken. It was a surprise, a surprise. We cube people already have 15 dragon eggs. Ken was still there laughing suddenly after listening to Xu Yuan's words, but he felt that something was not right. Then he turned his head to look like Xu Yuan. What? What? You found 7 dragon eggs alone? Xu Yuan smiled and nodded at Ken. Don't be so surprised. Ken also thought that they had found so much, which was already very good, but Steve found 7 dragon eggs alone. Ken said happily in the face of Xu Yuan. How could it not be surprising that our team only recruited 8 dragon eggs? Steve deserves to be Steve. Xu Yuan did not answer after hearing Ken's words, but instead told him something else. We should distribute these dragon eggs well, and not a single one can be wasted. Ken nodded after hearing Xu Yuan's words, thoughtfully put his hand on his chin, and walked around. Ken understood what Xu Yuan meant when he said that a subject could not be wasted. After all, they don't know if these dragon eggs hatch from females or males. If it is distributed, it can be well distributed, but this is the problem. If the dragon eggs are distributed with 1 female and 1 male, then there will be 7 pairs, 1 more. But they don't know how many males and females will hatch. Xu Yuan also sat there without speaking. He had already thought about this problem on the way back to the main city. Xu Yuan said in the face of Ken, who was walking around. Ken, or let's do this, if senior brother has 2 teams, leave it to me. The rest depends on how you distribute it. Ken, since Steve said so, nodded at him and spoke. That's okay. But if you want to think on the worst side, all that hatches are bears, then you can only leave it to your pet to eat. Xu Yuan smiled after hearing Ken's words and said to him. In this case, it depends on whether we win the lottery or not. Ken smiled and spoke to Steve. No matter what the outcome is, it's your little one who will be blessed in the end. After hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan thought that this seemed to be the case. After all, this move was also made for this little guy. Xu Yuan spread his hands at Ken. The gym team got 2 dragon eggs. When collecting the first dragon egg, I was lucky, and the dragon was not near the dragon egg. On the contrary, I was the most unlucky when collecting the second dragon egg. While they were collecting the second dragon egg, the dragon flew over in advance. Lift them up at one end, but their losses are not very large compared to the rest of the team. Some of the other teams did not even collect a dragon egg, but some returned with residual blood. Jim looked at the 2 dragon eggs in front of him, and they didn't know if the 2 dragon eggs hatched to be female or male. For these 2 dragon eggs, they also worked hard. Boss, I think our team is much better than the other teams, and the other teams went back without even getting a lesson. Jim nodded when his teammate said this and did not speak. He was thinking, if it was Steve, what would he be doing with these dragon eggs? Wondering if it would be used as a mount, or... But he never imagined that Xu Yuan's original idea was to use these dragon eggs as a feeding machine for his little one. Jim looked at his teammates and spoke to them. It's great if the 2 dragons are heroes in turn, but if I have both female or male, then we'll make plans then. When Jim's teammates saw that he had said this, they all nodded their heads in agreement, and there was nothing else to say. And Xu Yuan in the main city took out those collectively called dragon meat. Released the ice and fire dragon from the dragon horn. Give the dragon food synthesized on the road to the ice and fire dragon. The ice and fire dragon was eaten happily, and the stomach was bulging with dragon food. Running around Xu Yuan, rolling around. Xu Yuan looked at the ice and fire dragon circling around him, and a feeling of relief appeared in his eyes. Ken just entered the door and saw the sense of relief in Xu Yuan's eyes. Yo, the father is looking at his son again. Xu Yuan turned his head to look at Ken and said, you guy is burying me again. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he smiled and said to him, Steve, what do you mean by that? When did I bury you? Huh. Xu Yuan gave Ken a big roll of his eyes and turned his head to look at his little ancestor. Ken didn't say anything, and said directly to Xu Yuan, many guilds are speculating, what are you doing with these dragon eggs? Xu Yuan smiled after hearing Ken's words and said to him, it was used as a feeding machine for my little ancestor. Ken also smiled after hearing Xu Yuan's words and said to him, I knew you would say that. But a lot of guild's attention is still with us. And also guessing that we got a few dragon eggs. Xu Yuan turned his head and smiled at Ken. Since we collected 15 dragon eggs, let's just call it 15. Needless to say, no need to say less, 15 is 15. Ken saw that Xu Yuan said this and did not say anything, so he nodded to the trainee and agreed. Ken, who was about to turn to leave, stopped, turned to look at Xu Yuan, and said to him, by the way, Steve forgot to tell you something. When do we start hatching dragon eggs? Xu Yuan was squatting in front of the ice and fire dragon, holding the ice and fire dragon with both hands. Without turning his head to Ken, he didn't say anything. You can hatch dragon eggs whenever you want. When Ken was about to open his mouth to reply, Xu Yuan got up and said to Ken again, "Let's speed up, this guy is hungry fast." Ken looked at Xu Yuan and smiled and said, "Okay, for your little one, let's speed up." At the same time, though, our first Air Force is about to be formed. Xu Yuan nodded. "I'm afraid the other guilds think I'm for the Air Force team." Ken nodded at Xu Yuan and said, "I bet they think 100% so." After Ken said this, Xu Yuan and both laughed. At this moment, the ice and fire dragon fell asleep lying on Xu Yuan's thigh. Ken looked at the appearance of Xu Yuan and the ice and fire dragon, and said to Xu Yuan, "The ice and fire dragon was so cute when he was a child, but when he grew up, he didn't know what it looked like." Xu Yuan nodded and said, "I'm also curious." Ken nodded at Xu Yuan and said to him, "Dear, then you're busy, I'll go out." After speaking, he quickly left Xu Yuan's room. Xu Yuan, who was left with a confused look, sat there. What the hell is a deer? Ken, this guy shouldn't be carried away by excitement. Xu Yuan shook his head. And Ken will never admit that just now he was mouthful for a moment and said that the line was pro. Xu Yuan looked at the ice and fire dragon lying on his lap, very cute. Thinking that if there is a girl next to him, he will definitely come to pet it. After all, such a cute little thing. He is also very moved. Xu Yuan checked the backpack again, and there was still some dragon meat that was not synthesized. Sitting is also sitting, so he took this opportunity to synthesize those dragon meats one by one. It is convenient to feed the ice and fire dragon food next time, and it will all be synthesized in a short time. Xu Yuan said to Ken, "Give me the rest of the dragon eggs." Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel an incomparable headache. Hatching these dragon eggs was really a big problem. After hearing this, Ken quickly put the dragon eggs in front of Xu Yuan. "Steve's dragon eggs are here. I don't know how you want to hatch them." Ken was curious about how Steve would hatch the eggs. Xu Yuan waved his hand and then said, "These dragon eggs are not a way to go on like this. You always have to try to know the result. Now the amount they have in their hands is also amazing." Xu Yuan originally had 8 dragon eggs, plus the 7 under his hand is even more terrifying. Although Ken does not know Xu Yuan's specific methods, as long as Steve wants to do something, he will do his best to help him. Xu Yuan picked up one of the fire dragon eggs and carefully examined it. The pattern on it was extremely exquisite, and after looking at it for a long time, people couldn't help but want to fall. "Steve boss." After Ken saw that Xu Yuan was not moving, he began to be anxious, and then quickly said to Xu Yuan, "Call. The power of this fire dragon egg is really extraordinary, and it is like a small fireball in your hand." Suddenly Xu Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and quickly took the fire dragon egg to the fire area, and Ken knew what Steve wanted to do. "Steve boss, be careful." Ken looked at the hot fire pit, and then obediently put all the fire dragon eggs in under Xu Yuan's signal. "You stay here and observe the situation." Xu Yuan left after ordering. He had more important things to deal with. In addition to the fire dragon egg, there was also the ice dragon egg. However, not long after that, the fire dragon egg had an accident, and soon lost its original luster with the crack. Ken reported the situation to Xu Yuan, and all he saw after Xu Yuan arrived in a hurry was the remains of the fire dragon egg. "What's going on?" Xu Yuan's brows furrowed. This was really a bad start when an accident had just hatched. Ken told Xu Yuan the whole process, but the specific reason was still not clear. Xu Yuan put his hand on his chin and thought for a while, then sighed and said, "No matter what the result is, the egg must be hatched. Continue." But when Ken wanted to say something, he was shocked by Xu Yuan's eyes, so he had to do as his master said. Xu Yuan also put the ice dragon eggs into the water, so that according to their habits, it should be able to increase the chance of hatching, right? When the ice dragon egg first touched the water, it suddenly emitted a strong light, and even Xu Yuan couldn't resist closing his eyes. The light quickly disappeared, as if the light just now was an illusion. The ice dragon egg did not have any changes. Xu Yuan was helpless. "How the hell are you going to hatch? Without the real dragons hatching, dragon eggs are really difficult to hatch. Maybe Steve, we can try to put these two together to hatch." Ken put forward the bold idea in his heart, but he was rejected by Xu Yuan without hesitation, because the attributes of the two happened to be incompatible, and no one expected the consequences. A few days later, Xu Yuan carefully looked at the dragon egg in the water, and this egg did not show any bad signs after several days. "Maybe this will work." Gently caressing the eggshell with his hand, wondering when such a dragon egg will hatch. It has been like this for the past few days. Xu Yuan must concentrate all his spirit. If he relaxes a little, then of course the result is failure. Ken still has some experience in hatching dragon eggs, so the dragon eggs are handed over to his care, and the situation of the dragon eggs is not so optimistic. Up to now, a total of 10 dragon eggs have been lost, and 2 have been lost. If you go down at this speed, then the dragon eggs will all fall before they hatch. The confidence in Ken's heart was even more extinguished, but seeing Xu Yuan so insistent, he didn't say anything, gritting his teeth and insisting. His current mental state is very fragile, and Xu Yuan naturally found something wrong with Ken's state. "You go to rest first, and I'll leave it to me here." "No, Steve, how can this be?" Ken doesn't want to leave no matter what he says, he can still hold on. What I say is an order, I'll let you go down. Xu Yuan did not reply, and directly threw Ken out, and then looked at the fire dragon egg in the fire worriedly. The difficulty of the fire dragon egg was far greater than that of the ice dragon egg, and Xu Yuan didn't say anything, and directly began to do it on the spot and began to sit down. He believed that as long as he persisted, then there would definitely be gains. Anyway, the number of dragon eggs in his hand now was enough. This is his confidence. The next second the fire dragon egg broke, another failed, and Xu Yuan put another one up. The process of hatching dragon eggs can be said to be very difficult, and Xu Yuan has to face the failure of dragon eggs again and again. However, although the other guilds all got dragon eggs, they did not hatch. Oh, it actually failed, one said in surprise. Yes, I thought I would be able to hatch successfully this time. Who knows that it did fail? Someone said. You must know that the dragon egg is very useful. If it is hatched, the strength of their guild will definitely grow. And the dragon egg is also particularly cherished. Otherwise, he would not be uncomfortable like this. This dragon egg is very difficult to get, and now it's destroyed. Hey, I don't want to say anything. They need to look for dragon skeletons everywhere, in the snow, in the woods, in the ice and snow, and in the caves and cliffs of the crypts. They will continue to search for this precious and rare dragon egg. Their guild not only gets dragon eggs, but also some dragon scale fragments to make more advanced dragon scale armor. They can also get some gold ingots and iron ingots when they go to the dragon's den, and some special things such as dragon breath, although it takes time to get, but the hardships and time paid in them, these things are all very needed. And if they have this time, they can be used to do other things. And the most important point is that they get dragon eggs, but this hatchability rate is also very low. It is possible that all the dragon eggs they have recovered cannot hatch, and this is also a very distressing point. But what should I do now? How should we find the dragon egg? A guild member asked suspiciously. I don't know. This matter is very difficult. This dragon egg is already very rare, basically impossible to find. Another spoke. The guild member looked at the dragon egg and sighed. Why is it so difficult to hatch this dragon egg? It would be nice if it wasn't so difficult, but what do they have to do now? Why don't we see how Xu Yuan's guild is? One person suggested. The other people's eyes lit up, and they felt that this idea was very good. After all, Xu Yuan had so many dragon eggs, and they felt that there was a very high possibility of hatching that. Xu Yuan's words. I think it's possible for him, one person said analytically. I remember that Xu Yuan's guild had 15 dragon eggs, because he had too many dragon eggs, so I remember this very clearly. Yes, that's right, 15 dragon eggs. One replied. Oh, okay, then I should not be mistaken. With so many dragon eggs, its success rate will definitely be greatly improved. Even if there are 14 dragon eggs that cannot hatch successfully, then there will always be one dragon egg that can hatch successfully. The man said with some uncertainty, but he felt that compared to Xu Yuan's chances would definitely be greater. Well, you're really right. We should absorb Xu Yuan's method so that our success rate can increase it at a rapid speed. Someone responded. After all, they have no other way now, so they can only see if Xu Yuan has any way on their side. A group of people are watching the news of the Blockman. But not as they imagined. Xu Yuan's side also encountered great difficulties. Xu Yuan's side. This. What's going on? How did it fail again? Xu Yuan's eyes looked at the dragon egg without blinking, with hope in his eyes, but seeing that the dragon egg still did not hatch in the end, the light in his eyes all disappeared. This is already the 13th failure. Xu Yuan's voice was extremely low, just sounding like it could let people know that this person was very sad at this time. The mood is also very uncomfortable. Yes, he does have as many as 15 dragon eggs, but before that, 12 dragon eggs have also failed, so this is the 13th dragon egg, so he only has 2 dragon eggs to use now. Next, he has to cherish these 2 dragon eggs, because if he doesn't cherish them well, he won't have other dragon eggs. Although he knew that the hatching of dragon eggs was very low, he failed to hatch 13 dragon eggs. There won't be only 2 lonely dragon eggs left now. If Xu Yuan had his hair been lost in real life, he looked extremely frustrated when he lowered his head. It's really a pity, all these dragon eggs have been wasted. But what is the way to increase the recurrence rate of Monopoly? And if all 15 dragon eggs have nothing to hatch, then it will be bad. Xu Yuan said again. It's a pity in my eyes. Looking at those fragments, Xu Yuan's heart only felt very distressed for a moment. He shook his head, unable to accept the fact that there were only 2 of his cubs feeders left. Xu Yuan looked at the only remaining ice dragon egg and a fire dragon egg in front of him, and hesitated slightly. Dragon eggs were originally very difficult to get. Finally got 15. The result was such a heavy loss. Xu Yuan was very distressed. In that moment he even hesitated whether to hatch dragon eggs now. Maybe it was bad luck today, and it would be better to try again tomorrow. He sighed, and finally decided to hatch the dragon egg. Xu Yuan has always done things resolutely, and dragging things out until the end is really not his style. Isn't it just a few dragon eggs? Xu Yuan silently breathed himself in his heart, and was about to hatch the dragon egg, but the ice and fire dragon cub had walked next to Xu Yuan at some point, and seemed to look curiously at the fire dragon egg in his hand that had not yet hatched, and then sprayed a few breaths of dragon breath at it very friendly. Xu Yuan. He could almost see with the naked eye that a thin layer of frost appeared on the egg. Oh my little ancestor. he shouted, and the ice and fire dragon didn't know if he heard what he said. Anyway, he should have been startled by this voice and hid aside, leaving Xu Yuan alone to mourn for this egg that seemed to be frozen. Today he probably really had bad luck. Sighing, Xu Yuan finally didn't blame the ice and fire dragon with his head, wiped the frost on the fire dragon egg with his hand, and was ready to hatch the egg. He came to the magma and placed the dragon egg in the middle, and a little black appeared in the middle of the hot and fiery red dragon egg, like some kind of ritual. But if it's really rounded, it's really a ritual. Xu Yuan stood by the side, quietly waiting for the result. In fact, ice and fire are incompatible. This fire dragon egg that has not yet hatched has long been lost if it is frozen like this. This common sense Xu Yuan still has. This time, I am afraid that it will fail again. But in addition to the loss, Xu Yuan faintly looked forward to it. A lot of things have happened when you come into the game world. In this game world, the fire dragon egg is frozen. Will it hatch more smoothly? Without completely losing hope, Xu Yuan looked at the fire dragon egg with great anticipation. Discoloration, discoloration, discoloration. Since you have already thought about hatching the dragon egg, then the process of hatching naturally cannot be to let Xu Yuan go to the middle of the magma to point the dragon egg. According to Xu Yuan's observation, the time is about 1 minute. If the egg has movement, it is a successful hatching. Otherwise, it is declared a failure. He counted silently in his heart, probably because he played too many games, and Xu Yuan's timing was particularly accurate, with an error of almost no more than 2 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4. In the last 10 seconds, Xu Yuan counted the sound, his eyes staring motionlessly at the dragon egg, expecting it to change. But until the remaining 3 numbers are also lost, that one but still like that. Xu Yuan was a little disappointed for a moment. It seemed that this egg also failed to hatch. There is only 1 egg left of himself. Xu Yuan sighed, and was about to turn around to take the last egg to hatch, who knew that at this moment, there was a sudden sound of the eggshell shattering behind him. This voice was too familiar. It was the voice that Xu Yuan had been looking forward to all day. He turned his head sharply, so fast, if it weren't for him being in the game world, I was afraid that his neck would be broken. I saw that the dragon egg bathed in magma was slowly breaking its shell, and after a while, a small dragon came out. It was a fire dragon cub. Xu Yuan felt that if he were not a square person in this world, he could open his eyes. It worked. He hatched successfully. Just now, he probably counted quickly because he was too eager, and the dragon egg hatching was successful. Xu Yuan was excited, like a joy of being lost and regained. I saw that the beautiful fire dragon cub first circled in the magma a few times, seemed a little dazed, and then saw Xu Yuan, screamed, and walked towards him. Yes, Dad is here, come and let me see. Xu Yuan burst into tears in his heart. There were only the last 2 left, and finally succeeded one. The fire dragon shouted happily and came over, making out with Xu Yuan, although there was still some magma on his body that was brought up, but Xu Yuan was not afraid. The cube man has no pain in the first place. As for the blood loss, Xu Yuan is not afraid. Isn't it just a little blood? Now the fire dragon hatching is what makes him happiest. The system had a rare conscience this time, and Xu Yuan's square people did not reduce his blood after being contaminated by the magma on this fire dragon, which made Xu Yuan even more moved. The effort pays off. And the ice and fire dragon just now had been standing on the side after being yelled at by Xu Yuan and did not come over, and when he saw his new companion at this time, he seemed to be a little curious and hesitantly walked over. Xu Yuan was in a good mood and did not continue to calculate with it. The ice and fire dragon glanced at the fire dragon a few times and spat out a few snorts happily. Wait a minute. Xu Yuan looked at the few snorts coming out of the tip of the ice fire dragon's nose, and an idea suddenly arose in his heart. Although it is a bit fanciful to think so, Xu Yuan has tried so many dragon eggs just now and none of them have successfully hatched, but such a person was dipped in the dragon breath of the ice and fire dragon and successfully hatched. An idea sprouted in his heart. Could it be that he was right to think before? Being spit out by the ice and fire dragon can really improve the chance of hatching? Now that an ice dragon egg had been pinched in Xu Yuan's hand, he thought about it and pushed the egg in front of the ice and fire dragon. Cub, spit out a dragon's breath. Regardless of whether the probability can be improved or not, what happened just now can at least prove that the dragon breath of this ice and fire dragon has no effect on the hatching of the dragon egg, and it doesn't hurt. Thinking so, Xu Yuan almost raised the egg under the nose of the ice and fire dragon, who knew that this ice and fire dragon actually turned his head sharply when he saw this situation, and hurriedly ran to the side. What's the situation? Xu Yuan was stunned, but he reacted for a while. This ice and fire dragon was scolded by himself after spraying the dragon breath just now, and now I am afraid that I dare not spit out the dragon breath. Xu Yuan sighed. I didn't think that this little melon seed was quite human. Helplessly, Xu Yuan had to walk in front of this humane ice and fire dragon and spoke. Just now I was too excited. I didn't blame you. You see, it's because you spit out a dragon breath. Now you have a new partner. Spit it again. How about seeing Dad hatch you another partner? Xu Yuan took it step by step. First finished talking with Yen Yueshi, and then threw the water dragon egg in front of the ice and fire dragon. This ice and fire dragon seemed to really understand people's words, and when he heard this, he first glanced at the fire dragon over there, then looked back at Xu Yuan, and finally gently took a breath of dragon breath on this water dragon egg. The ice and fire dragon did not let this water dragon egg form a layer of water mist this time, and it was probably fire, although Xu Yuan could not feel the temperature and could not feel it, but he could see some flames on it. Fire is fire, Xu Yuan thought to himself. Just as he was about to turn around and go to the water source, Xu Yuan seemed to suddenly remember something, turned his head to look at the ice and fire dragon sitting at the end, and said, "Nice job." As soon as he heard this, the ice and fire dragon was very happy, and sprayed a few breaths of dragon breath into the air. The fire dragon next to him was like a learning, and actually spewed fire directly. Xu Yuan hurriedly hid the fire dragon egg behind him, looking at these two living treasures, crying and laughing. "Don't make trouble, you guys wait here first." Xu Yuan carried the dragon egg and walked towards the water source over there in bursts of ice and fire. Then he put the dragon egg inside and began to silently recite the numbers. He was not as uneasy and anxious as before this time, which Xu Yuan himself felt. This number of times, the error should not be much. But this does not mean that Xu Yuan is not excited in his heart now. On the contrary, he was now extremely excited. As an old player, Xu Yuan is too clear about the rarity of this dragon egg explosion rate. He just went to so many dragon eggs in a row and found nothing. If he now wins 2 in a row, it will be very telling. Either he, a man with a black face like carbon, is out of Europe, or ice and fire dragon egg dragon breath, can really improve the probability. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan suddenly felt a little excited. If it was true, then wouldn't he be able to achieve almost 100% hatching efficiency? This treatment, looking at the whole game, who has it? Who found out? Xu Yuan looked at the water dragon egg that was waiting in the water and being beaten by the rolling current, and actually felt that his body was a little dry. He didn't find calm water nearby. This was the downstream of the waterfall, above which was the falling blue water, hitting the dragon egg, but not being able to move it for half a minute. It was as if this water dragon egg already had life and could stand still there. When he finally opened his mouth to count the countdown, Xu Yuan was almost speechless. 4, 3, 2. He stared straight at the water dragon egg, his voice almost trembling. Xu Yuan still didn't finish counting the numbers in the end. Not because of anything else, but because he still had some error in the number of times, and before the last word could be exhaled, the sound of the eggshell shattering was already heard from the water dragon egg. My good boy. Xu Yuan felt that if he were to go to the real world now, he would already have tears in his eyes, and without saying a word, he ran directly towards the water dragon egg. The eggshell continued to break, changing color, making a sound to resist the resistance of the river, and when Xu Yuan walked to the eggshell was completely shattered, and the little dragon cub that had been blue came out of it, which was a water dragon. The hatching was successful. There was no confusion like when the fire dragon hatched just now, and as soon as this little guy opened his eyes, he saw Xu Yuan standing in front of him, his big eyes fixed on him for a while, and then tilted his head slightly. Xu Yuan almost cried, holding the water dragon and walking to the shore. He succeeded, and the water dragon hatched. No. This is no longer a problem of a water dragon successfully hatching. Now he has discovered the role of the ice and fire dragon breath. After this, there is, why not a water dragon? Xu Yuan looked at the few dragon babies playing in front of him, with mixed feelings. These 15 dragon eggs, 2 came out in the end, which is still a pity. However, he discovered the secret of the ice and fire dragon breath. This is the most important thing. With the ice and fire dragon, it will not be a problem to achieve a 100% explosion rate in the future. Xiao's fire dragon may feel that he has made a contribution today, or it may be because he is very happy with 2 more friends, and now he is spraying dragon breath on the lawn, running around with his 2 younger brothers. Xu Yuan didn't stop it. After he came into this game, he found that the pixel of this game was many times higher, so at first glance, it was actually the same as the real thing, and a few baby dragons were running around in this world, which was rare to make Xu Yuan feel a little angry in addition to other players. It's good, this wave is not a loss. Xu Yuan stood up. If he was not a square person, he must be crossing his waist now. This time there was a water dragon, a fire dragon, plus an ice fire dragon before. None of them were repeated, but they could no longer breed baby dragons. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan sighed. This was the only thing he regretted this time. It seems that you can only be mounts in the future. He muttered in a low voice, and several dragon baby retail investors did not hear it, and they were still making trouble over there. Looking at them, Xu Yuan suddenly smiled. Mount. Anyway, with the ice and fire dragon, I won't worry about it in the future. This day was very fulfilling, allowing Xu Yuan to experience heartbeats countless times and reap the last joy. He suddenly remembered something, opened his backpack, and shouted at a few dragon babies who were still playing over there. Don't play, come to daddy first. Xu Yuan took out a few dragon feeds, which he had wasted a lot of effort to get before, but at that time he was still optimistic and did a lot, and now he only needs 3. When the 3 dragon babies heard their father speak, their movements slowed down, and they looked towards Xu Yuan with some doubt. Xu Yuan put the feed in his hand. Come on, tired of playing, right? The baby dragon understood the words and walked over, and the fire dragon, who was very excited to play just now, bore the brunt of it, pretended to smell it on Xu Yuan's palm, and ate it. He had never fed a baby dragon like this before, and Xu Yuan was slightly caught off guard by the action of the baby fire dragon licking directly at his hand. And the fire dragon baby not only licked up, but also left some saliva on Xu Yuan's hand. Xu Yuan, I have to say that the system is very real in these aspects, and the real Xu Yuan wants to scold people. Fortunately, he is only a square person now, but looking at the saliva still feels a little diaphragmatic. Fortunately, this seems to be just a setting of the system. After about 5 seconds, the saliva is gone, and his hands become clean again. And the baby fire dragon was satisfied after eating the feed, and after turning around in place a few times, he lay on the lawn in the afterglow of the sun ruminating the sky that was about to set. Apparently, to sleep. Xu Yuan couldn't help but look at it with some curiosity. This situation had never been seen before. But the water dragon baby obviously refused to let him do this. Watching the fire dragon have been circling Xu Yuan after eating the feed, seeing that he ignored himself for a long time, he actually directly sprayed Xu Yuan with a small mouthful of water. The system is very realistic and gives Xu Yuan several visual obstacles, making Xu Yuan want to applaud the system. Don't worry, don't worry. Dad will get you feed right away. The child hatched by himself was to be raised on his knees. Xu Yuan sighed and took out a feed from his backpack. Between the last time the fire dragon ate the feed on his hand, which really made him a little disgusting, Xu Yuan did not take the feed to his hand for the fire dragon to eat this time, but put it on the grass. Only afraid that this human and glass-hearted little dragon cub is worried that his father dislikes him and refuses to eat it. Xu Yuan looked at the water dragon for a long time, and saw that he had buried his head in eating that feed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system had not metamorphosed to this point after all. The baby water dragon was like a fire dragon after eating feed, just a few turns and fell asleep, and there was a very realistic snoring sound. Looking at the two baby dragons who were asleep, and the sky that had completely darkened, Xu Yuan touched the ice and fire dragon standing next to him. Yes, both children have slept, and now only you are with me. Who knows that the ice and fire dragon is very faceless, and it is probably also a self-cultivation as a system creature. It should sleep when it is dark, and this thunder cannot be moved. I saw that the ice and fire dragon planted in the next second, and practiced the second sleep skill like the two younger brothers, and fell asleep after shrinking his body into a ball. Xu Yuan couldn't laugh or cry, but looking at the three baby dragons, my heart was also a little relieved. Today was a very windfall day. He now only needs to wait for a few baby dragons to grow up and have a mount. But the biggest gain is the ice and fire dragon. Thinking so, Xu Yuan smiled helplessly. The feeling of being a father is really. Xu Yuan slowly took out his dragon chanting horn and put the two sleeping dragon cubs into the horn. After settling everything in, he messaged Ken. Come to me. When Ken saw that Xu Yuan asked him to go to him, he was very nervous. Although he believed Steve, he didn't know what happened to Steve hatching the dragon egg, and he felt his heartbeat faster. After all, hatching dragon eggs is not as simple as talk. Ken fixed his mind and quickly got up and walked in the direction of Xu Yuan's existence. Steve guy, I'm coming. Xu Yuan saw that Ken had already come over, so he looked at him with a smile, and Ken's heart that was hard to settle was tensed by Xu Yuan's smile. Ahem. Brother Steve, don't laugh. Now the heart is beating at an accelerated pace. So what? Just. Xu Yuan saw that Ken began to stumble, so he wanted to tease him even more, and said to Ken, look at these. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he pointed to the ground. Ken looked towards the ground that Xu Yuan was pointing to. Ken was instantly stunned and pointed to the ground. This. Steve boss. So, did it fail? Xu Yuan wanted to laugh very much, but he held back and said dejectedly to Ken, don't you say this too? I've tried my best. After listening to Xu Yuan's words, Ken sighed deeply and said to Xu Yuan, it's okay, it's a dragon egg that even our Steve guy can't hatch, so it must be difficult. Ken smiled wryly. Xu Yuan added fuel to the fire and said, our Air Force is hopeless, not to mention, my little ancestor's feeding machine is gone. I didn't expect to fail, and I felt uncomfortable. After speaking, he smiled at Ken again. Ken felt that something was wrong with Steve, and from his tone, he couldn't tell where Steve was uncomfortable. So he said to Steve, how do you feel that you are not sad? Xu Yuan couldn't help but laugh loudly when he heard Ken's words. When Ken saw Steve's scene, he narrowed his eyes. At this time, Xu Yuan clarified to Ken, okay, let's not tease you. In fact, hatching these dragon eggs this time is not a complete failure. When Ken heard Steve's words, he immediately looked at him with wide eyes, said to Steve in shock, what? Xu Yuan nodded at Ken and continued to say to him, this time the dragon egg hatching was indeed not a complete failure, nor was it a complete success. I have tried my best, only 2 dragon eggs have hatched. Ken was surprised, too. Xu Yuan nodded. Yes, only 2 hatched successfully, and the other dragon eggs failed to hatch. Ken was stunned and didn't react for a while. Ken thought, our Cube People Guild gets several times more dragon eggs than others, but most hatched failed, and only 2 dragon eggs were successful. For a moment, Ken looked at Xu Yuan and asked him, Steve guy, those 2 dragon eggs hatched out? Xu Yuan nodded gently at Ken and said to him, as you might think, it's not double soldiers and not 2 fires. It's a fire dragon cub and an ice dragon again. That's why I'm telling you not a complete success, nor a complete failure. After listening to Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded, and asked with Xu Yuan, so brother Steve, what do you mean by not a complete failure? At this time, Xu Yuan smiled at the Ken thief. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's thief's laughter, he swallowed his saliva and looked at this Xu Yuan. Wishing was made after coughing a few times, he slowly spoke to Ken. I know what I can do to increase the hatchability of dragon eggs. Steve daddy, how did you do it? The front was just an accident, and I guessed that the last dragon egg was also tried, but I didn't expect it to really succeed. Ken. Steve, you didn't answer what you asked. Xu Yuan smiled, shook his head gently, and said to Ken. This is a secret for the time being. I'll show you a demonstration later, and you'll find it interesting. If Ken is in reality, Xu Yuan will see the scene of Ken pouting. Okay, I'll wait and see. Steve's words can't be ignored. Xu Yuan smiled after hearing what Ken said and did not speak. Ken started planning in his head again. First of all, they are fast in the guild. Got 15 dragon eggs. Now only 2 dragon eggs have been drawn, and the others have failed. Although it is a pity, it is indeed not easy to hatch dragon eggs. But they also have a way to increase the probability of hatching dragon eggs. In any case, their guilds are still relatively lucky compared to other guilds. Ken thought about it and slowly felt content. Xu Yuan looked at Ken's expression and held back, and Ken didn't know in his fantasy that Xu Yuan wanted to capture Ken's expression if he had a camera. Ken turned his head to find Steve looking at him, but felt his face blush and red. At this time, Xu Yuan's ridiculing voice was heard. Oh, our lords are also shy, a rare situation. Ken Jiasheng's cough a few times before he said to the Xu Yuan. What shyness, old man, I am still shy. Xu Yuan laughed after hearing Ken's words, and then said to Ken again. You'll get it, shyness admits? Ken sighed softly and said to the Xu Yuan. Steve, forget it, forget it. Don't bury me anymore. After Xu Yuan heard Steve's words, he felt that if he was drinking water, he would definitely spit out the water in his mouth to Ken. Ken. Ken looked at Xu Yuan and said, what's the drop? Still, seeing Xu Yuan looking at her with a thief's smile, he said to him, I'll show you what the real burial is. Before Ken could speak, Xu Yuan increased his speed. The fire dragon cubs in his group were invited from the dragon chanting teaching. Ken stumbled nervously and said to Xu Yuan, no, big brother, what do you want to do? Xu Yuan thief said to him with a smile. Let you see what it means to be a real burial. Ken suddenly felt that he was about to vomit blood, and if he had blood in his mouth, he would definitely spray it on Xu Yuan's face. Little ancestor, bite him. What? Steve, are you crazy? After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the ice and fire dragon cub just blinked and looked left and right. Ken said with a loud laugh. Your little ancestor hasn't reached the time to understand people's words. But he didn't expect that at this time, the cub of the ice and fire dragon opened his little mouth and ran towards Ken. Why can't he really run? My good boy, Steve, get him to stop. Diddy diddy, diddy diddy. When Ken was killed by the little cub of the ice fire dragon, his HP had been decreasing. Steve, my blood volume is decreasing. Xu Yuan looked over and found that Ken's blood volume was really decreasing faster and faster. Then he grabbed the cub of the ice and fire dragon and put it back in the dragon horn. Ken said to Xu Yuan while replenishing his blood volume. It's worthy of being the cub of an ancient dragon, just bitten me a few times, and the amount of blood decreased to this appearance. Xu Yuan was also surprised and said to Ken. He had this kind of operation, and I only found out now. Dear Ken, thank you for unlocking new knowledge for me. After Xu Yuan finished saying with a smile, Ken had almost finished replenishing his blood volume and said to Xu Yuan. Steve, what do we do next? Xu Yuan walked back and forth after hearing Ken's words. Ken. Ken heard Xu Yuan call his name seriously and quickly replied, You organize a team to find the dragon eggs. Ken asked Xu Yuan suspiciously. The dragon egg has almost been explored by other guilds, right? Xu Yuan shook his head at Ken's words. Not necessarily. I asked you to do this because the chances of hatching dragon eggs are small. We had 15 grams of dragon eggs, and we hatched 2 of them alone. I guess the other guilds should have failed, and even if they did, there should only be 1 or 2. Since they have all failed, they should also know that it is very difficult to hatch dragon eggs, so they will not send people to find dragon eggs again. Even if they send people to continue looking for dragon eggs. But it is only possible that 1 or 2 unions will continue to do so. So it can be said that we have no competitors. After listening to Xu Yuan's words, Ken felt that what Xu Yuan said made sense, so he said it to him. Steve daddy, as you said, go and prepare now. Xu Yuan nodded gently to this Ken. After Ken went out, the organization of the convenience department formed a part of the team to find the dragon skeleton and find the dragon egg. Xu Yuan saw that Ken had gone out, so he took the cub of the ice and fire dragon out of the dragon yin horn. After the ice and fire dragon cub came out, he didn't make as much noise as before, rubbing his head against Xu Yuan's ankle. Xu Yuan wiped the head of the ice fire dragon cub with his hand, but found that the ice and fire dragon was hungry again. Because he smiled, he took out dragon food from his backpack and fed the cubs of the ice and fire dragon. While for the ice and fire dragon, he said to the ice and fire dragon again. My little ancestor, your feeding machine is gone, Dad can only do his best. Xiao's fire dragon seemed to understand. Xu Yuan's painting is the same, rubbing Xu Yuan's calf back and forth with his head, as if comforting Xu Yuan. Although he felt that his friendship with the Xiao's fire dragon in front of him was even deeper, although the ice fire dragon was a virtual thing. But now he loves the ice and fire dragon more and more. After the ice and fire dragon finished eating the dragon food, it opened his mouth several times. Make a wish and know that Xiao's fire dragon, this is going to fall asleep. He whispered to the cherry fire dragon cub. Come on, sleep. Before you wake up next time, Dad will find you as much food as possible. He actually put the ice and fire dragon into the dragon horn. He took a breath and muttered, hopefully. Xu Yuan found that Ken had sent a message. I opened it and laughed softly. As Xu Yuan guessed, other guilds failed to hatch dragon eggs. Moreover, the news that the Cube Man Guild had paid 2 dragon eggs spread quickly among other guilds. People from a certain guild. Only 2. The Cube Man actually hatched 2 dragon eggs. Didn't they have 15 dragon eggs? But hatching among 15 dragon eggs and turning into 2 dragon eggs is already very good. Yes, I agree. After all, hatching dragon eggs is not an easy thing, and you can see that we have all failed. The gym team in the distance also heard that the Cube Guild got 15 grams of dragon eggs and successfully hatched 2. However, they got 2 dragon eggs, and both failed. Boss, I feel that every time the Cube Man does something, he will succeed, just like if he will not succeed, he will be close to success. But it is worthy of the Cube People Guild. Jim nodded softly after listening to his teammates' words. Indeed, if he wanted the Cube Manual to fail, it seemed impossible. While they were discussing, one of Jim's teammates came in and spoke to them. I just heard the news that people from other guilds have secretly sent people to the Cube People Guild. What did they send people for? You're stupid, of course, to see how the Cube people hatch dragon eggs. They heard their boss looking at their boss from behind. Jim nodded softly in agreement. Because he also wants to know how the Cube Man hatched successfully, and what methods were used. And after a long time, the guild sent people to put the guild back to report the news they had heard. And the news they came from was amazing. Because the dragon eggs that were successfully hatched by the Cube Man were all hatched by Steve alone. Steve, what kind of man is that? He's a legend in this world. The bosses of the other guilds shook their heads gently. It turned out that the 10th brother was successfully hatched, so the method of hatching was only known by Steve. No matter how they sent people to the Cube Man Guild, it was useless, and those who paid attention to the Block Man Guild, the other guilds gave up one after another. Xu Yuan is in the main city, and he doesn't need to be reported by Ken, and he also knows what other unions do. But Xu Yuan didn't care at all. Entering the other guilds said, how to hatch dragon eggs was only known to him. In the evening, after Ken came in, he said to Xu Yuan, Steve, there's bad news. Wishing nodded gently, motioning for Ken to continue. The team we sent out didn't get anything. They saw the dragon skeleton, but there was no trace of the dragon egg next to it. The axis of the wishing shaft frowned at Ken and said, is there still a dragon nearby? Ken nodded to the Xu Yuan and continued to preach. Those dragons are there, the hegemony of the hegemony, the search of the seeker. But their dragon eggs disappeared. After Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, vaguely knowing something, he spoke to Ken. I think I already know the reason why there are no dragon eggs in the dragon skeleton. After hearing his words, Ken looked at Xu Yuan tightly. Steve, what do you mean by that? Recently, because of us, other guilds have also started searching for dragon eggs. Think of those dragon eggs who fought for dominance and returned to their dragon dens with scars, and found that their dragon eggs were gone. And seeing so many gamers walking around, what would you guess? After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken entered a period of contemplation, so he immediately looked up and preached to Xu Yuan to him. Steve, do you mean those dragons hid their dragon belts? Xu Yuan always nodded gently at Ken, affirming his words. That's the case, no wonder they haven't been able to find the dragon egg, not even a trace. These dragons are really getting more and more intelligent and smarter. If that's the case, we won't be easy to find. What can I do about this? Xu Yuan did shake his head gently at this time and said to Ken. Not necessarily, there is no way. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately asked. Big brother, if you want to do anything, just say it immediately, don't drag it around like this. Xu Yuan. First of all, you let those people explore where they see the dragon. Those dragons can't be far away from their dragon eggs. Ken nodded and muttered. Why didn't I come up with such an easy question? Because you're stupid. Ken said he wanted to beat Steve up. Okay, Steve, I'll go first. Hearing his words, Xu Yuan nodded at Ken. Xu Yuan glanced at the dragon horn. The 3 little guys were still sleeping, and they didn't know when they would wake up. Xu Yuan thought that he would also go to find the dragon skeleton, and he might have another harvest by groping. Xu Yuan walked out of the door and found that Ken had explained to the team, and the team had already set off. You have to go yourself. Ken said loudly to Xu Yuan. Then I'll go first. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he rode on the Ender Dragon and set off in the direction of the forest. Ken's voice came from behind him. Good luck, Steve. Xu Yuan turned his head to look over and saw that Ken was waving to him, so he also waved to Ken to reply. Xu Yuan, who arrived in the forest, looked left and right, looked around, but there was no dragon skeleton nearby. And there are very few dragons, only a few still roam the forest. Xu Yuan patted the Ender Dragon's neck with his hand. After gently flapping its wings a few times, the Ender Dragon slowly landed on the ground. Xu Yuan jumped down from the body of the Ender Dragon and looked left and right, sighing and muttering as he walked. What about the boys? How is your daddy going to find food for you? It's hard to kill your daddy. Wish said as he walked to the lake. Suddenly, Xu Yuan felt strange in his heart, feeling that something was staring on his left side, so he turned his head and saw that it was the Ender Man. At this moment, Xu Yuan's heart tightened. My good guy scared me, it turned out to be Xiaohe. But Xu Yuan forgot that she was staring at the Ender Man and saying this. Just after Xu Yuan said this, because Xu Yuan and him were just looking at him, they had already pulled hatred. He instantly moved in front of Xu Yuan to attack him. Xu Yuan knew that if the Ender Man touched the water after he was angry, he would eliminate the hatred, but he was very idle now. I want to play with the Enderman for a while. In this way, the Enderman attacked Xu Yuan, Xu Yuan fought back, and the Enderman struck. Yo, not bad. I'm attacking you here. Are you tickling? Oops, I told you to attack well. The Enderman has no sense of autonomy, how can he understand these words said by Xu Yuan? As always, he attacked Xu Yuan. In this way, both the Ender and Xu Yuan repeated their movements. After a while, Xu Yuan didn't want to play. He killed the Enderman in an instant, and pretended to stretch, and take out the energy potion from the backpack to replenish health and health. After all, the Enderman's attack power is extremely high, and it will move instantaneously. Xu Yuan sighed, then looked down and found that the Ender Pearl had been dropped. But make a wish a bad thing. My obedience, I didn't expect that there are few chances after killing, the Ender Pearl has it on you. Xu Yuan picked up the fallen Ender Pearl and put it in his backpack. After coming out, I picked up the Ender Pearl, and I was lucky. If the beginning is good, the end will be good. Xu Yuan comforted himself and said as he walked. He walked to the side of the Ender Dragon, and when he was about to sit up, an idea flashed in his mind in an instant. Ender Dragon. How did I forget that there was also the Ender Dragon? Xu Yuan said happily. He looked at the Ender Pearl that had just dropped after his backpack had just killed the Enderman. Xu Yuan smiled and said, the ending will also be nice. Xu Yuan walked quickly, what he was looking for now was the Hell Fortress in the forest. But to find the Hell Fortress, sometimes it's a matter of luck. But this luck Xu Yuan is full of body. Who is Xu Yuan? Xu Yuan is the famous Steve in this world. After Xu Yuan found the Hell Fortress, he walked in. After entering, Xu Yuan was very careful, he only needed to kill the Flame Man. In hell without absolute certainty, you can never touch something. That's the zombie pig man. Once the zombie pig people are attacked, then they will attack in groups. It is impossible for a player to attack the horde, while attacking the zombie pigmen. Xu Yuan walked around in the first place, stunned that he did not touch a flame man. Strange, even if the dragon on land is not there, why can't you see the flame man in hell? Almost all of them were magma monsters and ghosts, but now Xu Yuan had no time to maneuver here. Just when Xu Yuan wanted to give up, there was a flame not far away, and people were walking around. Xu Yuan stared at the flame man in the distance. If it was a real person, he would definitely notice the change in Xu Yuan's expression. Wish quickly hid in the shadows. The flame man in the distance walked towards Xu Yuan without knowing it. Xu Yuan smiled slightly, and when the flame man approached him, he quickly killed the flame man with his golden sword. The place where the flame man was killed instantly dropped the flame stick. Xu Yuan picked up the flame stick that had fallen on the ground and put it in his backpack. At this time, although he noticed some voices behind him, he turned his head and found a zombie pig man. Xu Yuan didn't want to speak in an instant, he was really afraid of what? He turned around slowly and walked over cautiously. After walking out of the Hell Fortress, Xu Yuan's tense expression and heart were instantly released comfortably. Not that while he was afraid of the monsters in hell, it was just that he was pressed for time. The Ender Pearl is there, and so is the flame stick. Let's go then. Wishing made the flame stick in his hand into flame powder, and took out the Ender Pearl from his backpack. Ender Pearl and flame powder are synthesized into the Eye of the Ender. Xu Yuan looked at the Eye of the Ender that had been synthesized in his hand, and sighed deeply. Now it would be nice if he floated the Eye of the Ender in his hand into the air. Xu Yuan threw the demon shadow eye in his hand towards the sky, and the Ender Eye quickly floated. Wherever the Eye of the Ender shadow floated, Xu Yuan followed wherever it went. The Eye of the Ender fluttered, and Wish followed him closely. After a while, the Eye of the Ender stayed in one place, and Wish knew that the dungeon had been found. It's not easy for me to be well behaved. Finally found the dungeon. Wishing was full of complaints, but for his little guy, he also fought hard. If the Wish was a real person, then Xu Yuan, who had traveled such a long distance, would definitely lose weight into chopsticks. Xu Yuan looked at the Eye of the End shadow that stayed in this place, so he picked up the Eye of the End shadow and recycled it. Because the Eye of the Ender is still useful in the dungeon, even if it is not useful, it will be useful in the future. It is absolutely impossible for a person like Xu Yuan who cherishes materials very much. After Xu Yuan walked into the location of the dungeon, he saw some treasure chests. And the terrain of the dungeon is very complicated. If you are an ordinary player, you will definitely get lost in the dungeon. It depends on how Xu Yuan walks alone, but for Xu Yuan, this terrain is not particularly complicated. He can still deal with it. Xu Yuan walked around and saw the Ender Square. He saw the Ender Square and walked over and placed the Ender Eye on it. This can complete the portal to the land of the Ender, and if you miss a step or do it wrong, it is impossible to reach the land of the Ender. The land of Enders, that is the world of the big boss Ender Dragon, full of Ender people. And this time Xu Yuan used to slay the dragon. Xu Yuan looked at the portal leading to the land of the end in front of him, looked at his backpack and patted it with his hand. To slay the dragon in the land of Ender Shadows, then one of the most important things to bring is a bow and arrow with infinite enchantment. With this infinite enchanted bow and arrow, you will not worry about the number of bows and arrows. Xu Yuan passed through the hell portal and entered the land of Ender Shadow. Xu Yuan, who had entered the land of Ender Shadows, quickly hid in the shadows, and he quickly took out the infinite enchanted bow and arrow from his backpack. Look at the towers in the surrounding Ender lands. One by one, he shot bows and arrows towards the blood replenishment points of those towers. Shoot those blood replenishment points one by one, which is one of the measures to be done before slaying the dragon. Because the attacked Ender dragon will fly around in this Ender land to replenish blood. And if Xu Yuan attacked these Ender dragons, it was he himself who would suffer. Xu Yuan shot a tower's blood replenishment point, and those demon shadow dragons would circle around. In the land of Enders, Ender dragons are inseparable from the blood replenishment points of these towers. And Xu Yuan's series of operations made the Ender dragon feel a trace of panic. Because every time you break into several players in the land of Ender, they will be destroyed by the Ender dragon. And those players are the places where they lose these tall blood replenishment points. Entering the land of Ender is also a more exciting place, that is, you must kill the Ender dragon before being teleported back to the spawn point. The other players failed to slaughter the Ender dragons, only returning to the spawn point after being killed by the Ender dragons. Xu Yuan successfully shot all the bloodless spots in the tower. Xu Wish looked at the family affection in front of him and smiled happily. Put the bow and arrow in the backpack, there are other uses behind this bow and arrow. And it was at this time that he saw the existence of a bed not far away. Xu Yuan. The land of Ender Shadows cannot sleep in beds, and will boom shakalaka. But there are also many players who quickly clear the level through this trick, that is, bed bombing. Xu Yuan had to admire those players who came up with this trick, and sure enough, people were forced to do anything. If I don't succeed later, or will I try it too? Xu Yuan quickly shook his head after saying this, and Hainan Nan said to himself, "Oh my god, even I have that thought. If the little ones are gone, remember to send the daddy to the end." It made no difference whether Xu Yuan's words were said or not, because the three dragon boys were all asleep. Xu Yuan sighed deeply. Looking at the Ender people dangling around, Xu Yuan. Although I don't know anything else, players must first guard against the Ender when they know that the Earth Dragon. After all, it is very common in the last Shadow Emperor and the last Shadow people. Many players will be assassinated by them with one blow when slaying dragons, or help the Ender Dragon mend the knife. The Enderman is a troublesome existence, so many players will put an end to this hidden danger before they can do their business with confidence. And Xu Yuan took out the pumpkin head from his backpack and put it on his head. Do a good job of fortifications on top of your head, and you can't provoke them. After Xu Yuan put the pumpkin head on his head, he pressed it a few times with his hand to prevent the pumpkin head from falling. So he carefully walked to the obsidian pillar. With the help of water, slowly climbing up the obsidian pillar, the water can be very good to prevent and the player falls, and will not run halfway down to be blown down. You can also descend from the very fast obsidian pillars. After making a wish and climbing the obsidian pillar, he walked to the altar. Before the Ender Dragon could find it, he quickly built a bunker out of obsidian. For Xu Yuan, this bunker has a good effect. That is, it can block the Ender Dragon fireball and his dragon breath, and such a wall will not blocking your collection of those purple phlegm. And there is a more important role, then it is to prevent the Ender Dragon from impacting. Otherwise, the Ender Dragon happily hits you so much, if you are unlucky, it will fly down the void, even if it is not fatal with one blow, but it will be thrown half to death. After Xu Yuan built this wall, he quickly put on shoes with fading protection. Just because of the impact of the Ender Dragon, many players who fought the dragon fell to death. After all, compared to the continuous harassment of the dragon breath and the Enderman, the Ender Dragon throwing you into the air is the deadliest. After Xu Yuan finished wearing, he opened his backpack and took out several buckets from his backpack and placed them around. Because the bucket can help disperse the Enderman, but it is also possible to collapse a trench too high with the end stone. At this time, the Ender Dragon discovered Xu Yuan's existence, and quickly attacked Xu Yuan. And Xu Yuan hid behind the obsidian wall, and the purple that the Ender Dragon spewed out was blocked by the obsidian wall. The Ender Dragon seemed to be approaching Xu Yuan for a hand-to-hand battle. And this also had a good benefit for Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan quickly took out his nether alloy sword and attacked the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon suddenly found himself in a disadvantageous state, so he quickly opened the distance between him and Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw that the Ender Dragon was pulling the distance away, so he quickly took out the Power 5 Impact second bow from his backpack and shot towards the Ender Dragon. And at this time, Xu Yuan was completely exposed to the eyes of the Ender Dragon. He quickly took out the Protection 4 nether and golden armor from his backpack as a defense. But I didn't expect to be. The dragon breath spewed out by the Ender Dragon touched and was extremely painful. Wishing felt that the speed of the Ender Dragon was fast, so he quickly hid behind the obsidian wall. Take the swift potion from his backpack. My consciousness is not fast enough to make up. I don't believe I can run fast and can't avoid your dragon's breath. After Xu Yuan drank the swift potion, several Ender people came to block his path. He wanted to take out his shield to block the Ender, but the shield would also block Xu Yuan's block. He quickly sprayed the bucket of water next to the obsidian wall at the Enderman. Because of the fear of water, the Enderman quickly fled. My good one, I'm too difficult. Seeing Xu Yuan hiding behind the wall, the Ender Dragon thought that Xu Yuan was afraid, so he walked closer to the altar. At this moment, Xu Yuan quickly took out his sword and attacked the Ender Dragon. This attack did a little bit of damage to the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon quickly moved away from his body, wanting to make up some blood, but found that the blood replenishment points were all shot. And Xu Yuan took advantage of the Ender Dragon. The principal has changed into a two-person happy shed. Prevent those Enders from attacking him and affecting the return blood. And the Ender Dragon flew in the air, and just after eating, the Ender Dragon with Xu Yuan's blow began his long-range means. And the individual Ender crystals were exposed, and Xu Yuan directly solved it remotely with the infinite enchantment bow and arrow. The Ender Dragon was instantly annoyed by Xu Yuan's series of operations. He quickly erupted his dragon breath towards Xu Yuan, and seeing this situation, he needed to drink the jumping potion quickly. Not only do I have to run, I also have to jump. Not only don't fall, but also win you. As if the Ender Dragon understood, Wish's words accelerated the attack speed towards Wish. Xu Yuan saw spider webs below, and saw the Ender Dragon fly to the side of the altar. He quickly jumped onto the spider web, fired a knife crit at the Ender Dragon, and blocked the collision. And in this situation, the Ender Dragon only had a trace of blood left. He quickly flew around, looking for blood replenishment. Xu Yuan saw that this Ender Shadow Dragon only had a little amount of blood left. Just give you another blow. Dude, you say goodbye, bye. What Xu Yuan didn't expect was that in the last second, he was lightly hit by the Ender Dragon. If there is a bucket, who can save Xu Yuan's life when he lands, but the bucket is around the two-person happiness shed. Xu Yuan quickly took out the Ender Pearl from his backpack while landing. The Ender Pearl is drop-proof. Xu Yuan, who landed on the ground, jumped towards the spider web with his jumping potion. The Ender Dragon thought that Xu Yuan would fall to the ground, but he didn't expect it to jump on the spider web instantly. It made the Ender Dragon, who was originally very proud to flap its wings, instantly panic. Xu Yuan took this opportunity to take out him, and the infinite Voldemort bow and arrow shot at the Ender Dragon. Ender Dragon, I didn't expect Xu Yuan to give him such a bow and arrow. The Ender Dragon, which only had a little amount of blood left, was instantly slaughtered by Xu Yuan. Player Steve has successfully slaughtered an Ender Dragon. This news flashed in the game interface of other players. Steve arrived and went to slay the dragon again. How does it feel that since the last time the ancient dragon was slaughtered by Steve Boss, he has been slaying dragons? Yes, last time, I also sent fast people to team up to find dragon eggs. What does Steve want to do? Ken in the main city looked at the news coming from the interface, shook his head gently, and laughed softly. Steve guy surrounded his little guy, really fighting. Ken, we haven't found dragon eggs in the vicinity. Ken sighed and spoke to his teammate. Then let the team come back first, and make plans when Steve comes back. Good. And Xu Yuan was on this side, and the moment the Ender Dragon was slaughtered, the dragon egg instantly dropped. Xu Yuan looked at the dragon egg in front of him and held it in his hand. For other players, the Ender Dragon's dragon egg is just a proof of defeating the Ender Dragon. And Xu Yuan looked at the Ender Dragon egg in front of him, and he had a different idea in his mind. So he put the dragon egg in his backpack, and at this time he found that his health were only a little left. So he took out the enchanted golden apple from his backpack and ate it. Damage absorption 2 o'clock. Life recovery LL0:30. Ding. Resistance increased by 5 o'clock. Ding. Fire prevention 5 o'clock. After Xu Yuan ate the golden apple, he drank the healing water, until your HP and health are full. So he got up and walked in the direction of the altar, taking out the glass bottle from his backpack as he went. Xu Yuan looked at the dragon breath on the ground, and the dragon suction on the ground had already formed the appearance of a retention potion effect. So he squatted up and lit the dragon's breath with the bottle. The dragon eggs of the Ender Dragon that Xu Yuan wanted, and Longzi got it. Although thinking about whether to resummon the Ender Dragon, or go to the Ender Castle or something. But I felt that time had almost passed and it was time to go back. Just as the trainee was thinking about going back, a small portal appeared in the air. Xu Yuan jumped from the altar like a spider's web. This should be the new terrain. Xu Yuan entered the portal, and after entering, he found that there were various buildings floating in this space. Xu Yuan walked into a building and found a treasure chest inside. So I walked over and tried to open the treasure chest, but found that I couldn't open it. Even if the treasure chest of the ancient dragon can't be opened, why can't this treasure chest be opened? Xu Yuan was very helpless, so he sighed deeply. I put the chest in my backpack and walked out of the building to find a portal in front of me. Xu Yuan returned to the spawn point through this portal and returned to the overworld. After Xu Yuan went out, he was still quite satisfied in his heart. At this moment, Xu Yuan's message bar rang. Click on the message sent by Ken. When will you be back? Already on the way back. Although Xu Yuan has recovered like this, Xu Yuan has just come out of the Hell Fortress. Because the virtual sense is too real. Moreover, the land of the Ender is in a dark area, and Xu Yuan, who has just come out, feels that the sunlight of the main world is extremely dazzling. Xu Yuan walked slowly to the lake and found an alpaca. Feeling that this alpaca was particularly cute, he quickly took out the spider silk synthetic tether from his backpack. With a bolt on the neck of the sheep's head, the alpaca was immediately tied by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, who was in a very good mood, hummed a song while walking slowly with an alpaca, but did not find that there was already a bunch of alpacas following behind. Ken, big guy Steve is back, but... Ken asked, looking at the man who was speaking to him. But what? Just look at it yourself. Ken frowned suspiciously and walked over to take a look. Instantly stunned. What the hell is this? What does Steve want to do? When Xu Yuan approached the main city, he found that people were watching him from the main city, because the squares that looked at him were waiting for him to come back. He also saw Ken walking towards him in the distance. Brother Steve, what are you doing? Xu Yuan didn't understand why Ken was so surprised. Didn't he just bring an alpaca over? Isn't it just an alpaca? Why are you so surprised? You see, he's so cute. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he touched the head of the alpaca with his hand. Ken was momentarily speechless. Ken pointed to the group of alpacas behind Xu Yuan and said to Xu Yuan, "Are you sure you're pulling an alpaca?" Xu Yuan nodded at Ken. "Are you blind or am I blind? Isn't it just an alpaca? What's wrong? You haven't seen alpacas?" Ken instantly wanted to spray blood, and he was a little crazy. "My eldest brother, are you sure you're holding a sheep's head?" Xu Yuan said to Ken speechlessly. "Just look." Xu Yuan, who turned his head and looked. Xu Yuan was shocked. He tied an alpaca. Why did the other alpacas follow? He was tied to alpacas in front and followed by dozens of hundreds. And he himself didn't know, all the way to this, why they were so shocked. It turned out to be this reason. "Steve boy, I've really convinced you," Xu Yuan said helplessly. "I was so hasty that I forgot to lead one alpaca, and the others followed. Steve, you're awesome too." Xu Yuan smiled and let go of the tethered alpaca. After the alpaca was let go by Xu Yuan, he quickly fled, and the group of alpacas behind Xu Yuan also scattered. Xu Yuan smiled and followed Ken into the main city, and Xu Yuan's operation was photographed on the forum by other guilds, and it caused a sensation on the forum. What has Steve been up to lately? Is he planning something? How abnormal his movements have been lately. But what is Steve doing with these alpacas? Let's send some people to the cube people to find out. "Steve boss, you're getting cuter and cuter." Xu Yuan smiled helplessly and said to Ken. "No matter how cute it is not as cute as you. Brother Steve, your mouth is getting sweeter. Did you steal honey from us?" Xu Yuan. Ken smiled awkwardly and spoke to Steve. "This time our team still hasn't found the dragon egg. Where the dragon had stayed, they all searched one by one. There hasn't been any progress. Do you still want them to search for Longda?" Xu Yuan walked around the room, then looked at Ken and said to Ken. "It's like there's no progress, it's going to continue. Just because there is no progress now does not mean that there will be no future. Moreover, now we cube people have the hatchability rate of dragon eggs. Since you said so, okay, just do what you say." Xu Yuan nodded at Ken. Ken was about to walk out of the house, when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to life and said to Xu Yuan again, "Brother Steve, have you gained anything?" Xu Yuan smiled and said to Ken, "It's a bit rewarding, but I don't know if this receipt can bring us some benefits." Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken's eyes were full of sincere doubts. Xu Yuan was very uncomfortable by Ken's eyes. "Dude, don't look at me like that, I'll tell you." Ken nodded frantically. "I went to the land of Ender and killed the Ender dragon, and then I got the dragon egg and a chest." Ken nodded at Xu Yuan's words, and felt that something was wrong again, so he began to ask Xu Yuan again and said to him, "Steve has arrived, should you go to the end of the land?" Before Ken finished speaking, Xu Yuan nodded at Ken. "But the dragon egg of the Ender dragon is not impossible." He could look at Xu Yuan with a shocked face. Xu Yuan kept nodding at Ken and said to him, "Yes, as you can imagine, I want to try it. Anyway, no, nothing will be lost." Ken smiled and said to Xu Yuan, "Big guy Steve, then I wish you success." Ken said and walked out of the house and towards his team of cubemen. Xu Yuan saw that he could be shocked away, and when he went out, he opened his backpack and saw that the three little guys were still sleeping. Took the Ender dragon's dragon egg out of his backpack. But now the cub of the ice and fire dragon is still sleeping, and has not woken up, so he can only make plans when he wakes up. Besides, we haven't found the dragon eggs of other dragons so far. Xu Yuan's brain was painful, so he took out the dragon breath of the Ender dragon in his backpack. Xu Yuan looked at the dragon breath in the bottle, thinking that the role of the dragon breath of the ice and fire dragon was more powerful than the dragon breath of this Ender dragon. Generally, the dragon breath of ordinary dragons will be synthesized into drugs, so if the dragon of the ice and fire dragon is absorbed into drugs. A trace of thought flashed in Xu Yuan's head. "My little ancestor, why did you sleep so long this time, and when did you wake up?" Xu Yuan looked at the ice and fire dragon cub in his backpack and said, Steve, there's an emergency." Ken's loud voice broke Xu Yuan's tranquility. Hearing Ken's voice, Xu Yuan subconsciously frowned. Did he find a dragon egg? Xu Yuan looked at the prestige, feeling that Ken was about to pounce on him, and looked at Ken with a puzzled look. Xu Yuan lowered his head and fixed his eyes, only to find that the person under his feet was Ken. "Hurry up, so panicked, what a system." Xu Yuan pulled Ken up. At this moment, Ken is fortunately a square person. If it is a real person, he will definitely have messy hair, red cheeks, and gasping for air. If you use an exaggeration, you will come back quickly, run all the way, and you will have time to rest in the future. What the hell is going on that makes you so nervous? Did you find the dragon egg? Xu Yuan asked. The expatriate mission went smoothly, and Ken's reaction this time was somewhat inconsistent with his mission. Urgent, 100,000 urgent. Ken yelled, and the whole person was already panicked to the extreme. Compared to Ken's panic, Xu Yuan seemed much calmer. On weekdays, Ken must be careful in doing things. No matter how big things you encounter, you should keep a calm appearance. Ken's panicked movements made Xu Yuan wonder what had happened. Looking at Xu Yuan's slightly disgusted eyes in front of him, Ken also noticed his gaffe and hurriedly sorted it out. Steve, someone in the Evenlands region touched something went wrong over there, and emergency help was needed. Ken was also relieved after saying this, and he was really anxious on the way back. This back and forth time, Ken was really worried about other accidents. He was very excited and panicked about the matter of the Even continent area, and Ken was very worried that the elves would pose a danger to the other block people. Xu Yuan was a little shocked. This batch of tasks sent out are relatively safe tasks, just looking for dragon eggs, and now there are inexplicable elves in question, and Xu Yuan is also a little unclear. What happened? You make it clear, don't be so frizzy. Xu Yuan patted Ken's back to calm Ken as much as possible. Today's Ken really didn't see him, heard his voice first. It's that a player accidentally touches something, and the system prompts that it is called a Pokemon. Ken danced when he said this. He was very worried that Xu Yuan did not care about this, and wanted to use some movements as much as possible to pull back Xu Yuan's passion. What? Pokemon. Ken nodded vigorously at Xu Yuan. The system prompted. Steve. Xu Yuan opened his information bar. It turned out that he really reminded him, but he was obsessed with daydreaming and ignored it. A player in the Evenland accidentally touched a Pokemon, and now everyone is in a panic. Ken's face became more and more ugly. Because this Pokemon was the first time he had ever heard of it, Ken was worried that the elf was in harm. The players on the side of the puppet continent were also anxious at the moment, anxiously waiting for Xu Yuan's reply. The first moment Ken discovered the situation, he also rushed back to pray. It's just a new sprite, just let the player try it out. Ken. What? Xu Yuan looked at Ken and smiled, and Ken looked embarrassed. The serious problem today is that Pokemon first appear, and players do not know where to start. Looking at Pokemon, players are avoided, and even have caused internal panic. In the Evenland area, there are also many players who try to fight against Pokemon, but they have failed. Players don't know how to start, they don't understand the habits of the elves, and they dare not operate at will, fearing to anger the elves. Ken speaks quieter and quieter. The task of finding the dragon egg was not properly solved, and this new situation appeared. For Ken, it was also a failed operation. Although the elf and the host are the same body, as long as the two operate well, they will definitely be able to achieve fusion, so there is no need to panic so much. Xu Yuan calmed Ken's emotions, and Ken was always prone to panic during this time. The other guilds don't know what to do with this elf, it's a tricky thing. Ken felt that Xu Yuan didn't get a little from what he said, and quickly described his worries again. The elves you usually touch are the ones that players have encountered. Ken does not have a great understanding of the habits of these elves, so to speak, ignorant. Now that this Pokemon has come inexplicably, Ken can't hold its temper. The player is also confused and does not know how to operate this sprite. The player immediately notified his side as soon as he found the Pokemon. Ken also knows the rush of players. The sprite's first appearance also caught the attention of other players. For this elf, the player does not know where to start. If this matter has been delayed, I am afraid that the player will also be a little impatient, and may even let the elf go out and escape. Players are still in a state of instability, and at this time they need the help of the Block Guild, especially Steve. After Ken and Xu Yuan said that there was an emergency, they came to find Xu Yuan and told Xu Yuan about the emergency. The Pokemon suddenly triggered in the Evenland area, and now many Pokemon have erupted. After Ken finished speaking, he looked at Xu Yuan in front of him with a worried look, wanting to let Xu Yuan say how to solve this matter. Ken is really anxious about this. He has never heard of triggering Pokemon, and he has never heard of elves such as Pokemon, nor has he seen it. Therefore, after knowing that the Pokemon were triggered in the Pokemon in the Pianzhou area, he would find Xu Yuan so quickly and tell Xu Yuan about this matter. But Xu Yuan was really excited after listening to Ken's words. He didn't expect that the players over there in the Even continent region met Pokemon, and he couldn't meet Pokemon if he wanted to. It may be that the players in the Evenland area do not know much about Pokemon, so after encountering Pokemon, they will have no way to start, and they feel very anxious, rather than particularly happy. Xu Yuan thought that if the people in the Evenzhou region knew the strength of the Pokemon, they would definitely be as excited about the outbreak of the Pokemon as he was. Xu Yuan knows more about Pokemon and knows how powerful Pokemon are, so he is very happy. The strength of the Pokemon is very strong, and Xu Yuan really wants to get in Pokemon. Seeing that Xu Yuan had been stunned there and did not speak, Ken thought that Xu Yuan did not know how to solve this matter. When Ken saw Xu Yuan's face, he slowly had a very excited expression, which made Ken very puzzled. This is not a pleasure at all, but a very anxious thing. And Xu Yuan didn't speak, and he didn't know what Xu Yuan was thinking, so at this time Ken patted Xu Yuan. was patted by Ken, Xu Yuan did not keep immersed in his thoughts. What's wrong? Ken looked at Xu Yuan in front of him with a worried face, and did not expect that the first thing Xu Yuan said to him was to ask him what was wrong. The people over there in the Evenjo area are at a loss, they don't know what to do, and I just saw that you have a very excited expression, and I don't understand a little, so I patted you to hear what you thought. Xu Yuan also understood that Ken didn't know much about what he was excited about. Triggering Pokemon, I think it's a very pleasing thing. Xu Yuan's words made Ken feel even more puzzled, but he no longer cared why Xu Yuan was excited, he only wanted to know Xu Yuan's thoughts now. Then what do you think about this matter? The people over there in the Evenland region are estimated to be very troubled by Pokemon now. After Ken said this, he kept looking at Xu Yuan in front of him, and he was also waiting for Xu Yuan to say his thoughts. It is estimated that there are already many Pokemon in the Evenjo area, and Xu Yuan wants to see what kind of Pokemon there is. If he needed it, he might pick one for himself and bring it back, so he decided to go to the Evenjo area. My idea now is to go to the Idojo area and see what the specific situation on his side looks like. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken was very surprised, and did not expect that Xu Yuan would decide to go to the Evenjo area. Ken thinks that now that the Pokemon over there in the Puppet Continent area are erupting, they should not go over at all, but think about what the solution is, and then tell the Pokemon area. Wait for the people over there in the Puppet Continent area to solve this matter themselves, and then they will go to the Puppet Continent area to see the situation. Although Ken was very surprised by Xu Yuan's decision, he also thought that he should not go to the Evenjo area now, but Ken did not say anything to stop Xu Yuan from going. He knew that once Xu Yuan made a decision, no matter how he persuaded Xu Yuan would most likely not listen to him, and in the end, he would insist on going to the Evenjo region. So he didn't stop it this time. Are you really sure you're going to the Idle Continent area? Xu Yuan nodded towards Ken, he was very sure, he finally knew that there were Pokemon in the Evenjo area, and he would definitely go to see it. I've already decided, I should go to the Idle Continent area in the next few days. Okay, then you can go directly to the Evenjo area at that time. Ken originally planned to come over and talk to Xu Yuan about this matter, and then ask Xu Yuan what he thought. If Xu Yuan thought of how to solve this matter, he was telling the news to the people in the Evenjo area. But Xu Yuan finally decided to go to the Pianjo region, and he didn't plan to send news to the Pianjo region. At that time, when Xu Yuan went, he would help the people in the Pavan Continent area solve it, triggering the matter of the Pokemon. However, Xu Yuan planned to investigate the Pokemon before going to the Pokemon area again. Let's go, don't stand here and think about it, let's investigate the Pokemon together. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken left here with Xu Yuan, and they began to investigate Pokemon. When Xu Yuan was investigating Pokemon, Ken stood behind and watched Xu Yuan investigate Pokemon. He didn't know what the situation was in the Pokemon area, and he didn't know how many Pokemon appeared after the Pokemon were triggered in the Pokemon region. He just knew that there were many kinds of Pokemon, and the number of Pokemon that appeared was very large, and the rest of the situation was unknown. Only when he went to the Evenjo region did he know what the specific situation was like, so Xu Yuan planned to roughly investigate the Pokemon first. When it passed, they could also grasp a little more information, and at this time, the machine they received the information suddenly began to flash red, and it kept making a dripping sound. Xu Yuan knew that someone should have sent them a message, and after taking a look, he found that it was a message sent to him from the Evenjo region. We really don't know what to do now, so help us. The Even Continent area sent a distress message to Xu Yuan. They didn't know about Pokemon, and there were too many Pokemon triggered this time, and they didn't know what to do. And after thinking for so long, he didn't come up with a solution, there was really no way, and finally sent a message to Xu Yuan for help. The players over there in the Evenjo region should really have nothing to do, so they sent us a message for help. Seeing the information sent by players in the Even Continent area, Ken believes that the situation in the Even Continent area should not be very good, and it is very tricky. Xu Yuan nodded, and did not continue to discuss this matter with Ken, but kept thinking about triggering Pokemon in the Pokemon over there in the Evenland region. Now that the players in the Doll Continent region have sent him a message asking for help, he will definitely return the message to the players in the Pavan Continent region to appease them. Xu Yuan didn't know what kind of Pokemon was triggered in the Pokemon area, and he decided to ask players in the Pokemon region to send him a copy of the basic information of the triggered Pokemon. He's taking a closer look before deciding what to do. After the players in the Puppet Continent region received the message sent by Xu Yuan, they quickly sorted out the basic information of the triggered Pokemon. After sorting it out, they immediately sent it to Xu Yuan, and then they have been waiting for Xu Yuan to give them a message, and they are now counting on Xu Yuan to give a solution. Xu Yuan's players in the Pokemon region have been looking at these basic information after sending the basic information of the triggered Pokemon. The players in the basic information Even Continent region give a lot, and it takes a certain amount of time for Xu Yuan to read the information. After a glance, Xu Yuan felt that he should still be able to solve this problem, and he was particularly confident in himself. Because Xu Yuan had played the Pokemon mod before he came through, he thought that this matter should not be a big problem for him. And in Xu Yuan's thoughts, the Pokemon triggered by players in the Puppet Continent region may not be much different from the Pokemon mods he has played. Ken has been staying next to Xu Yuan, and he has also seen the basic information of the triggered Pokemon sent by the Pokemon region. Seeing so much information, Ken's head hurt a little. There are too many basic materials sent here. I don't know when I will be able to read all of them. Look slowly, you will always finish it, and I don't think there are many of these materials, but I want players in the Evenjo region to send me more information. Only the more you know what to do. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken thought that what Xu Yuan said was very reasonable, and he also followed Xu Yuan to see the basic information of this Pokemon. However, he doesn't know much about Pokemon, so when he saw these materials, he didn't understand many places. He really wanted to ask Xu Yuan what some information said, but seeing that Xu Yuan looked so seriously, he was embarrassed to disturb Xu Yuan. It is also necessary to understand the meaning of these basic materials by himself. If he really can't understand it, he will skip it directly, and when Xu Yuan has read it, he will tell Xu Yuan what he doesn't understand. After Xu Yuan took a while, he read all the basic information sent by the players in the Puppet Continent area. After reading it, he did not reply to the players in the Puppet Continent area, but continued to investigate the information of Pokemon. Xu Yuan was just investigating the information of the Pokemon, but the player in the Evenjo region suddenly sent a distress message, and he did not continue to investigate the information of the Pokemon. Instead, I went to see the messages sent by players in the Evenjo area, and then looked at the basic information. Xu Yuan investigated a lot of information about Pokemon, and he sorted out all the information he had investigated, sorted it out, and browsed all the information he had investigated. Then he went to take the information sent to him by the Dizhu region, browsed it again, and found that the information he had investigated himself was similar to the information sent to him by the Dizhu region. There are many similarities, and although there are some differences, there are not many differences. At this time, Xu Yuan thought of the Pokemon mod he had played, and after thinking about it seriously, Xu Yuan found that it was similar to the Pokemon mod he had played. He became more confident in the fact that players in the Pokemon region triggered Pokemon, and Ken had been standing by Xu Yuan's side, watching Xu Yuan check these materials. Although he didn't understand much, he also saw a lot of information, and he was very curious about this newly triggered Pokemon, what it was like. Can you explain this to me? What part of the material do you want to hear, or do you read something you don't understand? All the information that Xu Yuan should have investigated has been investigated, and he has read all the information. There's nothing going on right now, so he can explain the material for Ken. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken told Xu Yuan all the things he saw and did not understand. After Ken finished speaking, Xu Yuan would explain to Ken one by one. After Xu Yuan finished explaining, Ken understood a little, and he became more curious about this newly triggered Pokemon. I'm very curious about this newly triggered Pokemon right now. In fact, the strength of the newly triggered Pokemon is very high, and I will have a very excited expression on my face after hearing you say this. Hearing Xu Yuan's explanation, Ken could understand, if he knew that the strength of the Pokemon was very high. When he heard the news, he would be very happy in his heart. Then can you tell me a little more about this Pokemon? In fact, about Pokemon, Xu Yuan didn't know how to explain, but he could say some basic knowledge of Pokemon to Ken. Knowing that Xu Yuan was going to tell him about Pokemon, Ken looked serious. In fact, the Pokemon triggered by players in the Evenland region is not a single Pokemon, he has a lot of Pokemon. I won't introduce them to you one by one, roughly tell you two kinds. Xu Yuan talked about the Pokemon and Ken that he was more familiar with, and when Xu Yuan introduced a few Pokemon to Ken, Ken was more curious about the Pokemon. The strength of the Pokemon is very high, so I am very curious about what his attributes look like. It depends on which kind of Pokemon you encounter, but most of the Pokemon's attributes are affected by his personality. For the first time, Ken knew that the attributes of elves would be affected by elves' personalities, and he felt that Pokemon were really very unusual. He did not interrupt Xu Yuan, but let Xu Yuan continue to speak, and Xu Yuan was also thinking at this time, what else could he say to Ken? In fact, about Pokemon, Xu Yuan has a lot of things to talk to Ken, but Xu Yuan doesn't want to tell all of them. After talking about these things, maybe a day will pass, and Xu Yuan plans to talk to Ken about some basics of Pokemon. After saying this, he didn't plan to continue. Xu Yuan told Ken about how to upgrade the elf, and the elf's health and ability value. And Xu Yuan also brought a few elves out, and after talking to Ken about these things, Xu Yuan did not continue to talk. Okay, that's all about the basics of Pokemon, you just need to know that. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken knew that Xu Yuan did not plan to continue talking. Ken had a little loss on his face, and he also wanted to hear Xu Yuan say more about Pokemon. Or tell me a little more, I really want to continue hearing about Pokemon. It's enough to tell you so much today, and I'll tell you when you encounter a Pokemon in the future. His main thing now is to solve the problem of triggering Pokemon in the Doll Continent region, instead of sitting here and discussing Pokemon with Ken. Seeing Xu Yuan like this, Ken knew that Xu Yuan would not continue to tell him about Pokemon, and he did not continue the topic. However, his mind kept thinking about the things that Xu Yuan told him, and Xu Yuan glanced at Ken and knew what Ken was thinking. He didn't expect Ken to be so interested in Pokemon. Ken is very curious about Pokemon because he has never heard of Pokemon before. After hearing Xu Yuan talk about playing Pokemon, he was very interested in this Pokemon. Since Xu Yuan didn't tell him about it, it aroused his appetite, and he was looking at the information that Xu Yuan investigated alone, wanting to know more about the Pokemon. However, the things given in the information are also very limited, and even some Ken still can't understand, and Ken frowns when he sees it. Xu Yuan was ready to go to the Pavan continent area at this time. He originally planned to investigate the information of playing Pokemon, and then went out to the Pokemon area. But he didn't expect that players in the Evenjo region would send him a message for help. However, the players in the Evenjo region sent him in advance, and the basic information of their newly triggered Pokemon was also a good thing for Xu Yuan. In this way, if he goes to the Evenland area, he will not know anything, and he can come up with a solution to these Pokemon faster. However, before planning to go to the Evenjo area, Xu Yuan is ready to talk to Ken about the Block Guild, and the matter of the Block Guild is also very important. Moreover, when he went to the Dizhu area, he didn't know how long he would have to go to come back, so before going to the Dizhu area, he had to arrange all these things. Okay, don't continue to look at these things, I'll tell you about the next block of guilds now, and after telling you about these things, I will also be ready to go to the Idle Continent area. After Ken heard Xu Yuan say about Pokemon, he was very interested in Pokemon. Of course, he also wants to follow Xu Yuan to the Evenjo area, maybe he can see the Pokemon. But when he heard Xu Yuan's words, he knew that Xu Yuan did not plan to take him to the Evenjo region. Ken was a little disappointed, and he planned to talk to Xu Yuan to see if he could try to get Xu Yuan to take him to the Evenjo region with him. Don't you take me to the Doll Continent area, I also want to go to the Doll Continent area with you, I want to see what the Pokemon look like. Ken is his right-hand man, and only by leaving Ken to deal with the affairs of the Cube Guild can Xu Yuan be more at ease. If he let others deal with this matter, Xu Yuan was still a little worried that others would not do well, so Ken did not plan to take it to the Evenjo area. You went to that Block Guild and who did it, so you have to stay here and deal with the Block Guild business. Hearing Xu Yuan say this, Ken had to accept that he stayed here, and the loss on his face, Xu Yuan saw it in his eyes. Okay, then I'll stay here, and when you go to the Dizhu area, you'll send me some pictures of Pokemon. This is okay, when I pass, everything is taken care of, if there is still time, I will send you Pokemon. This matter Xu Yuan can still satisfy Ken. After Xu Yuan said this sentence, Ken is your little loss is gone. He was very happy in his heart now, and began to ask Xu Yuan to tell him about the Cube Guild. The Cube Guild is a bit complicated, and it's especially important, otherwise he wouldn't have left Ken here. So Xu Yuan and Ken said very carefully, and let Ken make some notes, and at the same time let Ken have anything he didn't understand or couldn't get right at that time, and he must send him a message in time. He will give Ken some guidance remotely. I've told you so much, I hope you know that the matter of the Cube Guild is very important, you must deal with it, if you don't understand anything, you must ask me in time. Well, don't worry. After Xu Yuan took care of the Cube Guild to Ken, he was ready to take some people to Hell Transportation. It will take a while to get to Hell Traffic, so Xu Yuan has now selected some people. Of course, the people he selected are relatively capable assistants. After selecting the manpower, Xu Yuan sent a message to tell the Puppet Continent area that they would also go to the Puppet Continent area immediately through the Hell Traffic. When the players in the Evenjo region saw Xu Yuan's message, they also immediately replied, saying that they would wait for Xu Yuan over on the other side of Hell Traffic. Follow me now and go to Hell Transportation together. Together they went to Hell, because Hell Traffic is in Hell. Looking at the back of Xu Yuan leading the others away, Ken was very envious of those people. Although he is also willing to stay here, to deal with the affairs of the Cube Guild, but he wanted to follow Xu Yuan even more to the Pokemon matter in the Evenjo region. After arriving in Hell, they went to the place of Hell Traffic, and then through Hell Traffic, they set off towards the Idle Continent area. On the way to the Dizhu area, Xu Yuan was very excited, and he could see the Pokemon immediately after going to the Dizhu area. Steve Lord, you seem to know a lot about this Pokemon, or you can explain it to us. In the hellish traffic, everyone's atmosphere was a little frozen, at first everyone did not speak, and finally someone broke the silence. Hearing this question, Xu Yuan smiled and did not hide his privacy, he cleared his throat, and in this empty passage, his own echo came from him. We need to spend the rest of the time looking for or dealing with some Pokemon. Some can be used for their own use, and some need to use the Pokemon we have to fight. Xu Yuan first briefly introduced a few words, some of his teammates knew about these things, and some of them knew nothing, feeling that they were inexplicably joined to this team. So how should we get Pokemon? And how can we guarantee that what we get will definitely beat others? He heard the question, and it was a journey full of adventures, and there was also a fight. Hearing this question, everyone looked at Xu Yuan, and they were all very curious about this. At the same time, they also had a little doubt in their hearts why Steve seemed to know a lot. How to get it? Haha, this matter depends on chance, I really can't tell for a while, but how to fight? We can get combat effectiveness by training our own Pokemon. Xu Yuan scratched his head, because he didn't know exactly how this world would work, this model, so he couldn't say many details too clearly. After everyone chatted, the atmosphere began to liven up, and slowly everyone began to exchange names, origins, and so on. Xu Yuan listened to everyone's words, but he had something else in mind. By the way, Steve hasn't said yet, how the hell should you train Pokemon? Is it possible to take them to fight? Yes, Steve, you talk about it. I feel like you know a lot. Yes, with you with us, we always feel at ease. These teammates are very perceptive, they know that Steve must know a lot, and it is really best to have him as the captain. For a while, Xu Yuan didn't know if he should agree or not, but although he didn't have any ideas. But think about it, this group of teammates don't understand anything, have a skilled hand who knows some insider information, and can also avoid some dangers and unnecessary troubles in time. Well, if you believe me, I'll tell you about it. Actually, I don't know as much as you think, and I have to explore with everyone. But I promise to the extent I know, I won't hide it from everyone. After figuring it out, Xu Yuan did not pretend to give in, but everyone had no opinion, and everyone unanimously agreed that Xu Yuan would explain this matter. As they continued walking, seeing that they were about to reach the end, everyone's mood became more and more nervous, and they couldn't help but hold each other's arms. Afraid that everyone was nervous, Xu Yuan also took the opportunity to talk about some things he knew to divert everyone's attention. Speaking of which, you guys just asked me how to train Pokemon, right? Xu Yuan's voice broke everyone's anxious atmosphere. Sure enough, the language problem suddenly made everyone's attention take away, and they all focused on Xu Yuan's question. Let's talk about it. Seeing that it is coming, we are all panicked. Steve guy, say something to save my dog's life, I'm dying of panic. Everyone also began to be active again, and the atmosphere began to ease a lot, and several nervous palms were sweating, and they were all relieved at this time. It is said that this training Pokemon has two directions, one is to be good friends with them and train their minds, and the other is to train their strength. What do you think? Xu Yuan said something about the method of training into an elf, and at the same time threw questions at them. Of course, you have to train your strength, otherwise how can this fight be capable? I don't think so, since you are your own Pokemon, you must be friends with them, just like the pets in the house. Oh, what's the use of becoming friends? Can you fight? They argued and said that there was everything, and Xu Yuan shook his head with a smile when he heard it, and then stopped them from arguing. Well, let's not argue. In fact, these two approaches have different factions, and then we can also explore by ourselves how to be more powerful. Of course, my pet elves still love some, and it's okay to be friends with them. Xu Yuan concluded with a smile. Hearing Xu Yuan say this, everyone slowly stopped talking, and they also knew that Steve didn't want them to quarrel. Besides, this matter is not yet decided, this so-called Pokemon has not yet seen it, and there is no need to argue here. Steve is right, in the future, when we also have Pokemon, we will be a team alone, and we will try it if you want to train. Ha ha ha, then I will focus on strength training, and I will definitely be able to beat your good friend elf. That's not necessarily, I believe that the elves who can connect with my heart must be very powerful. The atmosphere between his teammates became lively again, and Xu Yuan was also relieved, he was also afraid that his teammates would quarrel. We're speeding up. Seeing the light ahead, someone raised his voice, and there was some excitement inside. Hearing this, all the people couldn't help but speed up their pace, quickly arrived at the light source to the door, pushed the door open, and only saw a vast world outside. Under the blue sky, there is an ancient castle in the distance, which looks so dreamy on the emerald green lawn. This decoration is simply like returning to the 16th and 17th century even continents, Xu Yuan thought in his heart. After all, he has come to the Evenjo area more than once. It's just that although Xu Yuan is very familiar with the affairs of Pokemon, he is also very familiar with this puppet continent area. It didn't take long to see this empty place, and slowly a lot of people came, all of them dressed up very grandly. Xu Yuan looked at them. Steve boss, they should be the players who greeted us, these are the famous guilds in the Evenland region. However, Xu Yuan's subordinates had no idea about this scene. Because these teammates of Xu Yuan are used to this kind of scene, they are not strange. Every time some relatively large teams came here, the members of these puppet continent guilds would personally come to greet them as a sign of respect. Of course, it is impossible that every team will get such an honor, only when their boss is more powerful. How long have you been waiting? Xu Yuan looked at the players who greeted them. Xu Yuan felt that this was not enough, there were so many people who came to greet him just now, and the battle was so big, I don't know how powerful I thought I was. Ha ha ha, it's because our boss is Steve. That's it, Steve, if you stump your foot, my world will shake with it. That's right, just because all the guilds of our boss have to give us face. So Steve is not actually us taking advantage of you, we also help each other. Indeed, as they say, their boss Steve is really a very powerful character, and everyone has to give him some face. This is also why the members of these guilds here in the Evenland will come to greet them, purely to give Steve face. Everyone also explained to Xu Yuan in a mouthful, and it was right to say so. After all, Xu Yuan can explain some things they don't understand, and they can also help Xu Yuan with the power of their boss. So I have such a source, Xu Yuan said with a smile. The others also smiled, but Xu Yuan only had Pokemon in his heart. He felt that knowing so much in advance was already a major advantage for himself, and he had created a world with his own strength. Xu Yuan led everyone to greet us, and Xu Yuan took the lead to greet everyone. Trouble you guys come to pick us up, and please lead the way ahead. When these guild people saw Steve, they were also very humble and relieved when they saw Steve. There's nothing they can do about those Pokemon that are wandering around. They themselves also tried to understand the Pokemon, but there was no way to start but to ask the Block Artificial Society for help. The players who greeted Xu Yuan's team admired Steve very much. They also found that Steve, although a big guy, was not arrogant. And they sometimes run into teams with very bad tempers, which is simply very troublesome. But because they were afraid of their boss, the members of these guilds had to swallow their anger, but fortunately this time they were not so difficult to serve. Because Steve and his team embody a good temperament. After all, Steve's reputation is very famous in the game industry. Think about whether other players can slay dragons, or ancient dragons. Xu Yuan said to the players in the Puppet Continent area as he walked. What are you doing now, or what are you going to do? The players in the Puppet Continent region shook their heads lightly when they heard Xu Yuan's words. One of the players said to Xu Yuan, Steve Daddy, we really can't do anything about this Pokemon. Xu Yuan listened to what they said as he walked, and he also had some thoughts in his heart. After walking for a while, he arrived at a large guild in the Evenjo area. In this guild, many players from the Evenjo region gathered in the second place, and when they saw Xu Yuan coming, they walked towards him one by one. For Xu Yuan, respect and worship. Xu Yuan is their lifesaver. As long as Xu Yuan exists, even if things cannot be completely solved, there will be great progress. Some of the players saw Xu Yuan for the first time, and they were even more adoring to Xu Yuan's eyes and were unwilling to shift their eyes. Xu Yuan saw these players, waiting one by one, he greeted them one by one, and walked to his place. It's nice to see you again, now let's discuss the Pokemon that the system prompts. What do you know about these Pokemon? A player immediately said to Xu Yuan after listening to him. We found these Pokemon to be particularly aggressive. And we met for the first time, and it was the first time we touched it, so we were inevitably a little panicked. After Xu Yuan listened to their suggestions one by one, he nodded at them and spoke. Based on the information you sent us, as well as the information we have investigated ourselves, I already have a preliminary understanding of these Pokemon. When the players heard Xu Yuan's painting, they all showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect that Xu Yuan would understand some of the basics of Pokemon within such a fast speed. And for Wish, the shocked expressions shown by these players were within his expectation. Xu Yuan coughed once or twice and then continued to speak to them, and the system sent news again. The service was in place. Every player showed a surprised expression when they heard the news. Servant? What is this? Xu Yuanxinlai was also a little surprised. He thought that only Pokemon came out, and there was no service in this world. Unexpectedly, the service provider came out just a slow time. Xu Yuan looked at these players in front of him and said to them slowly, clean up and search for the basics, then bring it to us. Obviously, the servant who appears now must have a lot to do with this Pokemon. The other players all nodded after hearing Xu Yuan's words, indicating that they agreed with what Xu Yuan said. Instead of a short time, the players of the Evenjo continent brought their information one after another and handed it to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan looked at the information in front of him, and it was really no different from the Pokemon he had played before. After Xu Yuan finished reading it, he nodded to the players of the Puppet Continent and said to them, just read some information about this Pokemon and the servant, and I already have a basic understanding, now I will tell you about it. The service providers displayed by the system are divided into 4. Trainers, exchangers, doctors, and skill trainers. Of these, trainers have the closest relationship with elves, and different trainers have different levels. You can tell this by looking at their heads, and the higher the level of the trainer, the higher the elf level. The exchange master is similar to the villagers, and will exchange information with the player, and the skill trainer is not small. To improve the skills of the elves, you can't do without them. Doctor. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he looked like those players, and found that the players were recalling the knowledge that Xu Yuan said. After talking about so much knowledge, if it was a real person, Xu Yuan couldn't wait to drink saliva to moisten his throat. One of the players asked a question to Xu Yuan. Steve has arrived, so do you have any good advice for those Pokemon or something? Xu Yuan nodded at the player and said, that's a good question. Now we are facing these Pokemon for the first time, and they are very aggressive. What's more, if we encounter a high-level Pokemon, then we will only have one way to die. I recommend trying the elves in the water first, such as otters and king carp. Elves below level 15 in the water will not attack the player. The players all nodded. It's just that Xu Yuan, this is just a suggestion. Although I would not have imagined that once their meeting was over, the players of the Even Continent would all rush to the water together. And the few people that Xu Yuan brought with him also listened carefully to what Xu Yuan said. They also have their own ideas in their minds. Although Xu Yuan said to the players in the Evenjo region, don't provoke high-level Pokemon. But he himself must provoke, after all, he has played Pokemon mods before. The reason why players are not allowed to provoke high-level elves is because they are dealing with elves for the first time. You have to start at a low level and slowly understand it. Some knowledge that Australian players know, Xu Yuan also provided them with. Next, it's up to the Puppet Continent players to fight these elves themselves. After Xu Yuan and their meeting ended, the players rushed to the direction of the lake together. Xu Yuan was talking to the companions he brought with him some knowledge, and one of them said to Xu Yuan, Steve Daddy, something is wrong. Xu Yuan thought that some player had provoked a high-level Pokemon. Where did that player mess with Pokemon level? Hearing Xu Yuan's words, the man shook his head and said to Xu Yuan, "It's not Steve. Oh, I can't tell in a word, you can take a look." The player led Xu Yuan to the window of the Union. Xu Yuan looked in the direction that this person was pointing. "Xu Yuan, is this a bunch of zombies, or are you in a hurry to cook?" Xu Yuan saw a bunch of puppet continent players rushing towards the direction of the lake, and the movements of those players were very neat. Xu Yuan felt that he could spray blood. "I was just suggestion." The players next to him smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the players in the even continent to be so cute. Xu Yuan watched them run towards the direction of the lake, so he shook his head gently and said to the player next to him, "Don't message them yet, we'll see how they do." The player next to him nodded at Xu Yuan, because he also wanted to know what these puppet continent players would do. After some players ran to the lake, they immediately attacked the elves in the water. There are not many elves in the lake, and most of the players have not encountered Shui Shui Blue and King Carp. The virus turned to attack the low-level pets on the surface of the land. Xu Yuan laughed when he saw their actions, and at this moment Xu Yuan's message bar rang. "Click on it and see." It turns out to be Ken, a message sent to him. "How's it going over there?" Xu Yuan replied to Ken, "Everything is fine, but these players are too cute." Ken knew what Xu Yuan said was cute, so he replied, "Come back safely, don't vomit blood." Xu Yuan laughed when he saw it. After a short time to make a wish and take his pair, we set off in the direction of the forest. Xu Yuan's main purpose is the golden boss, because the golden boss is very powerful, and the things that are not said are also very good. If you're lucky, the master ball will fall. The master ball is a 100% elf-grabbing artifact. After arriving in the forest, they searched around and saw a big boss. Xu Yuan spoke to his teammates. "This is the boss Katie Dog." Xu Yuan's teammates looked at the elf in front of them. They were more afraid in their hearts, but because of the existence of the wish, the feeling of fear was reduced a lot. The academy's team attacked the golden boss, Katie the dog, together. Katie Dog used his paws to attack Xu Yuan and them one by one. Because Katie Dog is a big boss, its attack power is more powerful than other Pokemon. Although they still have a bit of a hard time dealing with this Katie Dog, and the number of people brought is only a few, the trainees think about whether to give up, but when they think that this Katie Dog is dropped by them, the things that fall will be extremely rich. Xu Yuan still couldn't bear to leave, and at this time Xu Yuan stood there in shock. Because there was a 3-dog not far away. Xu Yuan's friends were also surprised to see this situation, and one could not deal with it. "It's killing them." Xu Yuan swallowed his saliva. "This is good." Xu Yuan said what he thought in his heart, "It's good." The teammates are all. Xu Yuan shouted to his teammates, "Hide." When the teammates saw Xu Yuan speak, they quickly hid, looking at the golden boss and the 3 dogs. Xu Yuan also watched from the side, and the golden boss of the 3 dogs instantly became a lot timid. But the golden Katie Dog knows that if he encounters the 3 dogs, he will die if he does not resist. Resisting the heart-to-heart Katie Dog who might have a chance to escape, the golden Cuddy Dog and the 3 dogs fought. And the reason why Xu Yuan is happy is that he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The arrival of the 3 dogs can reduce their health volume, and finally let them kill the 2 big bosses together. I thought that the things that fell after killing the golden Katie Dog this time were also plump, and now the 3 dogs have fallen a lot of things. And the golden Katie Dog and the 3 dogs, 2 Pokemon, are entangled in one, either you die or I die. And Xu Yuan was even more excited when they saw it. After a while, the 2 Pokemon became remnants of blood, and Xu Yuan's eyes showed that the plan had succeeded. Xu Yuan gestured to his teammates, and the teammates instantly understood what Xu Yuan meant. In an instant, these teammates immediately rushed up and drew their exclusive weapons from behind. Like a group of swordsmen defending the town, they soon surround the boss new golden Katie Dog and 2 Pokemon. However, they didn't seem to divert their attention, but fought more fiercely, and then Katie started its big move. Xu Yuan saw that the situation was not good, and if it went on like this, the Pokemon would soon have the upper hand and be killed by Katie Dog. According to Xu Yuan's understanding of the game, if the boss is killed by the boss, then the player will not be able to get the killing reward. "Everyone, lead Katie Dog away," shouted Xu Yuan, and finally drew his own opening spear, a weapon that he never used easily. The attack is extremely powerful, and there is also an essence enchantment. +7 for knockback, +2 for fire. That is to say, as long as Xu Yuan takes out this spear and attacks it, no matter what behemoth the target is, he will be repelled from a distance of 7 squares and will be damaged. If there is no fire immunity, it will even catch fire all over the body, and thus be burned alive. Such a weapon against the sky. After Xu Yuan showed up, many people began to be stunned. But hearing Xu Yuan's command, the fight began to cooperate. The target is aimed at Katie Dog, and there is a burst of crazy output. Output attack +6 +6 +6. Soon, the 3 dogs and the Pokemon distanced themselves. At the same time, Xu Yuan aimed a knife at the Pokemon. After attacking, the Pokemon quickly flew out, and their whole body was on fire. Every second burns 2 drops of health. As long as Xu Yuan strikes again, he can take down the Pokemon. The exciting moment came. Xu Yuan sprinted and quickly closed the distance with the Pokemon. Within the attack range, Xu Yuan hated the knife again, and saw that the Pokemon flew tens of meters away. As expected, the big monster in front of him has been scattered and buried under the mine not far away. Xu Yuan wanted to go and see what had been dropped in person, but when he looked back, Katy Dog was ravaging his teammates. Xu Yuan almost forgot that Katy Dog had just made a big move, although it was not enough for Xu Yuan. But for these inexperienced newcomers, it is simply difficult to deal with. Some of them were beaten to the bone by Katy Dogs. What's even more hateful is that a few of the early runners disappeared. Xu Yuan was helpless, so he had to personally understand this big dog. Seeing that Xu Yuan had returned, his teammates rekindled their confidence and continued to fight bravely. At this time, Katy Dog's blood volume is less than 1/10, which is still enough to pose a threat to this group of newcomers. But for Xu Yuan, it's just a knife difference. Soon, Katy Dog also dispersed, and instantly dropped gems to the ground. There are also a large number of experience points, most of which have been picked up by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan seems to be only interested in experience, and the rest is simply rubbish. Yes, it's garbage, it's nothing, and keeping it is taking up space in your backpack. Without hesitation, Xu Yuan threw out the things he picked up on the ground. Wow, guy Xu Yuan, don't you need any of these things? One of his teammates began. Xu Yuan just hooked the corner of his mouth, and then shifted his gaze to the place where the elf Pokemon was buried, and muttered, "What I want, I hope I can find it there. These things won't be of much use to me, so keep them." Xu Yuan simply replied, and then slowly walked forward. Seeing this, his teammates hurriedly followed. Not far away, they came to the place where Pokemon died. Soon saw a bottomless mine cave, and when they saw this scene, everyone was stunned. Good guys, how can there be such a big pit here? Speaking of what Pokemon dropped? Could it be falling into the abyss? Good fellow, Xu Yuan, you are really ruthless. Someone secretly shouted, it's hard to say that the reward has fallen into the hole, can't pick it up now, who knows that this hole is deep? Brother Xu Yuan, why is there such a hole in this coincidence? Asked one person stupidly. Yes, why is there a mine cave, and why? Xu Yuan just hit the Pokemon underground of the mine. Is this just a coincidence? At the moment, there is no other way but to go down to the mine to search for killing rewards. And it has to be as soon as possible, otherwise it will be eaten regularly by the system. If you want a reward, come down with me. Coming to the edge of the mine, Xu Yuan silently lost a sentence. Then took out the shovel and began to dig down. Xu Yuan's shovel is not an ordinary shovel, there is an enchantment on the body, and the speed of mining is amazingly fast. When everyone was still on the ground, Xu Yuan had already dug 10 meters deep, which was about the length of 10 squares. Since Xu Yuan took the lead to go down, the other few people were not good at hesitating, and immediately followed Xu Yuan's pace. The further down, the darker it becomes, until there is no light source. Only then did someone take out a torch and stick it on the ground, and in an instant there was darkness, and several other people began to do the same. Since the speed of their mining was far less than Xu Yuan, they simply followed Xu Yuan directly, just responsible for lighting Xu Yuan. Squeaky. Suddenly, it seems that I heard the cry of some kind of creature. Isn't this the sound of a Pokemon? Xu Yuan was shocked, not good, and then found a safe place by the way. Are Pokemon resurrected, or are they not dead at all? What kind of situation is this? Even Xu Yuan is seeing it for the first time. However, it was too late, and at the moment Xu Yuan reacted, several teammates with residual blood all died. This black light is blinding, and the death is indeed too wronged. It is estimated that they themselves do not know what is going on. The other surviving teammates were also terrified. They had not yet reached the bottom of the mine, and they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of falling and leaving no bones. This Pokemon is not an ordinary difficult one, Xu Yuan thought to himself, then the reward for killing it should be very special. Soon, Xu Yuan decided to attack. He first lit a torch to illuminate an area and took the opportunity to find the hiding place of the Pokemon. It's a big rack. Sure enough, when he was on the ground, Xu Yuan still looked up at himself, originally thinking that he would kill with one hit, but he left a hidden danger here. Seeing that the Pokemon were less than 2 blocks of HP, Xu Yuan quickly switched equipment and replaced the spear with an ordinary diamond sword. This is in order not to have the accident of the last time. He can only watch the Pokemon die with his own eyes. This can be regarded as an explanation for the dead teammates. No longer hesitate, Xu Yuan got up and slashed across the air towards the head of the elf Pokemon. Only a boom was heard, and a lightning bolt hit the dead block of the Pokemon. It was as if someone with TNT explosives carried out a blast under the mine, and the mine began to collapse. However, he quickly regained his calm, and saw that the experience of the Pokemon scattered all over the place. Except for these experiences, it seemed that the items that Xu Yuan expected did not burst. This really made Xu Yuan wonder. Since he contacted this mod, there has never been such a situation. Is it a hidden function? At this time, a prompt sound came from the system. Congratulations to player Steve for successfully killing the Pokemon hidden boss and opening the portal to the God world. Could it be a copy? Xu Yuan thought to himself. A copy of a brush monster like that is nothing more than a new map. As he was thinking, the place that was hit by lightning before quickly formed a decent portal with some element. This is the portal? It turned out to be a fixed location, which means that no one else can qualify for the new map if they don't know the coordinates. Looking at the frightened newcomers in front of him, how about it? Do you want to go down with me? Several people looked at each other. Just now, a frightened call, and the result was not fart. Just left such a portal that was useless to them. What about the God realm? They haven't played in the main map yet, How dare they run to the new map to find abuse? No, no, let's stay here and develop. One of them took the lead and said, and several people shook their heads repeatedly. Xu Yuan was helpless, he knew that they didn't dare to go, coward. Anyway, they know the coordinates of the portal, and when they figure it out, it's never too late to come in. Okay then, you guys stay on the mainland, I'll go first, I'll wait for you in the God realm. Xu Yuan looked convinced. After that, without waiting for others to react, Xu Yuan jumped into the portal. In a trance, in a daze, Xu Yuan came to a new world. Here, there is a completely new setting, and even Xu Yuan has not yet figured out what the law of survival is. But since he came, Xu Yuan didn't mean to retreat. In front of you, there is a grand shrine. This architectural style has never been seen by Xu Yuan before. This dignified momentum made Xu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Entering the temple, the gatekeeper was an old man on crutches. Steve, I welcome you on behalf of the divine realm, said the old man with his eyes half squinted and his voice heavy. Xu Yuan glanced at him and rolled his eyes up and down. Excuse me, is there anything peculiar here? There are countless unique things about this place compared to the outside world, and you can only explore them on your own. The old man stroked his gray beard and looked proud. Listening to this person seems to be a waste of his precious time, and he can't find any valuable clues. Xu Yuan waved his hand, straightened his chest and walked in. But he didn't expect that the old man would stop him. Young man, when you come to the divine realm, you must sign in with me, this is the rule of the divine realm. The old man was imposing, and he didn't put Xu Yuan in his eyes at all. This old fox can really play, just now a lot of nonsense, together with a useful sentence has not yet spoken. Xu Yuan understood this very well. For the setting of check-in, Xu Yuan feels reasonable. Almost every map will have the function of check-in, and players can check in again to get rich rewards. No longer verbose, Xu Yuan only casually threw out two things, then I have to sign in. After speaking, Xu Yuan no longer looked at the old man. I thought that I respected you just now because you are older than Lao-Tzu, but don't be too intrusive, after all, you are a game character. The old man seemed to see through Xu Yuan's thoughts, and couldn't help laughing. Congratulations, successful sign-in, reward a teleportation wand. Teleportation wand? This was really a bit of a surprise for Xu Yuan. After all, these are two maps, and with this magic wand, Xu Yuan no longer has to worry that he can't go where he wants to go. After giving the sign-in reward, the old man began to talk nonsense again. Since you are the first person to come to the God realm to sign in, I can break the rules and reveal a little news to you. I know you should always go back when you come here, and this teleportation wand can help you get back to where you were. As soon as he heard this, Xu Yuan knew that what he said was all nonsense. Xu Yuan didn't have the patience to listen, didn't dump him, and directly started his new task. In the task column, Xu Yuan saw his main quest, which was nothing more than brushing monsters to upgrade and fight bosses. Xu Yuan suddenly felt a little tired, and turned to look at his side quests. 3 piglets in captivity. This is quite casual. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly made his own decision. In the original map, Xu Yuan patronized the upgrade, but forgot these most basic pleasures. Just doing so, Xu Yuan quickly left the temple and walked towards a forest. On the side of the forest, a shop was opened alone, and Xu Yuan felt the novelty and immediately went over. The one who manages the store is a cute girl, and when she saw Xu Yuan's arrival, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Recently, the business has been dismal, because the player has not yet opened the portal of the God realm, resulting in no one caring here. But now I see people, living people. The cute girl jumped up. Welcome, what do you need? The voice was sweet, which immediately moved Xu Yuan. It is not easy to open a shop in this wilderness, alone, you have to take good care of her business. Xu Yuan thought to himself, and soon saw the shocking price list. 1 carat, 100 gold. A low-level weapon, 1000 gold. What is this and what is it? Shouldn't it be a black businessman? Xu Yuan couldn't help but think secretly, feeling a little apprehensive in his heart. Why is the price so high? Seeing the clear price here, Xu Yuan's confidence suddenly disappeared. Look at your wealth, all the money you have accumulated these days is in your wallet, a total of no more than 2000. The cute girl probably guessed Xu Yuan's psychology, and soon despised it. Are you people outside so poor? Meng Mei looked arrogant and stared at Xu Yuan with disgusted eyes. When I first arrive, I don't have much money on hand, so bring me a carrot. Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, so be it. Anyway, my first task is to catch 3 piglets, and the piglets here like to eat carrots, so the only useful thing at the moment is this radish. After paying distressedly, Xu Yuan quickly got a fresh carrot. Big brother, this is the divine realm, how can you only afford carrots? Asked Loli suddenly. It is also his first business, and Loli doesn't seem to despise Xu Yuan so much, and it's okay to be idle, thinking of chatting with him. All said, this is the first time I've come. Xu Yuan lowered his head awkwardly, he had never suffered such humiliation. In the original world, it is already quite good to be able to take out 2000 gold coins, and the price outside is very cheap. 1 gold coin equals 1000 silver coin equals 1 million copper coins. And the carrot outside is worth 100 copper coins apiece. If it weren't for Xu Yuan's limited backpack, he didn't remember to bring some carrots over, otherwise he wouldn't have spent 1000 gold coins to buy this ordinary carrot. things here are generally much higher than the outside world, and my price here is already the lowest in the divine realm, and it is fair. Lori said indignantly. If it were somewhere else, it wouldn't be so good to talk. After Xu Yuan learned some news from Lori's mouth, he hurriedly ran to his own affairs. With only one carrot in hand, it is necessary to catch 3 small piglets. This was not difficult for Xu Yuan, and soon, he came to a plain. This is a new map that has not been spoiled by other players, and many creatures gather here. Xu Yuan quickly found the place where the piglets were infested, and there was a group of piglets not far away. Xu Yuan was overjoyed and rushed over. No matter how big the movement was, Xu Yuan was not afraid to scare the piglet away, because he is now holding the piglet's favorite carrot in his hand. As soon as the carrot comes out, he soon welcomes a pig cry. Several pigs began to stir up, and they rushed in the direction of Xu Yuan. Soon, a prompt sound came from the system. Congratulations to player Steve for completing the side quest, successfully raising 3 piglets in captivity, rewarding 600 coins and winning the title of Pig Shepherd. Listening to this voice, Xu Yuan looked confused. He was better now, and he became a pig farmer. Oh my god, what am I coming to the god realm for? Pig raising? If this is to be passed on, I'm afraid there will be no face, right? Well, this has already spread, and in the chat room, everyone began to swipe the screen. What about the great god Xu Yuan raising pigs in the god realm? What the hell, Xu Yuan, tell me about your recent situation. I suddenly yearn for a comfortable life in the god realm. There were a lot of crackling, some not, all sent by the player. Xu Yuan had a headache and only felt dizzy. In front of Xu Yuan's eyes, it was not just 3 pigs, but if you counted carefully, there were no less than 10. Xu Yuan was dizzy for a while, and only felt that the situation was not good. Sure enough, another prompt soon came from the system. Congratulations to the player, Steve, for successfully raising 12 piglets in the God Realm, rewarding 3,000 gold coins and winning the title of God World Pig Breeder. This damn pig raising task, Xu Yuan only felt embarrassed and lost to his grandmother's house. This can't go on, you have to think of a way. At the moment, Xu Yuan felt a headache when he saw these pigs, and there was always a screw pig cry. Finally, Xu Yuan suddenly became murderous, and before he understood the God Realm, he seemed to have no way to raise pigs here at ease. The thing makes people kill one day, who does he find to settle the account? Therefore, Xu Yuan quickly made up his mind to improve his ability first, and then it was not too late to return to captivity these animals. After making such a quick decision, Xu Yuan quickly pulled out his cold diamond sword, the damage of this sword, but the piglet was far from being able to bear. Probably guessing the owner's intentions, the piglets quickly coaxed and barked, for fear of dying at the hands of Xu Yuan, and their eyes were full of fear. But this did not dispel Xu Yuan's idea of killing them, and after 2 or 3 swords, these pigs were all buried under Xu Yuan's diamond sword. Looking at the carrots on hand again, Xu Yuan sighed, and he couldn't give them a good meal until he died. The pork in front of him, Xu Yuan quickly threw it into his backpack. He soon began a new journey, collected his thoughts. These pork can cope with a few days, at least do not have to worry about food, which is fine. Pulling down his task again, the side task was replaced by a herd of sheep in captivity, and Xu Yuan thought to himself that he didn't want to be a shepherd anymore. So he quickly dismissed this idea and decided to start his own main quest. The main quest begins with killing 5 skeletons. This is not difficult for Xu Yuan, the so-called skeleton, but an archer. His current weapons and equipment are quite passable. Dealing with a few skeletons, it is still more than rubbing. Xu Yuan was quite confident and soon came to the hunting center. That is, a hunting forest, surrounded by a fence. Xu Yuan just had an entrance in front of him. Xu Yuan walked in from there without hesitation. As soon as they entered the passage, they encountered several guards, who held shields in one hand and short knives in the other, and when they saw someone break in, they quickly became alert. One by one, they cautiously gathered around, and Xu Yuan was surprised. Brothers, I'm here to carry out a mission. Xu Yuan hurriedly spoke. What mission? Asked an executive. The chief, unlike the others, has a unique armband on his shoulder. Xu Yuan found that the right to speak here should be him, so he hurriedly greeted him. Main mission, come and kill 5 skeletons. When everyone heard this, they immediately burst out laughing. It turned out to be a doll. Admission fee 1,000 gold coins. The chief instantly became vicious, instantly bringing a sense of suppression to Xu Yuan. Just do a task, you have to pay 1,000 gold coins first? But looking at the announcement on the bulletin board, it seems that there is such a rule. Helplessly, Xu Yuan had to take out his pocket. After handing 1,000 gold coins to the chief, they unexpectedly gave way. Xu Yuan wore it alone and came to the low-level brush area. Soon he found the gathering place of the skeletons, and Xu Yuan did not hesitate, took out the diamond sword, and slashed straight at the nearest skeleton in front of him. But he didn't expect the skeleton to react extremely quickly, and soon the saber rattled. Xu Yuan saw that something was wrong. Dozens of arrows shot towards him, and Xu Yuan hurriedly ran under a big tree. Fortunately, I dodged it. It seems that the God Realm is still very unusual, and even such a low-level monster can bring a threat to itself. Xu Yuan sighed secretly, and soon took out his bow and arrow, hiding under the tree and secretly aiming. Looking at their blood volume, it is not very much. Xu Yuan's enchanted bow is enough to kill one with one arrow. Seeing that the target had disappeared, these skeletons also relaxed their vigilance. Apparently, they did not notice that danger was coming. Sure enough, the low level is the low level, and it is still not comparable to Xu Yuan. After aiming, Xu Yuan shot out an arrow, and as expected, a skeleton had been killed. Xu Yuan was worried. Why didn't these skeletons dare to chase themselves? Looking at the area under their feet, could it be said that they could only operate in that area? Without caring too much, Xu Yuan cleanly killed 5 skeletons and completed the first task of the main story. Congratulations to Steve for successfully killing 5 skeletons, earning bone meal x50, and rewarding him with 500 gold. Seeing 500 gold coins, Xu Yuan secretly cursed. It was not enough for the entrance fee. Inadvertently, Xu Yuan saw his level, and he hadn't paid attention to this information for a long time. Since killing Pokemon in the outside world, he didn't seem to notice much. Xu Yuan's current level has exceeded level 200. This surprised Xu Yuan gang, but he didn't expect that the experience points of the God Realm were so rich. Xu Yuan then looked at his second main mission, killing 10 steel skeletons. Just as Xu Yuan was about to leave, Xu Yuan seemed to see something that the skeleton had dropped not far away. This thing seems to be a little strange. Xu Yuan has never seen it. With a curious mind, Xu Yuan decided to take a risk and pick up those things to see. Maybe it's something amazing. Without further grinding, Xu Yuan directly replaced his shield and slowly moved forward step by step. At this time, Xu Yuan had already entered the skeleton attack position. Xu Yuan was uneasy, for fear of being caught off guard by the skeleton. However, these were all resisted by Xu Yuan's shield, and Xu Yuan successfully picked up the things that fell on the ground. What is the liquid ball? The name is Play Ball. Although he didn't know what it was, Xu Yuan still threw it into his backpack. But just when Xu Yuan was most relaxed, just a few steps after turning around, there was a sharp pain behind him, and Xu Yuan cursed secretly. I really don't talk about martial virtue? I actually engaged in an attack? Well, now is not the time to discuss this. The key is that Xu Yuan was hit by an arrow, and this real pain is really unbearable. At the moment, there is no ability to brush up on the mission, so I can only leave. Xu Yuan rushed down on the grass on the side and left the skeleton attack range. As Xu Yuan expected, the skeletons did not chase them, and they may not be able to leave the specific area of the plot. Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, covered his chest, and hurriedly walked towards the periphery of the forest. Soon, he came to the location of the entrance just now. Several soldiers were still guarding, and the leader saw Xu Yuan, and this kid was injured. It's really a waste, it can be shot by skeletons. At the exit, there was soon a heated discussion among the soldiers, all of them humiliating Xu Yuan. When Xu Yuan first came in, they didn't look very highly of him, and their eyes were full of contempt. Xu Yuan endured all this humiliation. One day, he would set foot here. Xu Yuan secretly made up his mind. No matter what they were talking about, Xu Yuan just buried his head and walked forward, and finally reached the periphery of the forest. Near the exit, there is a shop that seems to have medicine for wounds. Xu Yuan didn't say a word and walked over there. Check out that this is a small supply store that includes weapons, food, and some loot exchange. It's just that the prices are generally high. Xu Yuan is hesitating whether to buy it himself, but if he does not treat the wound in time now, I am afraid it will have a huge impact on Xu Yuan. Just as Xu Yuan hesitated, a hand suddenly clapped over. Steve, are you here too? The man asked happily, seemingly unaware of Xu Yuan's injury. You know me? Xu Yuan wondered. That is, you are famous in the outside world, and I heard that you opened the portal, so I followed in. I wanted to come on a mission, but I didn't expect to run into you. The man called the taxi said. Seeing that Xu Yuan was silent, the taxi quickly noticed something strange, and saw that Xu Yuan had been hit by an arrow. When the taxi saw it, he was immediately shocked. Xu Yuan, is this so dangerous? Even a big god-level figure like you is injured. The taxi was afraid for a while, and hurriedly dismissed the idea of performing the task. It was just an accident, and as soon as I didn't pay attention, I was shot. Xu Yuan buried his head in explaining. Then quickly deal with the wound. What are you doing here? The taxi seemed to be even more anxious than Xu Yuan, and hurriedly moved to help Xu Yuan. I'm here to buy medicine. Xu Yuan was embarrassed for a while. It was difficult to say that he really couldn't afford to consume it. The taxi also saw the price of the store at this time, and his eyes almost did not turn out. Even if he took out all his belongings, he could not afford to buy anything in the store. I have medicine, don't buy it, said the taxi in a low voice, busily pulling Xu Yuan out. When Xu Yuan heard this, he immediately felt much more relieved. After a while, the taxi took out his treasured medicine bottle and then helped Xu Yuan treat. Hello, my name is a taxi, make a friend, let's take care of the God Realm in the future. The taxi said nonchalantly while taking the medicine. Yes, multiple friends had multiple paths, and Xu Yuan quickly agreed cheerfully. Now in the God Realm, a place full of unknowns, even making Xu Yuan feel strange, he is worried that he can't find help. It didn't take long for the wounds on Xu Yuan's body to be treated, and he didn't need much trouble, replenished some food, and soon he was able to bounce again. Brother Taxi, do you have any plans to come here? Xu Yuan suddenly stood up from the ground, patted the dirt on his butt by the way, and asked without thinking. I came to see what it was like here, and I wanted to follow the main quest, but what I see now doesn't seem to be ideal. The taxi replied bluntly, shrugging helplessly. Also, Xu Yuan is still very unfamiliar with everything about this new map. If you want to survive here, I'm afraid it's not that simple, which requires Xu Yuan to slowly explore again. Xu Yuan suddenly remembered the side quest, and the reward was also very rich, but he could try to walk a road. Xu Yuan, I'll follow you well, I don't know what to do, I have no clue now. A helpless light flashed in the taxi's eyes, as if he had a desire to go back. Listening to the taxi say this, Xu Yuan was stunned at first, and immediately agreed. After Xu Yuan agreed, the taxi was excited and couldn't wait to pull Xu Yuan forward. The two came to a wide plain together, and the time was approaching evening, which meant that Xu Yuan was about to face his first night here. Everything is unknown, and Xu Yuan is just following the regular gameplay. After the two discussed it, they quickly started to split up. First, they found a vacant lot and prepared to build a temporary shelter. Taxis go out to plant and gather food. Xu Yuan was on the side cutting wood and piling up houses. Night soon came, and no one else haunted the place. The nights here are exceptionally quiet. At this time, the leaky house had been built, and Xu Yuan and the taxi were sitting in the house together, quietly tasting the food obtained by the taxi. It was already late at night, and a square moon in the sky was revealed. It didn't seem to have the slightest light, but instead carried a terrifying aura. Xu Yuan, did you bring the fire? In the dark room, only the taxi's unscrupulous eyes flickered from time to time. At this time, Xu Yuan remembered the torch in his backpack. Now it is indeed too dark. Xu Yuan feels that it is nothing. As long as he closes his eyes and opens them again and again, it will pass. Who knew that the taxi seemed to be afraid of the dark, so he did not ask Xu Yuan to make a light source. Forced to helpless, Xu Yuan Zihao took out his torch. It's not that I can't bear these torches, but for Xu Yuan, this is not necessary at all. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, it is better to sleep steadily, wait for tomorrow to get up, and then plan your own itinerary. Since the taxi repeatedly spoke, Xu Yuan was not easy to refuse. When the torches were lit, the taxi suddenly felt better. However, now, Xu Yuan was uncomfortable, and he looked out the window stunned. That long inexplicable amount of blood. My god, what kind of monster is this? Xu Yuan almost didn't drop his jaw, and soon became vigilant, quietly observing something in the dark. At this time, the taxi also noticed Xu Yuan's abnormality, so he opened his mouth and asked, Xu Yuan, what's wrong? Oh, little voice. Xu Yuan reminded in a low voice, and then slowly got up and came to the taxi. I think, we have to leave this place immediately, without delay. The taxi didn't know what happened at all, he looked at Xu Yuan's terrified eyes, and he had an inexplicable feeling. What's wrong? Asked Smith, sensing that something seemed to be wrong. Immediately afterwards, the taxi's eyes also looked out the window, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Then in the faint light, the taxi clearly saw the image of the monster, and couldn't help but burst into a foul mouth. Isn't this withering? Soon, both of them felt that something was wrong and got up one after another. What are you going to do? Seeing that the taxi was about to go out, Xu Yuan hurriedly stopped it, and then asked anxiously, didn't you say run? The taxi froze for a while, and looked back at Xu Yuan blankly. Obviously, after the taxi found the big monster outside the house, he quickly couldn't sit still, and at the moment there seemed to be no other way but to escape. Withering, made from special materials in hell, has a powerful destructive ability, flies in midair, and is difficult for ordinary people to deal with. But if you want to escape, the two-legged one on the ground can run through the sky, not to mention a long-range attack, and the explosive object it throws can produce splash damage. Obviously, Xu Yuan can't hide from this. Hearing the idea of the taxi escaping, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel funny. Looking at the endless grass outside, Xu Yuan secretly asked, where to run? This. Steve's aura this is. Above the dragon.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.